When life finally finds its meaning, it is time to wave goodbye to the world. On the eastern side of Door City stood a small orphanage filled with children who had been left behind. The building was simple, a single-story house painted in an old-fashioned mix of red and green. Not long ago, the children had just fought over food, and soon after, they were arguing again, this time over a brown teddy bear. Not all children could get along. It was like a lion lost among sheep. Peace was hard to find. Alice believed she was like that lion. No one wanted to adopt her, and tomorrow was her birthday. She wished she wouldn't have to spend it alone again. She had a small, secret dream. But she never told anyone about it, except a boy named Edward. Edward, like her, was also from the orphanage. They were both outcasts. As Alice would say, they were lions among sheep. Alice had bright golden hair that reminded people of warm summer sunlight. She wore a black veil that covered her face, leaving only her eyes and eyebrows visible. Her eyes were clear and bright, like amber. Near the orphanage, there was an open-air stage. A magician Alice admired often performed there. But today, for some reason, the magician didn't show up. The stage was empty, not a single person in sight. Waiting felt endless. After 2 long hours, she finally gave up. Alice loved reading and listening to stories, especially those about magic. That was her secret. To most children, magic only existed in tales and legends, far from real life, like a dream that could never come true. But Alice treated magic as part of her everyday life. From the moment she was born, she had a special power. At first, she thought everyone had it. But one day, when she used her power to save a cat that was about to be hit by a car, she realized she was different. It happened in front of everyone, right in the middle of the street. She raised her hand and lifted a green truck into the air. The drunk driver stumbled out of the car in panic, as if a monster were chasing him. His eyes were wide with fear, and he ran off, covering his head. A plump, middle-aged woman screamed, her voice sharper than a dozen squeaky toys. An old lady stood frozen with her mouth open, while the timid ones turned and fled. This doesn't make sense. The men frowned, tense and alert, staring at the green pickup truck as if they could see through it. Only a little boy clapped and cheered for the rescued cat, hopping around like a rabbit. Fortunately, no one noticed that she had used her special ability. Young Alice slowly realized, from the adults' fear and shock, that those who lived peaceful, ordinary lives might never accept such a strange and powerful gift. So, she learned to hide it, like a wild animal keeping its claws hidden, afraid of scaring the gentle creatures around it. At first, it wasn't easy to conceal, because using her power had become a habit. She would use her mind to pull the blanket over herself at night, or to bring a cup of water when she was thirsty. Luckily, no one ever saw her do these things. Before she turned 5, there had been an ugly birthmark on her face. When Alice learned to hide her power, the mark mysteriously disappeared. Still, she kept wearing a veil. It had become part of her. She longed to play with the other children, but she didn't want to reveal her secret or frighten anyone. Because of that, she was often alone. Until she met Edward, the first person to discover her secret. He was her only friend. When she played with Edward, she never hid her gift. Walking back to the orphanage, Alice pushed away her sadness. The headmistress stood at the door, a large woman with her hands on her hips, blocking the way like a small mountain. She scolded Alice harshly. "Who told you to sneak out? You still have the nerve to come back? No one wants a troublesome child like you. You'd better behave, or I'll throw you out." To Alice, it was worth it if she could have seen a magic show. But sadly, there was no show today. Under the headmistress's disdainful gaze, Alice walked into the shabby orphanage. In the corner of the room, she found Edward. The boy in the corner looked at her. His short, flax-colored hair was a little messy, and there was something different in his eyes. His expression was too complicated for 9-year-old Alice to understand. She had always believed that she and Edward were the best of friends at the Loving Heart Orphanage. Until now. Until Edward slowly stood up from the corner, his unclear gaze fixed on her. He raised his right hand and pointed at the girl's face, hidden behind a black veil. Under the curious and mocking eyes of the other children, he said something she could understand, but didn't want to. The bond of friendship between them snapped in that brief moment. It's her, this strange girl who brings bad luck. She's the reason we all have misfortune. Edward's words pierced her heart like sharp thorns. The blonde girl trembled, lowering her head in silence, her face hidden in shadow. Her hands at her sides slowly clenched into fists, as if holding onto the last bit of warmth, or perhaps a spark of stubborn courage. She forgot that a lion can never live peacefully with sheep. Content unavailable. Alice didn't know what Edward was thinking. Not long ago, she had hoped for an explanation from him, but now she no longer cared. All her thoughts were focused on the invitation from Clito Magic Academy. The blonde girl carefully lifted her head and looked at Mondries, who stood respectfully at the door. In a soft, childlike voice, she asked, as if afraid to disturb something, "Are you afraid of me, sir?" Everyone present, including Mondries, was surprised by her question. "To serve Miss Alice is my honor," Mondries replied. "I will always be loyal to you. When there is no need to fear you, I will not be afraid of the power you were born with." After a brief moment of surprise, the handsome young man placed one hand over his chest and bowed deeply to the little girl, whose head barely reached his waist. In the next moment, Alice, who had been 10 meters away, suddenly rose into the air and appeared right in front of Mondries. Overjoyed, she wrapped her arms around the young man's neck. A string of cheerful laughter rang out, bright and clear like the song of a cuckoo or the sound of a flowing spring. The children from the Loving Heart Orphanage saw such an extraordinary sight for the first time. That ugly girl could actually fly? Everyone stared in shock, their eyes wide open. They were so frightened that they forgot to shout or complain. Edward knew about Alice's ability, but he had never seen her smile so happily before. How could that ugly girl have such a beautiful voice? Why would anyone willingly serve her? This couldn't be real. Anger burned in Edward's eyes, twisting his face into something fierce and frightening. The veins on his forehead bulged as he frowned deeply. The girl who used to follow him around like a shadow now didn't even glance his way. "When we reach Clito, you can freely use your power, Miss Alice," Mondries said gently, letting her hold on to him. There was kindness and warmth in his deep eyes. Smiling, he softly patted the girl's back and spoke with gentle respect. Alice buried her face against Mondries' chest and nodded firmly. At that moment, all her worries and sadness vanished. She only wanted to hold on to this unexpected happiness. After hearing her answer, the young man prepared to take her away from the orphanage, but the headmaster suddenly rushed forward, blocking the door. With hands on hips and eyes fixed on the young man, he shouted, "Alice is the property of our orphanage. If you want to take her, you'll have to offer something in return. Don't think you can just take advantage of me." Facing the headmaster's aggression, Mondries' smile didn't fade. He removed his hat and took out a shining gold bar from inside. The bright gold made the headmaster and the staff stare in amazement. Handing the gold bar to the headmaster, Mondries asked politely, "Headmaster?" The man's arrogance vanished instantly. His face broke into a flattering smile as he clutched the gold tightly, bowing repeatedly. "That's enough. That's enough. You can take her. You're always welcome here, Mr. Mondries." Smiling, the young man nodded, put his hat back on, and took Alice by the hand. Without looking back, he walked out of the orphanage gate, leaving only his fading figure behind. The director clutched the gold bar tightly, trembling with excitement and muttering, "I'm rich. I'm rich." A few staff members nearby, their eyes red with greed, suddenly rushed forward to snatch the gold bar from her hands. "What are you doing? Do you want to be fired? Stay away from my gold," the director shouted, but was knocked to the ground by 3 of them, letting out a foolish cry. Edward watched coldly and said in a low voice, "A bunch of fools." With that, he kicked open the orphanage gate and left with a stern face. The gold bar being fought over suddenly turned into a large gray rat, which bit the director's thumb. The staff froze in shock as the director screamed in pain and shouted angrily, "That awful Mondries! That terrible monster! Just you wait." Alice didn't hear the director's threats. When she tore up the letter in front of her father, then secretly put it back in her bag, she had placed all her hopes on her mother being able to support her through college. In her wealthy but unhappy family, paying 10,000 yuan a year for tuition was nothing. At 18, she had never worried about money. But now, facing a future with no income, no guardian, and no help, Chen Ke felt her heart breaking. Alice smiled brightly, her tone as warm as the morning sun, even though the sky above was dark as ink. Don't worry. I've already arranged everything." Though his smile was hidden behind a veil, his amber eyes, more beautiful than the stars and moon, still shone with breathtaking warmth. Mondries didn't care about Alice's appearance. With eyes so clear and bright, her soul must be beautiful too. Besides, to him, as long as she was Alice, that was enough. The girl held onto the edge of the young man's cloak as they walked together through the busy streets, weaving through the crowd, crossing a quiet stone bridge, and finally arriving at a small wooden cabin standing alone in the forest. "We're here. Once we pass through this place, we'll reach Clito Magic Academy." The young man pointed at the tightly closed wooden door and spoke softly. After saying this, he took a pair of delicate, shining gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on. Once he wore the glasses, Mondries' whole presence became gentle and mysterious. Not to open the door, but to pass through it? Alice looked up at Mondries' handsome young face and asked in a soft but steady childlike voice. Her amber eyes shone with pure trust. "As you said," Mondries replied with a slight nod. Then he raised his left hand, palm up, signaling Alice to place her hand on his. After receiving his approval, Alice obediently placed her small hand in his large, warm palm. The warmth from his hand felt like the afternoon sun, comforting and safe. Encouraged by Mondries' silent support, she took a deep breath, lifted her foot, and stepped forward, holding his hand as they moved toward the closed wooden door. In the so-called interstellar era, getting food was almost as difficult as in the apocalypse. In fact, Jiang Wu even thought the apocalypse had been easier. At least back then, food was either edible or not. But in this era, even the edible ones tasted so bad that people might rather starve. When Jiang Wu first arrived in this world and learned about the situation, she almost wanted to die again, but after thinking it over, magicians are no different. In folk stories, dark wizards always played the role of ruthless and frightening figures. Some were said to eat human flesh, some to drink blood, and others to curse those who were happy. Some even wished for the whole world to be destroyed by their hatred. Not wanting to lose sight of Brenda, Alice gently tugged on the wide sleeve of the president's magic robe. Brenda's arm stiffened slightly, her movement a bit awkward. But the blonde girl, distracted by the magical goods on display, didn't notice this small reaction. Still holding onto Brenda's robe, Alice curiously looked at the strange items and foods laid out on the stalls. There were fruits that looked like grapes, except their surface resembled tiny eyeballs. As Alice walked past them, all the eyeballs suddenly turned at once, their burning gazes fixed on her. On a wooden table nearby sat a plant that looked like a giant leek, but this leek was about 10 times larger than a normal one. Its top looked like the head of a poisonous snake. Bound by golden magic ropes, the snake-headed leek kept twisting and struggling, trying to break free. The table shook with loud thuds. There were also magic stones shaped like human skulls, along with foul-smelling dog droppings, frog urine, lizard blood, and decaying rat meat. The stench was so strong it was almost impossible to breathe. Alice reached out and pinched her nose. In fact, since entering this area, Velite's eyebrows had been slightly furrowed and never relaxed. Fortunately, each magic district sold different kinds of goods and food, each with its own style. Not every place was this unbearable. For example, the area selling magic umbrellas smelled quite fresh. Velite quietly let out a sigh of relief. Alice reached out and poked a black umbrella that looked well-made and springy. Just as she was about to ask about the material, Velite noticed her curiosity and pointed at the umbrella. This black umbrella is made from the outer skin of a giant toad and the secretion of a glue snake, she explained. After a short pause, she added kindly, "It's the latest magical fashion this year." The blonde girl's expression froze. Alice now felt that there was nothing normal for sale in this magic market. Still, many of the items were quite useful. A merchant with a beard over a meter long and a broad smile introduced the magic gloves in his hands. Just wear them, add a little magic power, and they can clean any dirt in the world. I guarantee it. He pounded his chest proudly. The muscles on his shoulders bulged, making him look like a strong man lifting stones. The gloves in his hands looked like a 5-tentacled octopus, their oily green surface covered with tiny suction cups. The suction cups seemed alive, wriggling nonstop. Velite said calmly, "I'm sorry, but we don't need that kind of product." Alice gave her a grateful look. The old man still hadn't given up on promoting his products. He took a lunchbox from a square wooden cabinet and introduced it enthusiastically. "Wait a moment, you two. Take a look at this treasure. It's a lunchbox, but definitely not an ordinary one." The bearded old man smiled slightly and spoke loudly, his voice full of energy. "It can store a mountain of snacks and has an advanced freshness system. You could say it's the perfect companion for travel and work." He held the lunchbox up in front of Alice. Under his gray eyebrows, his eyes seemed to shine. "If you like it, don't hesitate. I'm the only one in the world selling this kind of lunchbox." Instinctively taking half a step back, Alice waved her hand and refused. "If you're the only one selling it, then it must be very expensive. I don't like using costly, everyday items, and I wouldn't spend money just to collect a lunchbox." Besides, it was Verlet who was paying this time. She didn't want to cause him any trouble, Alice thought to herself. The old man looked at her for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyebrows and took out a brand new pair of shoes from the cabinet. "How about these? These are the newest model of magic rebound shoes. With them, you can easily outrun electric bikes and cars in the dull chicken world." Winking playfully, the old man continued to tempt them. "Only one pair left. Don't miss your chance." Alice opened her mouth to refuse, but before she could speak, Verlet nodded slightly. "I'll take them." Before Alice could react, the old man slapped the cabinet excitedly and said loudly, "Deal." A wizard's hat, of course, was also essential. A wizard's hat was actually a large storage space with compression magic, able to hold many items, making it very convenient. With Verlet's careful and professional explanation, Alice chose one that fit perfectly, decorated with dark golden magic patterns. After putting on the hat, Alice felt one step closer to her dream. But she knew that to make her dream come true, she would have to work very hard. Alice quietly made up her mind that once she returned, she would study diligently to catch up with the first-year magic lessons. She couldn't compare herself to the children from magical families since she started late. She couldn't afford to slack off. Alice smiled slightly, her lips curving upward beneath her magical robe. She was happy because she had finally gathered all her magical equipment. The black robe gave her a mysterious and cool look, but her clear eyes made her seem more cute than cold. The old woman selling hats chuckled and pointed at Alice, speaking to the green parrot on the nearby rack. "I've never seen such a beautiful girl," she said. All the magical items were packed into a finely crafted wizard hat. When Alice put it on, it felt heavier than before, though she couldn't tell if it was real or just her imagination. This time, Verlet didn't answer her question right away. Her attention was fixed on a group of wizards walking toward them from a distance. Alice followed her gaze and saw the group approaching. At first, their clothes looked ordinary, but then Alice noticed something strange. Their eyes were dull and lifeless. "They are dark spirit wizards," Verlet whispered. "The one leading them is called Adolf. Don't touch them. Stay as far away as you can." Before Alice could respond, Verlet placed a hand on her shoulder and pulled her back. However, the dark spirit wizards didn't leave. Their leader, Adolf, suddenly stopped right in front of them without warning. That simple movement made the nearby crowd turn to look, then quickly step away. The green parrot flapped its wings in panic and flew off, screeching in fear. Only Alice and Brenda remained where they stood. The tall figure of the dark spirit wizard blocked their path completely. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. Verlet's chest felt as if it might burst at any moment. She struggled to endure the pain, her face growing paler by the second. Noticing the Ice Maiden's tightly furrowed brows, Alice felt a heavy tension pressing on her heart. The blonde girl lifted her head and looked up at the dark swarm of red-eyed bats above the restless waves. Her heart sank into a bottomless pit. Without oxygen, Brenda would soon suffocate. But if they surfaced to breathe, they would face the fierce attacks of the Bat Army, as wild as crashing waves. If not for Verlet, Alice could have held her breath underwater for half an hour. The red-eyed bats would eventually leave, disappointed by the lack of prey. Since she had already saved Verlet, she had to see it through. Now, the only way left was to rise to the surface so Verlet could breathe. Staying underwater any longer would only make the situation worse. Verlet felt her consciousness fading, as if a transparent cover had been placed over her head. She felt suffocated and trapped. Her long silver-blue hair drifted gently with the current. It seemed as though her mind was slipping away, floating into the distance. Suddenly, a hand grasped her slender wrist, pulling her back to awareness. Like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spread through her fading thoughts. The blonde girl's beautiful profile and the courage in her eyes as she pulled her upward gave Verlet the strength to hold on through the pain and suffocation. Above them, the red-eyed bats cast dark shadows over the water. The two girls broke through the surface, scattering crystal droplets from their hair and lashes. Fresh, damp air rushed into their lungs. Verlet gasped desperately, like a fish returning to the sea after being stranded. The oxygen cleared her mind. Her heart pounded fiercely, blood surging through her veins. They were still alive. Verlet whispered this silently in her heart. But the danger had not passed. Spotting their prey, the Bat Army swooped down like a dark storm cloud. Diving toward the two young witches on the water surface, they looked like helpless lambs before the hunt. Even though Alice refused to see herself as weak, there was no denying how dire their situation had become. The blonde girl half-supported Brenda, who was slowly regaining consciousness. The power that had always existed within her was rapidly building up inside. Even if she couldn't defeat all the red-eyed bats, she had to create a path to escape. We'll do this together. Verlet had just escaped the pain of suffocation. Though her chest still ached, she forced herself to stay strong, as she always did. The Verlet family's belief was simple: never give up until the very end. Her voice was a little hoarse, but her eyes had regained their calm and determination. When it came to the fear of death, Brenda's situation was special. She was both the heir of the Verlet family and the president of the Magic Council at Clito Academy. To fulfill her duty, she could not allow herself to fall so easily before the army of bats. Verlet raised her wand and began chanting a spell as fast as she could. Alice remembered the silent wave of energy she had once released back at the Loving Heart Orphanage. If the will to survive could be turned into power, it would surely be stronger than any strength born from anger. Alice slowly closed her eyes. A storm-like force was gathering within her, powerful enough to make others tremble. The water around her began to swirl, centered on the blonde girl, as the air pressure dropped lower and lower. Alice was drawing out the mysterious power inside her, compressing and concentrating it with all her might. On the other side, Verlet was also gathering a great amount of magic, preparing to cast a spell beyond her normal level. As her chanting grew faster, the white light at the tip of her black wand shone brighter and brighter, almost blinding. Even the fierce red-eyed bats let out uneasy cries. Alice clenched her teeth. She realized that the power she was drawing out was starting to slip from her control. But it was too late to stop now. She couldn't hold back the explosion of energy, nor could she predict how far its impact would reach. It was like a black hole of power, ready to swallow everything around it. She must not hurt Verlet. With that thought in mind, she tried her best to slow the flow of power. Heaven only knew how powerful this mysterious force truly was. Even though Alice kept drawing energy, she still didn't feel any weakness or exhaustion inside her. Just as the swarm of red-eyed bats was about to overwhelm them, Velite finally finished chanting her spell. The Snow Maiden raised her arm, her black wand slicing through the air as a dazzling white light burst forth like fireworks. The white magic, glory of light, shot upward at supersonic speed toward the dark mass of red-eyed bats. The strong light energy was the natural enemy of the dark-type bats. Many of them couldn't escape in time and turned into black dust that fell onto the water's surface. The bats behind them flapped their wings wildly, retreating in fear and letting out sharp, piercing cries. Velite noticed that even after Glory of Light had driven the bats back, Alice still hadn't used her own power. What's more, Alice's expression looked strained and painful. "Alice, what's wrong?" Sensing that something unknown was happening, Brenda's voice trembled unconsciously. Her instincts told her that something even worse was coming. I can't stop it. Get away." Alice cried out loudly. The power she had drawn lost control, surging in all directions like thousands of wild horses breaking free. Centered on Alice, an invisible tidal wave erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire body of water trembled under the force. Explosions rippled across the surface like the rhythm of a fast-paced fountain show. Fish, shrimp, crabs, turtles, and water snakes were all blasted into the air along with mud and sand, experiencing, in their fright, what it felt like to soar into the sky. Waves more than 10 meters high scattered the red-eyed bats everywhere. Some unlucky ones were torn apart before they could even blink. The massive explosion that shook the whole area was breathtaking even from afar. The lower flying bats were blown to pieces, while the higher ones were struck by waves and fell into the water, like dumplings dropping into a pot. The explosion centered on Alice lasted a full 5 minutes, spreading outward in layers, sending fish and shrimp flying through the air. The noise was so loud it even drowned out the sound of the vehicles exploding above. The only surviving red-eyed demon bat was about to quietly fly away above the water's surface. Just then, a cat suddenly leapt out of the water and bit down on the bat's wing. With a sharp crack, it crushed it completely. Thank you for reading. Please consider adding this story, The First Witch, to your favorites and voting to support it. Content unavailable. As she was being pulled backward several meters by the cat with the parted fur, the water dragon suddenly rose from the depths, passing over Verlet and stopping right in front of Alice. Their noses were almost touching. Alice could even see the subtle color changes in the dragon's golden eyes. If not for the fierce anger burning in those eyes, this might have looked like a tender, unexpected meeting. Alice had to admit, those eyes, each as big as a car tire, were quite impressive. If it were any ordinary fish in the water, it wouldn't even dare to blow a bubble under that gaze. Although she wasn't exactly terrified of the creature, she didn't enjoy being stared at so intensely either. Those huge eyes were as sharp as blades. Then, the cat that had been dragging her suddenly stopped swimming. Under the dragon's gaze, the cat twisted its body gracefully, moving like a dancer, and then gave the puzzled dragon a charming smile. The blonde girl beside them was completely stunned. The cat's movements were smooth and confident, so unexpected that it left everyone speechless. So, cats can smile too? Truly, the world is full of surprises. But just a second after that graceful smile, the cat suddenly struck. It reached out its paw and pulled down the dragon's eyelid, leaving 6 neat claw marks behind. The blonde girl covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. Alice grabbed the cat's tail and, using a quick swimming motion, turned and fled. Whenever she faced a situation like this, her body always moved faster than her thoughts. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already dodged 2 of the dragon's diving attacks, clutching the cat's tail tightly. However, this was only the beginning of the chase. At that moment, she felt a slight tightness in her chest. Alice had never tried to move so fiercely while holding her breath. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to run for long before the water dragon caught her. Instead of wasting energy escaping, it would be better to fight with all her strength. Once she decided, she acted immediately. That was Alice's way. Now was the most critical moment, and she couldn't afford to relax even a little. Alice dove to the bottom, pried open a large shell, and pressed her hand firmly inside. Then she turned around, facing the Dragon King head-on. The pressure from the ruler of the waters made her chest feel even heavier. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Alice bit her lip quietly to calm her uneasiness. She tried to keep her balance underwater, spreading her arms wide, as if ready to embrace the dragon's enormous head. A faint smile appeared on her lips, showing her courage and fearless confidence. If the students of Clito Academy saw this scene, they would surely gasp in shock. A magician's spells were powerful, but their physical strength was far weaker than that of a warrior. Only close combat magicians could fight like this, like a living tank. With a powerful swing of its tail, the water dragon rushed toward Alice, opening its huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Alice didn't retreat. At the very moment the dragon's jaws snapped shut, she bent swiftly and slipped right inside. The dragon's teeth closed behind her with a sharp sound. She wiped the warm moisture from her forehead and looked around. Soon, she noticed a bright, glowing pearl. The pearl was clear and beautiful, shining with a soft silver light. Alice thought it must be the legendary dragon pearl from Magical Tales. It was her first time seeing a real one, even more beautiful than the stories described. It seemed a shame to leave such a lovely thing in this messy place. She might as well take it with her. With that thought, Alice tucked the shining pearl into her new magic hat. Then she moved to a more open spot, calmed herself, and recalled the feeling of defeating the red-eyed bat not long ago. Alice's plan wasn't meant to be violent. She intended to unleash another storm inside the soft and fragile body of the water dragon. The hard scales on the outside would be difficult to break through, so to be safe, she decided this plan was the most reliable. Still, Alice reminded herself to be careful when channeling her secret energy. She didn't want to lose control and blow everything up, scattering sea creatures everywhere, nor did she want to accidentally hurt Verlet, who was still in the water. Right now, the only direct way was to strike the water dragon with her specially crafted energy storm. Alice was much more cautious this time, far more focused than during her last attempt. She carefully controlled the energy flow, and after drawing in about as much as the size of a basketball court, she decisively slowed down. At last, she managed to stop the rapid surge of energy just in time. There was no room for carelessness now. If she failed to control the direction of the storm, she would be destroyed along with the dragon. Her strong will to survive made her mind unusually clear. After adjusting her aim several times, Alice finally gathered her courage, focused her power in her mouth, and released a silent cry. Even though she had fine-tuned her aim, the transparent storm that burst forth spread far beyond what she had expected. The violent explosion, centered on Alice, roared like a storm missile, sweeping deep into the water dragon's body. From the perspective of the cat peeking out from behind a shell, the dragon that had swallowed Alice suddenly went wild, thrashing in every direction. The seabed looked like the surface of the moon, covered in craters from the impacts. Explosions burst outward from the gaps between the dragon's scales, tearing through its body from head to tail. Finally, the largest and loudest blast broke through the dragon's tail, sending the energy storm shooting out of its body and blasting through dozens of meters of water and rock behind it, a breathtaking sight. Roar! The king of the waters let out one last cry. Its massive body collapsed like a falling tower. Friends who enjoy this story, please remember to vote for it. Your support encourages both the author and Alice. Thank you. Note: some readers asked if the story feels a bit slow. It's only the beginning, so the pace is gentle for now. If you prefer faster stories, you can wait until later when the plot becomes richer. It might feel better then. Alice was awakened by a small, rough tongue gently licking her face. The owner of that tongue tilted its little head and looked at her innocently. Its fur was neatly parted in the middle. Stretching lazily, Alice sat up. It was the best time of day, morning. She was in room 608 of the Clito Magic Dormitory, a standard three-person room. Alice looked at her roommate sleeping across from her. The girl's long silver hair, with a faint blue sheen, spread softly across her pillow and shoulders. Alice lowered her arm. Even though they had faced danger together and now shared a dorm room arranged by the school, seeing Verlet's peaceful sleeping face still felt unreal. She didn't get up right away. Instead, she quietly watched the snow-like girl's calm expression, trying to recall what had happened yesterday. She didn't notice that the cat with the parted fur had already walked gracefully to the edge of the bed and leapt onto Verlet's bed. And this girl wasn't even a beginner yet, but she already dreamed of being number one. Luo Yuan and Zhang Ying didn't take Jiang Wu's words too seriously. They didn't expect her to really become the top planting master. They just wanted her to live safely and peacefully. After dinner, Jiang Wu tried to help wash the dishes, but as soon as she stepped into the kitchen, Zhang Ying shooed her out. "It's just a few dishes. Your uncle and I can handle it. It's getting dark soon. You should head home." One of them without warning. That simple movement made the nearby crowd turn to look, then quickly step away. The green parrot flapped its wings in panic. She reached out, gently took the hat, and put her hand inside. When she pulled it out, a bright, crystal-clear silver bead lay in her palm. This bead must be the water dragon's pearl. Alice played with the silver pearl, bringing it close to her eye. At first, there was nothing inside, but as she looked closer, a silver-blue vertical pupil suddenly appeared in the center of the pearl. Their gazes met in midair. The eye looked cold and dangerous, and a wave of killing intent seemed to surge out from it. Alice quickly pulled the pearl away and turned her eyes aside. But it was too late. The moment their eyes met, a sharp pain struck her head. It felt as if countless tiny silver needles were piercing her mind. Frowning, Alice pressed her temple and gasped softly in pain. Images seemed to flash rapidly through her memory, but they moved too fast, stretching and blurring together. She couldn't see them clearly. Was this really a dragon pearl? It felt so strange. Alice looked at the silver bead in her hand, puzzled. In truth, she had no idea how to uncover the secret hidden inside it. But maybe if she asked Verlet, Meow soft cat's cry pulled the blonde girl back from her thoughts. She instinctively looked toward the sound and met Verlet's calm eyes. "Good morning." Verlet tucked her long silver hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, delicate earlobe. Her hair fell lazily over her shoulders, and the morning sunlight gave it a gentle, warm glow. The cat beside the president stuck out its pink tongue, then suddenly leapt forward into Alice's arms. "Gee, good morning." Alice staggered back, slightly from the impact. She had wanted to ask Verlet about her condition. After all, she was the one who had caused the president's injury. Yesterday, both of them had been exhausted, and by the time they returned to the dorm, it was already late, so they hadn't talked much. Alice thought now was the perfect time to do so. "Verlet, you're he," holding the restless cat in her arms. Alice began to ask about Verlet's health and express her concern. But before she could finish, she was interrupted.
Room matas.
As a member of Magic Dorm 608, I think I should introduce myself. My name is Dolores. Please take care of me from now on. The dormitory door suddenly opened without warning, breaking the peaceful morning of the Magic Dorm. Alice and Verlet turned toward the sound. It was a huge, multi-layered chocolate strawberry cake, as tall as a person. Alice had never seen such a luxurious and delicate cake back at the orphanage. From its appearance, it was easy to tell that the cake must be delicious. But this cake that could introduce itself, could it really be their new roommate? A cake named Dolores? Or should she be called the Cake Witch? As countless questions flashed through Alice's mind, she suddenly noticed a pair of small feet appeared under the magical cake. The chocolate strawberry cake, now with feet, took a few funny little steps and quickly entered Alice and Verlet's room. How did it even open the door? Was this uninvited new roommate really a magic girl their age? And if she was a cake spirit, how would she handle daily life? Alice's imagination ran wild, picturing a chocolate strawberry cake tower trying to deal with such things.
Better not to think about it.
I think you might need some help. Dolores? The dorm leader had already gotten dressed at some point. She came down from her bed, holding a slender black wand. "Oh, nice to meet you both. But yes, I really can't fix this myself. And I'm not a cake spirit. I just forgot how to turn back. Can you help me? Just a little." Alice heard the giant cake's desperate plea, but she knew that only Verlet could help her return to normal. It wasn't that Alice didn't want to help. She could, but her methods usually involved brute force and explosions. Besides, Dolores's problem wasn't that she was being eaten by a cake monster. So Alice had no idea what to do. She really didn't like this feeling of helplessness. At Clito Magic Academy, her understanding of spells was no better than that of a complete beginner.
It had to be said.
This was truly a discouraging thing, but it also meant she had plenty of room to improve. However, unexpected things always happened. For example, just as the president of the Magic Club was about to rescue her roommate, who had turned into a giant cake, a cat with a neat middle part suddenly snatched Alice's silver bead, jumped off the bed, and dashed out of the dormitory. Today's update. I'm so happy that so many of you enjoy The First Witch. I hope you'll continue to watch it grow. Thank you for your votes and support. Happy reading. Alice barely had time to put on her new magic-resistant shoes. She didn't even change her clothes. She jumped off the bed, leaped over the chocolate strawberry cake, and rushed out of the dormitory. But the milk-colored cat with the middle part was much faster than she expected. As soon as Alice ran out of the dorm, she caught a glimpse of the cat's tail disappearing around the staircase corner. She bit her lip in frustration. Ever since she met this cat yesterday, it had been following her around. And now, it had mischievously stolen a mysterious bead. This milk-colored cat wasn't an ordinary pet or stray. It could swim and had the strength to pull a truck. The blonde girl chased after it closely, her shadow almost overlapping with the cat's. But she wasn't as quick or agile, so at every crucial moment, the cat would twist its body and slip away. That only made her mood worse. "Hey, Ollie, Alice. Good morning." Students along the path greeted her as she ran past. Alice waved quickly, weaving through the crowd, dodging left and right. She could have flown over everyone, but that would have drawn too much attention. She didn't want to become the center of gossip on her very first day. Just then, she noticed something change. The cat suddenly slowed down. She was about to catch it. Now was her chance. Alice leapt forward like a fierce tiger, grabbing Milk's tail in one swift motion. Only then did she slowly realize that everything around her had gone completely silent. The reason for this sudden quiet was probably because Alice's hand, which was holding the cat's tail, had reached inside a large wizard's robe. Oh no! Alice actually ran into the headmistress's robe. This is definitely going to be today's top magic news. Keep your voices down, unless you want the headmistress to turn you into mice as punishment. Alice struggled to lift her head. Her eyes followed the black robe upward until she saw a stern, wrinkled face staring down at her.
Bang!
That was the sound of a spell being cast. Alice snapped out of her memory and looked at her hands, or rather, her tiny mouse paws. She felt wronged and on the verge of tears. The headmistress, who was as strict as a landlord, had ordered her to stand under a big tree as punishment. What a great start to the day, Alice thought to herself bitterly. Today was her 9th birthday. For as long as she could remember, she had never had a truly happy birthday. Edward, the boy who once made a dirt cake with her, had become just a fading memory, like a shadow or a bubble. Alice was never a delicate flower. She had never known the warmth of a real home. Since childhood, everyone had disliked her because of an ugly birthmark. Even though the mark had disappeared, the pain it caused remained deep inside her. Now, as a little mouse standing on a tree root, Alice quietly looked up at the magical sky. She felt sad and admitted she wasn't happy. But at least this place was much better than the orphanage she came from. Even though she had faced many hardships and even danger in this magical world, she could still feel the warmth of being alive, even if she was still alone. Clito Magic Academy had always been her dream. She never thought magic was something unreachable. She wanted to become a powerful magician and live a life full of wonder in the world of magic. A small dream was planted in her heart, waiting for the day it would come true. The colorful magical sky was so mysterious, ever-changing and wonderfully beautiful. Meow, suddenly, a cat poked its head out from the leaves of a tree. It held a shiny silver pearl in its mouth. Its black and white fur looked like a cow's, and the markings on its forehead split to both sides, as if it were wearing a black mask. The cat's sudden appearance broke her thoughts, and the sadness in her heart faded away. Alice widened her eyes at the cat in the tree. But now that she had turned into a mouse, such a look could not possibly scare a cat. She realized she was indeed a mouse now. Cats and mice were natural enemies. She could see the teasing glint in the cat's eyes. The cat with the parted fur must have known that the little wide-eyed mouse below was Alice. Alice narrowed her eyes and turned to climb up the tree trunk. But the cat didn't stay on the branch. It leapt gracefully through the air and landed right in front of her. The cat lowered its head and gently touched Alice's tiny head with its soft pink paw pad. Alice looked up at the cat, missing the days when she had her human height. Though she wasn't used to seeing the world from a mouse's view, maybe this was her chance. Perhaps she could take back the silver dragon pearl the cat was holding. She tried to hide her intentions and resisted the urge to grab the cat's tail. She let the cat pat her head, waiting for the right moment to act. But plans never keep up with changes. If everything always went smoothly, the world would be dull and predictable. Yet, unexpected twists always made things complicated. The cat didn't lower its guard. Or rather, it never planned to underestimate the mouse that used to be Alice. Even as a mouse, Alice could still blow a water dragon into a hollow tube. As the saying goes, great power can come in small forms, but the cat had no intention of eating this clever little mouse. Unless it wanted to end up like that unlucky water dragon, completely defeated. The cat pulled back its paw, tightened its grip on the silver dragon pearl, and tilted its head, staring at Alice without blinking. It seemed to be thinking about how to tease the other, adding a bit of fun to its boring cat life. A low, steady sound of footsteps came from behind the tree, and Alice perked up her ears. From the way the sound moved, the footsteps were slowly coming closer. But that wasn't the main point. Alice had only been curious about who the footsteps belonged to. However, she noticed that the cat with the milk-colored fur suddenly puffed up like a hedgehog the moment the sound began. Who was the owner of those footsteps? Why would the cat, who hadn't even been nervous when facing a water dragon, suddenly look so alert? Alice listened as the footsteps came closer, one after another. She couldn't help but lift her head and look toward the sound, and then the owner of the footsteps appeared. It was a magic student about the same age as Alice. He had short, shoulder-length purple hair, light brown eyes, and fine, delicate features. He wore the black uniform of the Magic Academy and a pointed hat marked with purple magical symbols. He looked a little different from others. There was something special about his presence, though Alice couldn't quite say what it was. If he stood among a crowd, you could easily spot him by the way he moved and the quiet confidence he carried. To Alice, this magic student didn't seem frightening, just graceful and calm. So, why was the cat reacting so strongly? As she tilted her head, thinking about it, a hand suddenly lifted her by the tail, and she landed gently in a warm palm. Alice quickly looked up and met the gaze of the purple-haired student. "How does it feel to be turned into a mouse?" he asked softly, his tone playful. His light brown eyes reflected the sunlight, clear and bright. His voice was low and smooth, with a calm charm. Alice stood up and shook her small head, letting out 2 short squeaks. Even though he hadn't said it directly, Alice understood that this purple-haired student might have already guessed who she really was. Standing as punishment for so long must be unpleasant, and quite boring too. Why be so obedient? The purple-haired magic student smiled, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Those old teachers only know how to punish students, but they never think about improving their magic lessons. That's the real pity of ignorance. "Alice, this is our first outing together. I can take you to listen to a magic class, or watch a duel between magic students. That's much more interesting than spending a dull day under a tree. Oh, and my name is Beavis."
Squeak, squeak.
Alice couldn't understand why Beavis, was talking so much to a stranger. She didn't really want to stand here feeling sad either. She was actually quite curious about magic duels. They sounded far more exciting than simple magic shows. But if Alice disobeyed her mentor's orders, avoided punishment, and wandered off somewhere else, that would be quite bold for the first day of school. Her classmate with the middle-parted hair didn't seem to like this unusual magic student. Alice didn't know why, and her heart was torn between curiosity and caution.
See?
Now, there's nothing to worry about. Beavis pulled a slender black wand from his sleeve and whispered a few magical words. Then he gently waved it toward the tree roots. One of the small roots suddenly turned into a tiny mouse nibbling on its paw. When the mouse noticed Alice's gaze, it lifted a little paw and waved at her. It looked almost exactly like Alice herself, except for a few small differences that were hard to notice without close inspection. Just then, footsteps approached. Beavis made a quiet gesture toward the tiny Alice in his palm. He quickly pulled his robe around himself, chanting faster and faster, and in an instant, he turned into an ordinary-looking stone near the tree roots. Alice became a small bump on the surface of that stone. Their sight, however, remained clear. So when a dwarf magician passed by, both of them could see him perfectly. The dwarf magician looked quite old, with a long white beard jutting forward and bright, sharp eyes that showed no sign of age or weariness. But as the wizard passed by Alice and her friends, he suddenly stopped. Alice instinctively held her breath as the white-bearded dwarf wizard came closer and closer to her and Beavis. No, more precisely, he was heading straight toward them. Though nervous, Alice managed to stay calm and still. She watched as the dwarf wizard's sharp eyes stared directly at the stone that Beavis had turned into. Alice tried hard to resist the urge to take a deep breath. Then the white-bearded dwarf wizard lifted his head, turned his round little body, and smoothly sat down right on top of the stones they had become. Alice's view was blocked, and when she accidentally took a breath, she almost fainted from the terrible smell. The lively dwarf wizard not only used them as a seat, but also let out a loud, smelly puff of air at the worst possible moment. "Oh, what a cute little cat. Such bright eyes. Come here. Let me pet you." The white-bearded dwarf wizard spoke cheerfully. Even though she couldn't see outside, Alice knew he was talking to the milk-colored cat with the silver bead still in its mouth. She could easily imagine the cat's wide-eyed, shocked expression after seeing Alice being sat on.
Meow.
Meow. Alice heard a few cat sounds. Just when she thought the cat was trying to distract the wizard, she realized from the wizard's words that the cat only wanted to sneak away and find its own freedom. She could almost picture the cat's smug, mischievous face. When she and Beavis finally reached the spectator seats of the magic duel, Alice's head, dizzy from the wizard's smell, began to clear. Fortunately, the white-bearded dwarf wizard hadn't discovered them. Unfortunately, Alice had been used as his cushion for a full half-hour. She had to endure the awful smell and stay completely still like a real stone. What puzzled Alice was that the dwarf wizard didn't seem to be resting. It looked more like he was waiting for something. Sometimes he even muttered to himself in a low, unclear voice. "Alice, hurry and hide inside my sleeve. Stop peeking around for my hat." Alice nodded her small head, though Beavis couldn't see her. As she slipped into Beavis's sleeve, the sound of fireworks suddenly filled the air. She looked up at the colorful sparks lighting the sky, their glow reflected in her clear eyes. "These are magic fireworks," Beavis explained lazily from his comfortable seat. "Whenever a magic duel begins or ends, they set off these fireworks." "Do you think they're beautiful, Alice?" "They are. But they're too beautiful, and they disappear too quickly." Watching the fading lights, Alice thought she had never seen fireworks so stunning. Their colors were brighter and more vivid than anything in the human world, almost unreal. "That's how they're meant to be," Beavis said softly. "It doesn't matter that they fade, as long as they make you happy." Something flickered in his eyes, as fleeting as the fireworks above. Although the duel had already begun, neither Alice nor Beavis was paying much attention. Alice was still lost in the beauty of the fireworks, while Beavis lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. "Alice, do you mind black fireworks?" he asked suddenly, his tone serious, but his meaning unclear. His long fingers slowly tightened, and his shoulder-length purple hair swayed in the breeze. Black fireworks? That must be special, Alice replied, now in her mouse form. But they'd have to be set off during the day. At night, you wouldn't see them. She didn't notice the change in Beavis's tone, though she found the question strange. She wanted to ask more, but didn't know how. After Beavis murmured, "Is that so?" he said nothing else. Alice didn't think much of it. Her attention had already turned to the duel taking place in the arena. 2 senior students were competing, one in a red magic robe, the other in white. Their strategies were clear. The one in red focused on attack spells, while the one in white specialized in defense and support magic. Suddenly, the senior in the white magic robe waved his wand, releasing a dazzling silver flash. The light was so bright that everyone's vision blurred for a moment, and they instinctively squinted to ease the discomfort. Just as the silver flash was about to strike the senior in the red magic robe, he activated a jump spell at the last second, reappearing 5 meters to the right. He looked a bit disheveled, but he had successfully dodged the silver flash. However, a sudden sense of unease rose in Alice's heart. She instinctively looked toward the senior in the white robe, her gaze sharpening with focus. Even though they were not close, Alice and the white-robed senior noticed something unusual at the same time. His eyes were purple. No, there were flowing purple runes inside them. But his eyes were supposed to be blue. That purple spell looked strangely familiar to Alice. Where had she seen it before? Her mind raced, unlocking hidden memories one after another. She searched her thoughts as quickly as she could. Faster, faster. Then she remembered it was just a few days ago. The reason the purple spell felt familiar was because it was connected to Brenda's flying broom. At that time, during a dangerous moment, Brenda's broom had suddenly gone out of control. Before it happened, Alice had noticed the same purple runes glowing on the broom's handle. They were exactly the same as the ones now shining in the white-robed senior's eyes. Only the location was different. If the purple spell caused whatever it touched to lose control, then the white-robed senior was already under its influence. "Stop them, quickly!" Alice shouted desperately, but since she had turned into a mouse, her voice was completely different. No matter how hard she tried, only a few nearby magic students near Beavis heard her faint squeaks. The sounds of battle were too loud. Her throat was dry and hoarse, and her voice was quickly drowned out by the noise of the arena. Alice knew clearly it was already too late. What? Boom! Beavis started to ask Alice what had happened, but before he could finish, a loud explosion cut him off. Startled, he turned his eyes toward the source of the blast, the arena. Thick gray smoke covered the entire area. The student in the red magic robe was hidden within the smoke, making it hard to see clearly. Through the haze, they could barely make out a figure lying on the ground, trembling slightly. On the other side, the student in the white magic robe suddenly let out a chilling laugh. The wand in his hand flickered with unstable white light, like a broken lamp. A powerful wave of magic spread from it. The referee, who had been rushing forward to stop him, was now frozen in place, wrapped in magic like a statue. His wand had already fallen to the ground. Even though Alice and Beavis didn't want to believe what they were seeing, they had to face the truth. The student in the white robe had attacked the one in the red robe, leaving him badly injured and unconscious. The referee was also trapped by magic, unable to control the situation. Chaos was inevitable. The white-robed student swung his wand, sending beams of magic tearing through the air toward the audience. Alice grabbed tightly onto Beavis's sleeve. Beavis pulled her close and barely dodged one of the magic blasts. Explosions shook the arena, and thick smoke filled the air, blocking their view. In the darkness, Alice couldn't see what was happening outside, but the constant blasts, running footsteps, and screams filled her with fear and tension. After dodging 3 more magic beams, Beavis suddenly locked eyes with the white-robed student in the distance. Content, unavailable content, unavailable content, unavailable content, unavailable content, unavailable. Her speed was still too slow. Even so, Her speed amazed the other magic students. But compared to her flying instructor's speed, the difference was simply too great. Her golden hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and her black robe rustled loudly. She pushed herself to fly faster, but could only see the faint outline of her instructor far ahead. The instructor was unbelievably fast. Alice sighed inwardly, but she didn't lose heart. She clenched her teeth and kept her eyes fixed on that distant figure, refusing to give up. Clito Academy covered a vast area. Rather than just a magic school, it was more like a city built with mysterious designs. Within this academy, there were many forbidden and secret places. Students were not allowed to enter these areas, and even instructors could not always save those who did. Many who wandered in never came back. Even those who survived were often badly injured. These places were called the Forbidden Zones, the most mysterious and dangerous parts of the academy. But not everyone feared them. A purple-haired student climbed over a tall wall and jumped into one of the forbidden zones, ignoring repeated warnings from the instructors. His movements were smooth and practiced. It was clear he had been there before. In fact, he seemed to be a regular visitor. If Alice had looked down, she would have seen that the intruder was Beavis, the same student who had gone with her to watch the magic duel. But her attention was completely focused on her flying instructor. She had no time to notice anything else. Beavis, too, didn't look up to see what was flying overhead. He was too eager to enter the forbidden zone. Once inside, he moved easily through the maze-like arrangement of magic stones, then passed through a dark underground passage and reappeared at its exit. A strange, unsettling smile appeared on his face. Finally, "It's time to begin," he murmured in a low, raspy voice that echoed through the dim space. When the figure of the flying instructor, Sir Burke, finally disappeared from sight, Alice's eyes went blank. She had lost him. Sir Burke's speed was already incredible, yet he could still accelerate midair. It left her completely amazed. In general, a wizard can accelerate once while flying. That means they can add one more burst of speed after takeoff. Without enough skill, forcing another acceleration would cause the rider to be thrown off by the fast-moving broom. Alice had been maintaining her first acceleration all this time, which was already impressive. But in front of the king of flight, Sir Burke, Alice looked no different from a beginner. So far, only a few master wizards in the entire flying world had ever matched Sir Burke's speed. His 7th acceleration even set a new world record in the magical community. For him to use his 3rd acceleration against Alice, who was still a beginner, showed how extraordinary her talent was. Yet she had no idea. She was still feeling upset for losing sight of the king of flight. "If only I could go a little faster," she murmured. At that moment, her broom suddenly moved in an unusual way. Alice looked down in surprise, and then a message from the broom flowed into her hands. Through her magical sense, she could feel the broom's excitement. It was a strange and wonderful feeling. Before she could react, the broom suddenly sped up, pulling her backward.
Ah!
She gasped, and when she came to her senses, she realized she was flying faster than ever before. The sudden burst of speed filled her with a thrilling sense of freedom. Alice didn't know that she had just reached the 2nd acceleration with the broom's help. Just as she was feeling happy, a huge ball of wind suddenly rushed toward her. The sharp whistling sound startled her. The wind sphere was about 10 meters wide. If it hit her, both she and the broom would be blown away. Alice quickly swerved to the right, barely dodging it. She had just started to relax when another wind sphere came straight at her. Her eyes widened in alarm. There was no way to avoid it. At that critical moment, the broom beneath her suddenly moved. She felt a surge of power coming from the magic broom, and it suddenly turned to avoid the wind sphere. To keep her balance, Alice leaned forward and held tightly onto the broom's handle. Although she dodged the attack, the wind sphere swept away the hat from her head without mercy.
My hat!
This time, Alice was truly anxious. That hat was a newly bought piece of magical equipment, and inside it were her new textbooks and daily essentials. It held most of her belongings. She could only cry out helplessly as the magic hat disappeared into the distance, carried away by the wind sphere. Before she even had time to feel sad, a third wind sphere came rushing toward her. This one was so fast that even her second acceleration spell couldn't help her escape. Alice raised her fist, ready to face the 10-meter-high wind sphere head-on. If she couldn't block the strike, both she and her broom would be swallowed whole by the massive storm. It was a bold and risky move, but she had no other choice. The moment Alice's fist touched the magic wind sphere, a powerful suction pulled her in. She was dragged toward the center before she could resist and was swallowed by the swirling winds. Inside, sharp gusts cut through the air like blades, stinging her skin. She tumbled helplessly, unable to keep her balance. The fierce wind made it hard to breathe. Her chest tightened, and dizziness clouded her mind. A deep sense of helplessness filled her heart. Why were there suddenly so many magic wind spheres? Could someone be targeting her again, just like during the magic duel? Her mind was full of questions, but now was not the time to think. Each breath brought pain to her lungs. The wind sphere seemed to be draining the air around her, making things worse by the second. Alice forced her eyes open, but the cutting winds made them water uncontrollably. Her heart sank lower and lower, as if she were falling off a cliff, about to hit the ground, and at that moment, the pain reached its limit. Alice's mind was foggy, and her lungs had less and less oxygen. Her pretty face turned red from struggling to breathe. But another strong force suddenly burst out, growing rapidly like a tall, mighty tree. I haven't yet become a powerful mage. How can I just keep feeling so down? No, I absolutely can't. She clenched her teeth and used her last strength to let out a silent roar of anger. A semi-transparent wave of sound shot out from Alice in all directions. It was like a huge tidal wave. Her lungs had expelled all the oxygen. A magic wind sphere, 10 meters wide, shook violently from this powerful attack.
Boom!
The wind sphere, unable to hold the force, lost its grip and exploded in midair with a loud bang. As she reconnected with breathable air, Alice instinctively gasped deeply. It was like a dehydrated fish returning to the sea. Her heart was pounding fiercely, fast, bright, and lively. But she was completely exhausted. Alice's body was very, very tired. Before she could recover, she started to fall. Falling to the ground from the sky would hurt her again, adding to her fatigue. She knew this well. Just as Alice tried to activate her flying ability, a force suddenly lifted her body. Her vision blurred, the wind howled in her ears, and when she regained her senses, she was in a strong, caring embrace. Alice looked up at the person holding her. His handsome face showed a charming smile. It was a bit dazzling, and she couldn't help squinting. When Alice realized who this person was, her amber eyes widened in surprise and joy. Not seen you in a few days. Well done, Lady Alice. The handsome young man's voice was deep, warm, and magnetic, always elegant and respectful. Thank you for saving me, Mondries. Where did you go? Alice also smiled in return, but she was too tired, so her voice wasn't bright. She asked the question she had been wanting to ask for a long time. It's a secret. Alice, you need to become stronger. It's time to say goodbye, but I hope you stay safe. Mondries' magic robe fluttered as he looked down at the young girl in his arms, speaking softly and seriously. When will we see each other again? Alice didn't try to hold him back. She was not someone who liked to hesitate. If Mondries had more important things to do, he wouldn't interfere with his life. She also didn't like to force anyone, but Alice often liked to push herself. Your mentor is waiting for you. You'll see him again when the time comes. Don't be too attached. Mondries' voice was gentle, but he didn't give the answer Alice wanted. He bent down and placed the blonde girl on the ground. As soon as Alice stepped away from his embrace, Mondries disappeared in the blink of an eye. The girl was left alone, standing there feeling a bit sad. How did you get here, Alice? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from above. Alice looked up and saw the flying mentor, Sir Ber, looking down at her from the air. I was attacked by a magic wind ball and got lost here. Sorry, I didn't finish my task. Alice lowered her head, feeling a little ashamed as she explained. Then she remembered something and said with longing, "Sir, your flying speed is so fast." "It's really amazing." Sir Ber didn't expect Alice to say that. She wasn't discouraged or upset with him. The blue-haired young man smiled warmly and said, "Hey, you don't know about the 7th acceleration yet? That's just the 3rd acceleration. It wasn't a surprise attack earlier. You were flying through a magic forbidden zone. The wind elements here often become wild, so flying is banned. Since the wind elements are calm for now, hurry and leave before they become active again if you don't want to be attacked by the magic wind ball," Sir Ber urged. "My magic hat was blown away by the wind ball." Alice pointed to her head, where her blonde hair was bouncing around. If she couldn't find her hat, what should she do about her books and magic equipment? She felt a dull pain in her temples. It was really frustrating. "Come back with me, Alice. This is an easy problem to solve," Sir Ber said confidently. "Can you help me find it?" The girl looked up, surprised and hopeful. "No, I can't." Nightbor nodded slightly. "But I know the person who can help you find the hat. Come with me quickly." Alice no longer hesitated. After stepping out of Mondri's embrace, her body's fatigue seemed to fade away, replaced by the joy of reunion. Alice picked up the magic broom lying on the ground and nodded to Nightbor. "All right, mentor." The two rode their magic brooms, flying one behind the other out of the magical barrier, heading swiftly toward a place with dense woods and a small stream. When Alice saw the wooden house on the left side of the forest stream, her mentor signaled that it was time to land. "That guy really dislikes people flying over his territory. Remember that, Alice." The blue-haired mage spoke casually, suggesting that guy was probably someone he knew. "Isn't this area part of the Magic Academy's domain?" Alice asked as she landed and walked forward. Her black magic robe brushed against the soft grass, making a faint rustling sound. "That's correct. But you might not know some hidden rules of Clito. In Clito, some places belong to the Academy but also to the residents. These territories are like magic-restricted zones. No entry without permission. Only with the residents' approval can you come and go freely, or if you have the skill to enter unnoticed, like invisibility magic," Nightbor patiently explained. Their questions and answers quickly brought them to the wooden house door. Suddenly, a wild boar, completely black with 2 red tusks, charged out of the woods. The red-tusked boar quickly turned around, stomped the ground fiercely, and charged at Alice and Nightbor. This was completely unexpected. Alice instinctively looked at her mentor. The young, handsome mage remained calm, showing no surprise. Nightbor reached into his sleeve. Just as Alice thought he might draw his wand, he pulled out a sparkling pink strawberry. Then he threw the strawberry to the approaching red-tusked boar. The aggressive boar opened its big mouth and caught the pink strawberry precisely. Humph, humph, humph. The red-toothed wild boar tilted its head and let out an excited squeal. Its front legs lifted, and it enthusiastically started to dance awkwardly. "Huh." Silently, Alice retracted the magic wand from her sleeve, unsure of what expression to make. Her feelings were a bit complicated right now. This is a friendly-looking magical pig. It's a pet owned by that guy, so there's no need to be afraid, Sir Ber whispered in explanation. When he noticed Alice quietly putting away her wand, he quickly realized what she might be about to do. Not afraid at all. In fact, she seemed ready to fight. He was glad he fed the pig some magic strawberries quickly. Otherwise, this magical pig would definitely have been beaten up by Alice. What a cute black and red magical pig. It's a rare magical pet. How could it be as scary as you said? You're so inexperienced, so clueless. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out behind them. Alice turned to look at the speaker. The man walked straight toward the dancing black and red magical pig, reaching out to pat its twisting behind. The pig immediately stood on all fours, lowered its head, and gently nuzzled the man's shoulder, making 2 soft pig sounds. It looked especially well-behaved. "I don't want to argue, but that doesn't mean your opinion is accepted. I have something to talk to you about." Putting the magic broom into his hat, Sir Ber signaled Alice to step forward. Although it wasn't quite late autumn yet, the weather had already turned cool. The owner of the magical pig was dressed in a short shirt and shorts, showing off his tanned, muscular skin which looked very fit. He didn't seem like a wizard, but rather a strong man. His short, deep brown hair was cut close, with deep-set eyes, a faint wrinkle on his forehead, and light blue stubble on his chin. His features were very sharp. He looked like a sculpture celebrating muscular strength. His gaze fell on Alice. "You don't need to introduce yourself. I know who you are. Let me think. What's your name again?" The man looked like he was struggling to remember, showing a pained expression. "Wow, I'm getting old. Alice, right? That's your name?" He reached out and tapped his forehead, then happily clapped his hands loudly, making a loud bang that sounded almost painful. Her eyes were full of hope, like a child's. "Yes, my name is Alice. What is your uncle's name?" Alice didn't feel uncomfortable. This uncle's temper was a bit rough, but he was genuine. "Alice, you called him wrong. You should call him Grandpa." Sir Knight shrugged and leaned against a magic tree trunk, raising an eyebrow. "Don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is already 105 years old." The muscular man looked annoyed and shouted at Sir Knight, "Will I die if I don't reveal my age? I may be 105, but I still look young and strong like a young man." Realizing Alice was still there, he put away his anger and looked at the delicate, beautiful little wizard. "Anyway, Alice, my name is Bard. Just call me Uncle Bard. This troublemaker brought you to see me. Did you run into some trouble?" The muscular man, calling himself Bard, asked softly. "My hat was blown away by a big magic wind. Can Uncle Bard help me find that hat?" Alice looked hopeful, her eyes shining like amber, warm and clear, so beautiful it was hard to refuse. That's the charm of good looks. Although she didn't realize it herself. Such a thing is easy for Uncle Bard. But you have to promise me one thing. Bard pushed away the black and red magic pig that wanted to kiss him and held up one finger.
Bard, you.
Sir Knight couldn't help but speak out. He didn't expect Bard to ask Alice for something. He didn't want Alice to feel uncomfortable. "What's the condition?" Alice blinked and tilted her head, looking curious and a little confused. "Why did the other person come to find me and Villet?" Alice was very confused. Since arriving in the magical world, she had been attacked by all kinds of surprises, all targeting her or the people around her. She didn't know why everyone in the magic world knew her name, or why someone was always targeting her. So, the figure outside the door, this attacker, the red figure, could it also be one of those who deliberately targeted her? The shadow approaching outside the door became clearer. A red foot without shoes stepped on the ground, and the tattered old robe fluttered, without wind. The fingers peeking out from the long sleeves were thin and bony. On that bent, deformed neck, there was a long crack, revealing sharp teeth inside. Looking up further, its face was like a piece of paper, except for a protruding sharp nose. There was nothing else. It didn't look like a human at all. This strange appearance, just one look, made people feel cold and uneasy. Especially that face, without features except for the nose, and the ugly mouth on the neck. Even without eyes, when the red monster looked up at them, both Alice and Brenda felt they were being firmly locked onto by it. This feeling, it's like a thick, sticky liquid tightly gripping their throats, making them feel tense and suffocated. This was the first time she saw such a hideous creature. The uncomfortable feeling was like maggots gnawing at her bones, a kind of spreading mental pollution, as if it was choking her soul. Faceless demon. How could it appear here? She heard Villet whispering nearby and saw the serious expression on her companion's face, as cold as ice. Although she didn't know what the faceless demon was, now was not the time to ask questions. They had to face a fierce battle, which was very sudden. Because of their previous experiences, she was not panicked now. It's coming. Does the faceless demon have the ability to cause explosions? Holding her slender black magic wand tightly, Alice was fully alert and asked the magic expert beside her. When the faceless demon's skin turns red, the magic inside its body can explode instantly. If not handled properly, the entire restaurant could be destroyed. Virlight's tone was serious, and his icy blue eyes fixed on the approaching faceless monster. He quickly thought of ways to deal with the creature. This was the lower-grade magic restaurant. If the entire building were destroyed by an explosion, unaware diners could be caught in the blast. The faceless monster in its red state, also called the walking human bomb. Wherever it went, explosions followed. Losing control would have terrible consequences. This rare creature in the magic world suddenly appeared in the lower district restaurant. Panic swept through the second-floor dining area like a tidal wave. Students screamed and trembled in the shadow of fear of death. This was the first time a faceless monster had entered the Crito Magic Restaurant. When such a creature, which haunted people's nightmares in textbooks, actually appeared, fear was unavoidable. Not everyone was as calm as Alice. After all, young and fearless. Most people were natives of the magic world, with a deep-rooted fear of monsters. The red-tinged faceless monster paid no attention to the terrified screams around it. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Alice. Its gaunt, crimson hand raised, and the red-tinged faceless monster lunged at Alice's face like lightning. Though it had no eyes, it moved without hesitation. The faceless monster was too fast for Alice to dodge, just as its palm, capable of destroying the entire restaurant, was about to touch her cheek. The faceless monster suddenly stopped attacking. To be precise, it was forced to stop. A hand grabbed its neck, then suddenly pulled it back. Boom! The faceless monster was yanked backward and crashed heavily into the tables and chairs, plates and utensils shattering everywhere. A wild roar echoed as smoke was dispersed by something. A not very strong figure lunged at the feared faceless monster and began a fierce fight with the creature. Whenever the faceless monster's palm started to glow, the person fighting it would strike its hand forcefully, preventing the explosion from happening. Alice and Virolite exchanged a surprised look, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Alice turned her gaze to the brave figure fighting the faceless monster. A familiar feeling suddenly arose from deep within.
Who is he?
Unable to choose to leave the scene quickly, Alice couldn't run away like others. Because at this moment, the person saving her was fighting fiercely with the faceless demon, and she couldn't ignore it. And that person made Alice feel somewhat familiar. Who was this friend, as fierce as a wild beast, fighting so bravely? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her mind, and her pupils shrank instantly. Could it be? The answer was about to come out. At this moment, the smoke caused by the explosion began to clear a little. The brave fighter seemed to notice her gaze and suddenly turned around. Their eyes met. Their crimson pupils were captivating, full of wildness like a beast. Their delicate, handsome face was completely visible in front of her. Failed to retrieve content after the faceless demon incident. The Academy's demon-slaying team often appeared near the dining hall. The guards also became more alert. Since witnessing Sir Br's battle, Alice has been working harder to learn magic. An investigation into the death of the wizard with the white beard is quietly ongoing. However, progress has been very slow. Another week passed, and Alice decided to visit Bard, who lived in a small cabin. If she remembered correctly, Uncle Da was already 105 years old. When she arrived at the cabin and chatted with Bard, suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The whole world seemed to turn dark. Dark purple magic thunderclouds and black-blue tsunami clouds quickly gathered, swirling across the sky. The scene was very spectacular. Alice looked outside through the small window of the cabin. Translucent rain was falling from the sky, flashing like cold, gleaming blades. Drops hit the ground, the cabin, and the leaves, creating loud, dense sounds.
Boom.
The dark purple magic thunderclouds occasionally struck with dazzling lightning, and a thunderous roar could be heard that shook the heart. The weather changed so quickly. I thought today would be a nice day. Alice looked back at Bard sitting on the chair behind her. He was reaching out to play with an orange cat, and upon hearing her, he smiled. Once you learn prediction magic, you won't have to worry about this. Magic is definitely more accurate than weather forecasts in the chicken world. She sat down at the wooden table, resting her chin on her hand, and tilted her head slightly to watch Uncle Da play with the cat. But sometimes it's not always certain, Uncle Da. Her long eyelashes cast two shadows. Honestly, I've seen worse weather with the president. I feel like It wasn't just an accident. Her hand, which was about to pinch the cat's ears, paused. Bard looked up at Alice upon hearing this. The little wizard didn't seem to be joking. Uncle Da's face tightened, making his features look sharper. Is that your guess? Or is there something suspicious about this matter? Little Alice, this is very important. Think carefully. Alice was a bit surprised. Since she met Uncle Da, he had never spoken so seriously before. She knew he cared about her. This eased her heavy mood a little. There are indeed suspicious parts. If it was just intuition, I wouldn't feel so doubtful. Gently petting the small orange cat that was licking her hand, Alice spoke seriously. We not only encountered a thunderstorm but also ran into a tide of red-eyed bats. When I was trying to escape, Villet's broom suddenly lost control. She briefly recounted what happened. This was planned, definitely planned. Bard's tone was very firm, his deep brown eyes flashing with anger. Then, seeming to remember something, he asked Alice, "Any other details? Preferably important ones. But don't worry if there aren't. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Alice didn't expect Bard to care so much about her situation. After all, they had only known each other for 7 days. For some reason, Alice felt a strong sense of trust toward him. Maybe it was because of his age that she felt reassured. The headmaster and many mentors were also quite old, but she didn't have that feeling with them. I only know one detail. When Vellet's broom went out of control, there seemed to be a purple spell on the handle. Alice didn't tell Brenda the reason why the broom went out of control. As the magic president, Brenda has too much work to do. She doesn't want Vellet to bear so much pressure. If what Uncle Da said is true, that someone planned this in advance, the problem must be serious. As a friend, she should help share some of the burden. That way, Vellet can sleep well and recover peacefully. She will handle the rest. Dorothy just needs to help cover for her so Vellet won't notice. Purple spell. Can you remember the general spell pattern? That description is too vague. If you have more clues, I hope you can tell Uncle Da. This will save more time, do you understand? Bard's voice was deep and full of confidence, with brown eyes shining with focus and sincerity. That trustworthy feeling swept over Alice again. It made her hesitation disappear. Maybe that's the charm of someone truly sincere. Actually, I also secretly investigated the magic duel attack and got some information from a witness. Alice decided to trust Uncle Da once more. If he is truly trustworthy, maybe he can help her learn more truth. Alice felt like she regained confidence. Uncle Da also heard about this. What did you find out? Bard frowned. Alice's approach seemed a bit inappropriate. As a student investigating the magic duel incident, interfering with the Guardian's work. That's overstepping. But Bard didn't ask Alice further. He believed the young lion had his reasons. It's definitely not just because of the handsome face of the little wizard, making it hard to ask questions. At least, not entirely. The eye of that out-of-control magic creature showed the purple spell. Alice looked at Bard with firm eyes. I can confirm, it's the same purple spell. I'm sure of it. Bang. Before she finished, the heavy wooden door suddenly swung open with a loud noise. A flash of lightning lit up the figure in a black cloak standing in the rain. Alice and Bard stopped talking and turned to look at the shadow outside the cabin, cloaked in darkness. Rainwater dripped from the person's coat. Because they wore a wide hat, their face was hard to see. A mysterious feeling filled the air. As Alice guessed who this person might be, a clear, cheerful voice came from under the cloak. Haha, sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Recently, my grip has gotten stronger. Do you mind if I come in? The shadow stood at the door, waiting casually for the cabin owner to respond. It seemed as if they weren't standing in a heavy rain. They looked like a traveler from another place, relaxed and at ease. Their voice was pure and bright, sounding like a young teenager around 13 or 14. Stop pretending to be polite. It's raining outside. Of course I'll let you in. Did you break your house again? You really need to change that careless habit, Bard scolded bluntly. It seemed they were old friends, so they spoke without holding back, pointing out each other's faults. They talked non-stop. Alice was sure Bard didn't dislike this person. She was curious about what this unexpected young visitor looked like. She hoped her and Bard's conversation hadn't revealed anything Stop, I know I was wrong. I planned to come later, but since it was raining, I thought it would be easier to come early. The person continued speaking clearly as they stepped into the cabin. They casually took off the cloak and hung their clothes on a simple wooden coat rack nearby. Alice saw the person's face clearly. Indeed, they looked like a young teenager. The boy's eyes were bright and lively. His skin was very fair, almost transparent. His eyelashes were long and thick, and his lips were a soft light pink. The boy's gaze was drawn to the young wizard sitting on a stool. Without exaggeration, wherever Alice was, she always became the center of attention. Her face was as if kissed by an angel, flawless and perfect. A flash of amazement crossed the boy's eyes. This kind of charm, he had only seen it in this girl. "Are you Alice?" The young wizard, dressed in a white shirt, took out a silver wand from his sleeve and softly asked Alice a question. Although it was a question, his tone was very certain. "Don't look so mischievous. You're quite old to still act that way. Aren't you afraid Alice will laugh at you?" Bade loudly reminded him as Alice nodded, like a caring father protecting his daughter. He seemed worried that Alice might be tricked by his friend. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Blake, 94 years old. I don't like sunlight. I am friends with Bade. Nice to meet you, Alice." The boy introduced himself clearly. He recited a spell, using magic to turn his wet clothes into dry, warm ones. Blake nodded happily and walked over to sit at a nearby table. "I'm also happy to meet you." "Blake, Grandpa," Alice answered uncertainly. In fact, she didn't expect Blake to be 94 years old. He still looked young despite his age. It was truly amazing. That's why calling him Grandpa felt a bit strange.
Ah.
Cough, cough. Blake had just poured himself a cup of black coffee when he was startled by the nickname, Grandpa. He coughed for a while before calming down.
Don't call me Grandpa.
It sounds weird. Famous magic writer Ban once said, "Aging physically doesn't mean the mind is old. So, just think of me as a young person. You can also call me Uncle." Blake tapped his chin and awkwardly suggested. He had traveled a lot over the years, and people didn't know his true age. After convincing himself he was a youngster, he couldn't stand being called Grandpa. "You naughty kid, used to wandering outside all the time. Why are you here bothering me today? Did you get into trouble again and need me to clean up for you?" Bade didn't believe what Blake said. Old but pretending to be young, talking about the greatness of writers, he didn't care about that. This guy's specialty was causing trouble. When Blake was young, he loved adventure and was famous as a troublemaker in Clito. He not only often sneaks into forbidden areas but also causes trouble everywhere. He was chased by over 100 magic guard dogs across most of Credo, and once, he even hid under the head teacher's skirt. He released sleep magic from forbidden books, making half the school students doze off during class. During a potion class, he caused an explosion that made the entire lab building shake. He also went exploring spooky places, releasing a group of scary ghosts that scared his roommates so much they wet their pants. In short, although he is grown up now, he still has a childlike heart. He is very mischievous. As an old friend, Blake's arrival made 105-year-old Bard feel worried and sad. He didn't feel surprised at all. "That's not polite, not polite. You shouldn't reveal secrets so easily. You need to be kind, Bard." Blake tapped the table twice and stared at Bard, as if hinting at something. Of course, Alice couldn't understand. But Bard's face turned pale. Thinking of how this guy often burns houses when upset, he quickly gave up on revealing secrets. Then, he changed his mind and came up with a plan. "Alice, if we talk about how much you know about magic curses, your uncle's level isn't high enough. But Blake knows a lot about magic curses. Maybe he can help you find important clues." Blake most fears trouble. Usually, he would turn around and leave immediately. But this time it was different. He looked at the blonde young wizard and asked seriously, "Alice, what kind of magic curse are you trying to find?" Support your friends by giving a recommended vote and leaving comments on this book. Enjoy reading. Alice sat at her dorm desk, propping her chin with one hand. The light reflected her thoughtful silhouette. Memories of the wooden cabin and what Blake said about possible clues floated in her mind. She organized her thoughts. According to Blake, there are many types of purple curses in the magical world, mostly dark magic. Because she didn't remember all the curse patterns, Blake could only guess based on the condition of the person affected. It's certain that the caster of the purple curse usually has strong power. The caster is likely a powerful wizard hiding within Credo Academy. What exactly is his purpose? Alice saw the effects of the purple spell twice, once on Willet's broom and once in the eyes of a white magic creature. Suppose these two spells were cast by the same person. Why did the spell appear on the flying broom? If someone truly wanted to harm them, controlling a person would be more effective than controlling a broom. Of course, she didn't want Brenda to be hurt by the purple spell. But she always felt there was more to these incidents than met the eye. And there's Beavis. Since that day he stopped the faceless creature, Beavis has disappeared from the magic school. She asked classmates about Beavis's whereabouts, and after a long search, she found his class, only to learn he had already taken leave. Everything in front of her was shrouded in mystery. Mundress's identity, Beavis's red eyes, the strange death of the dwarf mage, the mysterious purple spell. Black promised her he would find the most likely purple spell as soon as possible. Once he had a conclusion, he would come to tell Alice the details. So, there was progress. Alice comforted herself. She returned from the small wooden house to her magic dormitory, where the rain started falling again outside the window. Willet hadn't come back yet. Dolores was happily eating and drinking in her sleep. According to Dolores, rainy days are better for sleeping. Whenever it rained, whether in class, the dorm, or somewhere else, Dolores always looked very sleepy. She would then let out a loud hunger growl from her stomach. Alice blinked, gently brushed her eyebrows, and stood up. Even though it was still raining outside, she decided to act early to satisfy her hungry stomach. Maybe buying some green fruit would wake Dolores from her sleep and give her more time to do magic practice. Better than sleeping in. Avoiding being clueless during the monthly exams and getting scolded badly during the battle tests. The rain didn't seem to want to stop. Alice held a small black umbrella and hurried through the magic students. Even with the umbrella, playful raindrops occasionally hit her magic robe. The moist air made everything feel fresh. The magic raindrops falling on the black umbrella made a soft, delicate sound. Alice's mood gradually settled with the sound of rain, and her shoulders relaxed slightly. She slowed her steps, actually intending to go to dinner with Willet. Even if they were just heading to the restaurant on the way, without eating together, the magical rain eased her tense nerves, and her stomach felt less hungry. At a corner of an intersection, she unintentionally turned back and looked, catching sight of the purple-haired boy. Alice instinctively stopped, but the boy kept walking forward. As they nearly brushed past each other, she couldn't help but whisper, "Thank you for saving me." "Are you okay, Beavis?" The purple-haired boy paused slightly, but did not turn around. He turned his deep purple umbrella, lowered his magical hat, leaving only a distant figure of him walking away from the girl. It seemed more like fleeing than leaving. Alice didn't understand why he was avoiding her. Maybe Beavis had some secret worries? She knew too little about Beavis. Alice didn't chase after him or stop the boy from escaping. Although she hoped Beavis would share his recent situation or explain his eye problem, she also respected his choice. "Hey, Alice, are you here for dinner?" A teasing voice interrupted her thoughts, and she recognized the speaker. But he wasn't exactly familiar. The speaker had small eyes, black curly hair, dark skin, and thick lips. He was a subordinate of Edward. Alice had a faint impression of him. The subordinate with small eyes smiled with thick lips, but her eyes held cold hostility. Even though Alice had no interaction with him, he showed his hostility openly. She didn't care about these things. Alice cared about the people she valued, but she had no interest in others. Seeing her glance at him, the subordinate turned and walked away. Alice was not angry or embarrassed. She even ignored him. Such rudeness was no wonder Lord White was displeased. He only had a good appearance. "Dange." A familiar voice sounded, and the blonde girl paused. The boy appeared in her path, and his companion blocked the way firmly. Handsome features, deep-set eyes, short flaxen hair. Alice couldn't possibly not recognize the person. Edward. Alice silently repeats his name in her mind. She doesn't want any contact with Edward. She stops walking and waits for them to leave on their own. Lord White, you have arrived. Donjia, her little follower, immediately bows and greets Edward politely. His tone is very respectful. Like flipping a book, his expression changes quickly, just like a boy's. She can't help but roll her eyes lightly, and Edward notices this. Impudent girl, you're so annoying. During her time at the orphanage, she was isolated and bullied. She chose to endure it to hide her secret, not wanting to hurt others, because her ability sometimes becomes hard to control. Edward, her only friend back then, knew her powers well. Now, she no longer needs to hide her secret. Alice silently watches Edward. Donjia actually sees a hint of fear in the leader's eyes. Although those eyes are pure and clear, they contain a frightening sense of pressure, like a raging storm coming in, making people want to step back. Edward has never seen such a look before. As the heir of the White Magic family, he feels he can't match the other's aura. Would it be embarrassing to admit that? Alice is no longer the same as before. She is no longer the annoying, ugly girl who followed him around. No matter if her face is ugly or beautiful, she still seems unpleasant, at least to Edward. That's how it appears. Go away. Alice's voice is calm, like a still lake, undisturbed. Edward's provocation has exhausted her patience. Alice comes from the human world and doesn't understand much about the magic family. The White family, where Edward is from, has a bad reputation because of an evil wizard, so they hold little status among magicians. Alice isn't interested in knowing more. She doesn't care how others see her, nor is she afraid of offending anyone. This fearless spirit, often called blind courage, is innate in Alice. The boy's eyes seem clouded with darkness, silent and unspoken. How bold of you. Next, two followers who blocked Alice's way stepped forward. They were not as rough and tough as Dongayer. They prepared to take out their wands from their sleeves to teach the girl who challenged their boss a lesson. Alice's eyes turned icy. While they fumbled with their umbrellas and searched for their wands, she was already ready to strike first. Her secret energy was slowly drawn out and gathered in her palm. Although the amount drawn was small, it was enough to deal with these two obstacles. Alice moved swiftly. Edward finally understood what this girl was about to do. Before he could say anything to stop her, a gust of wind blew his hair into a messy tuft. Then, the two little followers screamed. Ah.
Ah, ah, ah.
Ah. Even a dog should listen to its owner. Edward really wanted to say that. You? You. Dongayer blinked his small eyes, opened his mouth, and looked stunned, remaining still. After knocking out the two followers, Alice turned to look at Dongayer. The girl raised one eyebrow. This slightly questioning expression, in his eyes, was no different from a threat. It seemed to say, "Do you want to get beaten too?" Dongayer wanted to show his bravery in front of the boss, and he planned to do so. He made eye contact with Alice. This girl, who could easily knock people out, made his courage suddenly collapse.
You
should go. Dongayer withdrew his finger from pointing at the girl, his voice trembling slightly. It sounded weak and powerless. Edward. Until Alice left, Dongayer regained his energy. He looked at the silent Edward, feeling ashamed of his foolish words and actions. Lord White, I think we should report this to the Magic Council, or maybe have the head of the school judge fairly. Dongayer showed an eager face, trying to come up with plans for Edward. He secretly hoped the other would forgive him and tried to make up for his earlier mistake. Darn it, I don't like that dirty mud. Edward gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were fierce. He didn't care that Dongayer was stunned. He turned and walked away on his own. His messy hair, blown by the wind, looked as disorganized as muddy water on the ground. He hurried to buy 2 green fruits just in time and, as usual, bought some fresh small dried fish for the cow-milk cat. He chose a large bowl of ramen, and Alice sat on the second floor of the restaurant, happily eating with friendly diners. This was her first time eating magic ramen. It didn't have many ingredients, but it tasted very good. The noodles were chewy and springy, the vegetables crisp and salty, and the broth rich and nourishing. This place was very popular and had a good reputation. Although Alice wasn't a big eater, this bowl of ramen made her feel happy. If she had the chance, she planned to invite everyone from dorm 608 to come and try this ramen shop. Back at the dorm, the cat, smelling fishy, suddenly jumped into Alice's arms and reached out with its paw to grab the small bag of dried fish in her hand. Alice sensed something was wrong. Using her sharp intuition, she noticed the person sitting at the desk looking at her. It was Verliet. Updates will resume soon. Failed to retrieve content. Failed to retrieve content. Failed to retrieve content. Failed to retrieve content. A face covered in stripes suddenly moved close, and the beast opened its wide, blood-filled mouth, revealing sharp teeth covered in sticky, warm mucus. It bit down fiercely at the challenger. The humanoid boy waved his magic wand and quickly cast a spell. When he was less than half a meter from the beast's mouth, he used a jumping spell to dodge the attack. He appeared on the other side of the cage. The beast swung its tail suddenly, hitting the boy's abdomen. He was propelled backward like a cannonball and crashed heavily into a metal pillar.
Ding.
Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sound made the angry beast suddenly become alert. Could it be that touching the magic runes makes even it unlucky? 2 purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the boy and the beast separately. The purple electricity fiercely stimulated their nerves, and unbearable pain swept over them again. Roar. The beast let out a painful roar. The boy, struck by the lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and his eyes grew dimmer. Sweat soaked through his clothes, and his purple hair became curly from the moisture, with droplets hanging from the tips. The young boy was gasping heavily, his ears ringing, and his vision turning black. There was definitely a problem with the information. The description didn't match the actual situation, and it didn't mention the thunder punishment curse. If he showed any weakness, his chance of survival would be very slim. To achieve his goal, he had only one option. A voice interrupted his thoughts. This voice made his blurry consciousness clearer. Someone was calling his name. He slowly got up, supporting himself with his hands. His blurry sight refocused, and he turned to look outside the cage. A smaller figure appeared in his view. A pair of bright eyes, making him feel ashamed, looked at him. Those eyes showed no fear, only confusion and concern. As long as he saw those eyes, he knew who the person was. It was Alice. He silently repeated her name in his mind. After entering the cave, Alice had followed the sound of fighting and found her way here. She didn't know she would meet Beavis. When Alice discovered Beavis, he surprisingly felt a little happy inside. She didn't mind his terrifying appearance at the moment. "Alice, you're here," he said with a faint smile, feeling much better. "What happened? Are you okay?" Alice couldn't help but ask. Before she finished speaking, the beast in the cage suddenly attacked. A huge shadow covered the 2 young wizards. The terrifying roar of the monster made the ground shake, and stalactites above the cave fell one after another. Alice punched the rocks apart, covering her ears to ease the pain in her eardrums. But it was useless. This was a combination of mental power and sound waves, targeting both the soul and the body. The sound waves whipped up a fierce wind, and the mental pressure was almost suffocating. Alice had never seen this kind of monster before. It was clear this monster was very special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been specifically imprisoned by Cleto. Beavis looked very pale, with no trace of color in his face. Even though the boy was smiling, her worries only grew. If the monster's roar continued, both she and Beavis would go crazy. Her mind was racing to find a way to make the monster shut up. Blocking its mouth was a good idea, but she couldn't find such a big stone. Alice's magic skills were limited. She hadn't learned any spells specifically for mental attacks. Now, the only thing she could rely on was her own strength. Quick thinking sparked in Alice's mind. A flash of light crossed her eyes. "Ah!" The young wizard raised her voice and let out a silent scream. The powerful wave of sound, like a tidal wave, had an unexpected effect. Ordinary people could hardly hear Alice's voice. But for animals, especially those with sharp hearing, this sounded like a huge explosion. Because animals' ears are different from humans, some can even detect subsonic and ultrasonic sounds. Who would have thought a tiny girl could produce such a terrifying sound? This was a crushing victory. The trapped monster almost went deaf and immediately stopped resisting after Alice's outburst. It ceased its fight. The trembling ground still shook, because Alice's roar hadn't stopped yet. Did this roar really have such a strong effect on the monster? 5 seconds after Alice finished her shout, she saw the proud monster frozen in place. Its eyes were blank, like a statue. The monster's ears twitched, and when Alice looked at it, they immediately drooped and pressed tightly against its head. Beavis raised an eyebrow. Thought it was something impressive, but it just gave up? Cracks and explosions echoed as dust and smoke filled the air, making the space even darker. From Beavis's perspective, above the unicorn he was holding tightly, a blonde girl silently appeared on top of the giant monster's head. Alice raised both hands, glowing with a dark gold light. While gathering this power, the monster's anger from being humiliated by Beavis suddenly disappeared. Its ears stood up straight, and its fur bristled. A strong sense of danger swept over them. The monster sensed something was wrong. Alice would never give it a chance to dodge, so she quickly attacked. A dark gold secret energy shot out like lightning, rushing toward the target. The two large ears of the trapped monster.
Boom, boom.
Two loud explosions sounded. The dark gold energy exploded upon contact. Hot, greenish liquid poured out from the monster's ears, soaking the surrounding fur. Roar! The monster let out a painful roar, and the powerful explosion shattered both ears. This fierce attack made Beavis, who was watching, open his eyes in surprise. The monster's ears are its weak point. Being able to find this weakness, quickly decide how to attack, and having incredible strength and reaction speed, such fighting talent is a shame not to be a warrior. When Alice grows up, what will she be like? Beavis couldn't help feeling curious, yet also strangely proud. If Alice had faced this directly, she might not have had Beavis's experience. But her destructive power was excellent. That special secret energy inside her body is her strongest card. Alice looked at the suffering, roaring monster. The secret energy blast played a big role, blowing its ears into pieces. Just as she guessed, the monster's weak point was its ears. When both ears were badly damaged, the powerful pressure the trapped monster released also weakened step by step. Both of them felt relief. The red glow from the rhinoceros horn gradually dimmed, like a machine running low on power and unable to operate normally. Taking this opportunity, Alice uses her magic to attack the monster's ear again. Hit in its weak spot, the monster, even if it wants to fight back, feels powerless. Even maintaining its angry mood makes it very tired. That thunderbolt spell, even with great power, has never made it look so helpless before. Its already weak body trembles slightly, but unexpectedly, that annoying girl still manages to land the final blow. The beast falls to the ground in a big explosion, kicking up a lot of dust. Alice breathes a small sigh of relief. She jumps down from the monster's head and goes to her exhausted companion sitting on the ground. Good teamwork, Alice says, reaching out her hand, her tone slightly cheerful from victory. It's not over yet. She shakes her head to show she's fine, and Beavis uses her strength to stand up. In fact, he knows he can stand up, but he just wants Alice's help. He doesn't really know what he's thinking. Maybe he just doesn't want Alice's hand to be empty. The boy comforts himself. Not over, Alice pauses, tilting her head in a cute, confused way, looking puzzled. Let me finish it. You just watch. Without explaining further, the boy stares at the giant monster like a small mountain, his voice low. Beavis's handsome, gentle face is covered with a dark aura. It looks like a cloudy sky. Beavis's whole presence changes. This feels strange to Alice. Beavis's eyes are full of hatred and pain. What is wrong with him? Alice wonders, confused. Why is Beavis in the Forbidden Land? And why is he fighting monsters late at night with Kark? Beavis hides his fangs and red eyes. Is he not human? There are many questions left to solve. Alice isn't sure if he will tell her the truth. If Beavis has worries, nothing can be resolved, but at least he no longer hides from her like before. So, It's not all progress lost. Alice is naturally optimistic, so she won't be too upset. Vive's purple hair swayed as he used his magic, and his face showed a somber expression that didn't match his age. At this moment, Vives looked like a beast wearing human skin. Cold and cruel. One magic circle after another, varying in depth, appeared in the air. They floated in front of the young boy. He pointed his black wand downward, and all the magic circles gathered at the tip of his wand. Remember to save this after reading, and feel free to leave comments and support. The magic waves emitted by these circles had subtle differences, mainly in red, just like the color of Vive's eyes. When all the magic circles concentrated on the black wand, they disappeared completely. Suddenly, the wand's color became lively. A faint red mist, clear and shimmering, wrapped around the wand, giving off a delicate, enchanting glow, flowing as if it had a life of its own. Like a beautiful, shining galaxy in miniature. Long fingers held the black wand. A dazzling, tiny galaxy danced along with the wand, rushing out and entering the creature's body. Dark red flames ignited, burning the creature's organs completely in less than half a minute. The boy stepped forward, his expression cold. He took out a uniquely shaped dagger from his sleeve and gently ran the blade along the creature's belly. The flesh, unprotected by magic, had no resistance against the sharp dagger and was cut open. The dagger remained clean, smooth, and shiny. Vives showed a hint of disgust inside, carefully wiping the dagger again and again. Only when he was sure it was free of dirt did he sheath it. He reached into the creature's belly, rummaged around for a while, and pulled out something. Without caring about the girl's gaze, he put it in his mouth and swallowed. His way of eating was rough, but his movements were very confident. Seeing his skilled technique, Alice understood that he must do this often. He had at least gained good experience. Vives stood up and walked to the creature's head, took out the strange dagger from his sleeve, and opened the creature's skull. Every time he finished with the dagger, he carefully wiped the blade again and again. Although the dagger looked very clean, Vives still cleaned off any dust. When performing brain surgery on the monster, his eyes were full of disdain. Rather than disliking the monster itself, he seemed to dislike that the monster's flesh had stained his dagger. After reaching this conclusion, Byways approached and handed her something. Alice instinctively reached out to catch it. She looked at the stone in her hand, which looked like a diamond, and her face showed confusion. "What is this?" She turned her head and asked. Byways looked at the creature that had been opened up. The monster's body was quickly decaying and breaking apart, eventually disappearing completely, as if it had never existed. "This is magic crystal. It can strengthen the magic wand's power, reduce magic consumption, and increase its durability. Your magic is very destructive to the wand. It can be reinforced several times. Keep it safe." The gloom in his eyes faded, and the bright light in his red pupils steadied. "Is that so? I don't know much about these things." "Thank you, Byways," Alice blinked and said. She only wanted to help Byways deal with the monster, not to get any magic crystals. But he gave her the crystal, which was a surprising gain, and she also learned something new. "You seem very curious about me, Alice," Byways suddenly said, his voice just loud enough for her to hear clearly. The glory of their ancestors still supported them to this day. Now, with advanced technology, there was no shortage of newborn beast cubs, but they could not inherit the true strength of their bloodlines. And almost all of them were male. Female genes were extremely difficult to reproduce. Even when successful, the females often lacked the ability to bear offspring. Look, the results are out." Someone pushed forward eagerly, trying to get a better view. "Don't push. But you weren't afraid." "I'm glad about that." Byways slowly turned around. His red eyes reflected the beautiful shadow of the girl, and his thin lips curled slightly. The sharp teeth, and those eyes were captivating. Byways was smiling. His smile carried a hint of subtle loneliness. "I am a demon. I was born with great strength, speed, and magic. People fear us, and this fear has lasted from long ago until now. Whether it's simple-minded creatures or weak humans, they all fear us. Later, the demon race was attacked by many, almost wiped out. But some demons survived and reproduced their next generation. And I am one of them. I hide my identity and live in this world like a magical citizen. I sneaked into the academy to disguise myself, just wanted to be treated equally. This is my secret. But as you can see, I have already revealed it. Bevis paused here, closing his bright red eyes that flickered with emotion. When he opened them again, they were steady. His hands hanging by his sides still trembled slightly, but he managed to control his restless feelings. I won't tell anyone about this. Alice instinctively clenched her magic crystal and seriously promised. You don't need to say these things. When I realized you were different from them, I suddenly felt it wasn't necessary to hide anymore. So, while I still have the courage, I will tell you everything. We're still friends, right? The boy's voice grew softer, and his smile seemed forced. He didn't back down because this was the answer he wanted most to hear. If you like it, please save it to your favorites and feel free to vote for it. Although she couldn't fully understand Bevis, she wouldn't end this precious friendship just because he was different from her. Moreover, both of them had stepped forward to help each other when in danger. Even if they weren't the same kind, it only surprised her a little. Before, Alice also thought that Bevis might be different from ordinary people. So when Bevis told the truth, she was mentally prepared. We are friends, and always have been. Alice looked into Bevis's eyes, her expression gentle. Her eyes were clear and pure. That kind and friendly gaze was dazzling. The demon boy and the blonde girl looked at each other. Maybe only a few seconds passed, but it felt like centuries. At least, that was how it felt to Bevis. It seems my honesty was right. This is the answer I wanted. You gave me a very good result, Alice. Baiweizi's mouth curved into a natural smile, this time genuinely showing happiness. By the way, are we going to stay here and chat forever? I think we should leave now. I messed up the mission. It's so frustrating. Thinking about the dwarf who got lost, Alice felt sad. She didn't know what he was really trying to do. She didn't want anyone else to get involved. If it was something she could handle, she would end it herself. What do you mean? Before Baiweizi could finish, a series of loud noises interrupted him. The sounds came suddenly, startling both of them. When they recovered, they saw the metal pillars around them suddenly start to turn. The pillars spun faster and faster, until all they could see was a blur of movement. Baiweizi frowned in worry. He thought they could just defeat the monster and leave, but now it seemed both he and Alice might be trapped in this strange place. Baiweizi felt annoyed. He didn't want to drag Alice into trouble. Although they were startled, Alice didn't think too much about it. Even if the cage was meant to trap them, it might not succeed. If there was no way out, she would just blow it up. It was a rough method, but it worked well. Fortunately, nothing worse happened after that. The metal pillars blew a strong wind that moved their hair and clothes. Alice sensed that the cage's creator didn't want to hurt those who defeated the monster. When the spinning reached a critical speed, a strange energy burst from the top of the cage. That power was very strong, and both of them had to step back several paces to keep their balance. Alice looked up at the center of the cage. There was a clear, purple light pillar standing there, with mysterious mist swirling inside. A powerful, awe-inspiring music began to play. It was vast and mysterious. That was Alice's first impression of the purple light pillar. Just as she wanted to look more closely at the mist inside, a sudden burst of bright purple light exploded from the center of the pillar, instantly covering the entire space of the cage. Alice instinctively closed her eyes. The light was so bright it was hard to look at directly. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that her surroundings had changed. Baiweizi's face showed a look of surprise that he couldn't hide. A huge black space stretched out, filled with countless shining stars. A nearly 100-meter-high magic gate floated in the air, decorated with intricate and beautiful patterns. There were no flaws at all, like a perfect piece of jade. It was so beautiful that people looked up to it with admiration. Two young wizards looked up at the mysterious and strange magic gate, both speechless with awe. The visual impact was so strong that it was hard to describe with words. After silently gazing for a while, they finally shook off their shock. Baiweizi instinctively lowered his voice. The magic gate. So this is what Cleto Academy has. I was right to come here. Alice could hear the first part clearly, but the second part was too quiet to catch. Perhaps the shock was too intense, so Alice didn't pay much attention to that detail. Are you saying this gate is the legendary magic gate that can travel through time and space? She wiped her eyes and asked softly, uncertain. Since arriving here and seeing this huge magic gate, she suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. She was sure she had never seen this gate before. If she had, it would be in her memory. But if she had never seen it, then where did this familiar feeling come from? This is truly a night to remember. The legendary magic gate is not just a name. Such art cannot be matched by humans or monsters. Regaining his composure, Byways spoke with admiration. As a knowledgeable descendant of monsters, only the magic gate could impress him so deeply. Haha, little guy, your words are quite nice. You really saved me a lot of trouble, and that makes me happy. For today's update, please save this page. Friends who support us, remember to vote for us. Thank you very much. Alice and Byways both turned around at the same time, looking toward the source of the sound. Both of them were deeply moved after seeing the legendary magic gate. At this moment, I realized this uninvited guest. When Alice saw the visitor, she pursed her lips and looked alert. This uninvited guest looked exactly like the old wizard with a white beard, even the same height. How could a dead person appear here? Thinking of the strange dream from tonight, Alice's doubts grew deeper. Bevis hadn't been visited by the spirit of the deceased, so he looked surprised. Alice's reaction caught his attention. Both of them had seen the dwarf with the white beard, and it was just the day before the dwarf died. Alice wouldn't be cautious without reason. There was something suspicious about this dwarf, and he seemed like a troublemaker. Are you surprised to see me? Ha, it's nothing special. The death message you saw was just a joke from Clito. I wasn't harmed. It's just a trick. Ignoring their changing expressions, the dwarf spread his hands and explained casually, letting the deceased take the blame. No one believed that a dead person could be easily revived. These two little troublemakers would also be targeted, interfering. Or rather, occasionally disrupting Clito's investigation might be good. The dwarf was feeling pleased, a proud smile on his face. He glanced at the two people present, then curled his lips in annoyance. Don't you two go back to sleep soon? Tomorrow morning, someone will explain this funny prank. Alice remained unmoved and took out her own magic wand. She pointed the wand at the talking dwarf wizard, her tone cold. Who are you? Stop pretending. I know you're fake. Her voice was firm, her eyes sharp as swords. Bevis's doubts immediately cleared. His red eyes fixed coldly on the white-bearded dwarf. There were two possibilities. First, the dwarf wizard was already dead, and this person was definitely an imposter. Second, the dwarf wizard was dead, and Alice was suspicious of this person, testing him. Having considered this, Bevis said nothing more. He quietly became alert, ready to fight at any moment. Moreover, the other person had seen Bevis's secret. Even if Alice let the dwarf go, he wouldn't give up easily. It looks like you don't plan to leave. You didn't say these things, which is good. If you had, it would mean you've already shown your position. I don't need to hide anymore. I can honestly tell you, and I'm not afraid of secrets being revealed. After all, the dead are silent. The imposter's expression gradually darkened, like a swirling undercurrent beneath the water, black rotting wood soaked in rain on a gloomy day. Talking so much, but not daring to show your true face. Alice isn't afraid at all. That last remark was just a test. Surprisingly, the other person openly admitted it. She plans to keep pushing. Maybe the purple curse is related to this person. The dwarf following them into the magic gate space has very obvious intentions. The magic gate is a legendary artifact. Although Alice doesn't know much about it, she understands many want to possess it. This imposter looks suspicious. Perhaps he was the one who killed the dwarf mage. Allowing someone like him to get the magic gate could lead to terrible things. She can't just stand by and watch. I'm tired of living behind this mask. Don't you want to see who I really am? The dwarf tore off the mask on his face, revealing a familiar face. He stretched, bones creaking. His small body rapidly grew and changed shape, his face, like a stone sculpture, expressionless. Though not tall, he reached about 1.7 meters. Alice has seen this person before. Magic Stone. Professor, although she guessed the imposter's identity, she didn't expect that the person disguised as someone else would turn out to be the Magic Stone professor she had mistaken for someone else. Vivis had heard of the Magic Stone professor teasing students, but he had never been teased himself. There are many professors at the Crito Magic Academy. The Magic Stone professor isn't very powerful and has no special talents. So when her friend mentioned his position, she suddenly realized this person was a professor. Are you the Magic Stone professor I hid in the nose? Alice looked a bit uneasy. She really wants to believe the Magic Stone professor is innocent. After all, with such poor skills, he wouldn't be impressive at all. So you're the one who hit my stone monster double in the nose. The Magic Stone professor also suddenly understood. This can't be blamed on his lack of knowledge. The substitute is just a disguise, a cover for his true identity. Professor Magic Stone is only just average among the many professors, lacking even a proper specialized teaching course. Every year, he receives the lowest rank of professor's gold coins. Besides teasing students, he has no other special skills, if teasing students counts as a skill. Professor Magic Stone almost exposed his disguise when Alice broke his nose, nearly ruining the whole plan. That mistake really needs to be addressed. Enjoy today's update. Happy reading. Friends who like this story, please remember to give a recommendation vote and add it to your favorites. In the magic dormitory. On Alice's bed, a milk-colored kitten suddenly wakes up. The kitten squints, reaching out a paw to the side, but it touches nothing. The kitten instantly becomes alert, its big eyes full of water, no longer sleepy. The calico cat notices its owner is gone. It looks at the time. It's still late at night. The owner doesn't usually go to the bathroom at night and doesn't like drinking water before bed. To confirm its guess, the milk calico jumps down from the owner's bed. It lands silently, then turns its little hips and rushes toward the bathroom with a cake-shaped toilet and bath. But no one is there. The calico is sure now. Its little owner has left. She has left room 608. The owner doesn't sleepwalk, at least not during the time they've been together. She hasn't gone out in the middle of the night to cause trouble. So something must have happened. The cat taps its head with a paw, sighing as if it's yawning. It's all because it slept too soundly. Its owner left so quickly after they just met. The owner probably doesn't realize how lonely it is to have a nightmare with no one to comfort you. Usually, if she has a nightmare, even if she doesn't open her eyes, she would let the calico hold her hand. It would gently comfort her with its fluffy head. Now, after having a nightmare, without Alice's comfort, its life feels empty and lonely. No, that's not the main point. At this moment, the calico realizes it has a big task. It must find Alice. A cat's power is limited, so, to be safe, it needs to call some humans. The middle-parted cat looked at Dorothy asleep. The girl with pink hair was lying awkwardly on the bed, drooling shiny saliva from the corner of her mouth. Unless there was something delicious to eat or the alarm clock's loud ringing, she wouldn't wake up. She would keep dreaming about food. The food from last night was all gone, so there was no way to tempt the sleeping girl who loved to eat. The cat shifted its gaze to the other side, facing the owner's bed, where the Magic Club president was sleeping. Although it didn't know if the president was annoyed about waking up, nobles usually behaved well. And since this involved Alice, even if she was angry, she would probably be mad at her owner. But it was just a cat. Thinking this, the cat felt a little relieved. Surely, the owner would take responsibility. No, wait, this was her problem to handle. With this thought, the cat no longer hesitated and jumped onto the bed decorated with violet patterns. Its fluffy paws gently poked the noble girl's shoulder a few times. Under the hopeful gaze of the cat, Brenda's nose twitched slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, as if she was about to wake up. Just as the cat was about to cheer happily, Velvet slowly turned over and kept sleeping. A little cat. It was so speechless. Could it be that the heir was another sleepy Dorothy? But her sleeping posture was much more elegant. But that wasn't the main point. The The cat tapped its head with its paw again and gathered its courage. Lowering its body, it meowed softly and pounced on the beautiful face. The sleeping club president was forcibly awakened by the sudden weight on her face. "Is this Alice's cat?" The person and the cat stared at each other. The very determined cat moved its bottom away from the face. Meow, the middle-parted cat, tried to act cute. Looking at the pitiful little cat, the noble heir remained silent with a cold face for 2 seconds. Then, she sighed slightly. "Did you need something from me?" Since her roommate was still sleeping, and even though Alice and Dorothy didn't sleep lightly, she lowered her voice out of politeness. "Meow, meow, meow." The middle-parted cat's cute act works, and it immediately stops looking pitiful. It quickly jumps back onto its owner's bed and circles around several times. Although she had gone to bed quite late, the president is not angry. The nightmare just now is not worth remembering. This was the first time the cat came to find her in the middle of the night, so something must have happened. Seeing the empty bed across from her, she realizes how serious the problem is. Alice is gone. Meow, meow. Verret hears the sound and looks up. The middle-parted cat has already come to the window, using its fluffy paw to push it open, then jumps out instantly. This is the 6th floor. This cat, like its owner, is very special. Verret quickly puts on a black magic robe, rides a broom, and flies out, gently closing the window behind him. The speed of the middle-parted cat is even hard for Alice to catch. Verret follows closely behind, and the girl and the cat quickly disappear into the night. Alice doesn't know about these things. She and Beavis were hit by Professor Magic Stone's spell and flew out of the magic door's space. They land heavily in the secret prison of the cage. She stumbles and manages to get up. Beavis is badly hurt, and he feels worse than Alice now. They underestimated Professor Magic Stone. "Sorry I forgot to post today's update earlier. It might be a little late. Thank you for your support." At that moment, a bright blue magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Alice. The tip of her sword paused for a moment when it touched the blue magic circle. Although it was just a brief moment, it was enough for the rescuer. Before she could understand what was happening, a fast-moving shadow appeared beside her. Without saying a word, the shadow grabbed Alice around the waist and pulled her away, then withdrew just as the flying sword hit the blue magic circle. They flew about 10 meters further before slowing down and landing on the ground. The person had silver hair with blue tips, flowing in the wind created by the broom's acceleration, and clear, icy blue eyes. The rescuer let out a sigh of relief. Alice blinked in surprise and asked aloud, "How did you get here?" The person who saved her was not Beavis or any magic teacher. It was Alice's roommate, the noble heir of a magic family, Lord Brendeville. "It was your cute pet that brought me here. You're too reckless and careless." Verville's fine eyebrows furrowed slightly. His voice was clear, but it was obvious he was unhappy. Meow. Alice felt a bit guilty and scratched her head. Verville was hard to deal with. Just as she was feeling awkward, a cat suddenly jumped into her arms precisely. Puff! The knight's sword shattered the bright blue magic circle, and a strong wind and loud roar swept away. The knight's sword flew forward and stabbed into the chest of the green, water bubble-covered monster. Green liquid burst out from the wound, turning into a thick fog after hitting the ground and spreading continuously. The green monster's eyes were unfocused, and its expression was dull. It didn't expect the Dark Knight to attack it. It didn't realize it was accidentally hurt. Alice's plan was for the knight and the monster to fight, and by chance, the plan was completed. However, the Dark Knight's power was stronger than the monster's. More precisely, the most frightening thing about the mutated monster was that it carried deadly poison. Its defense wasn't much improved. This was different from what Alice had expected. She knew the Dark Knight was strong, but she still underestimated how much damage it could do. The Dark Knight's attack, piercing through the well-defended monster, combined with its mental pollution, was very powerful. The original plan was no longer feasible. The life of the Dark Mage was steadily fading, and it was clear he wouldn't survive much longer. Even if he didn't die now, he wouldn't last much longer. He simply couldn't compete with the Dark Knight. Alice saw it this way, but Bevis didn't think about these things. Because Velvet had saved Alice, he finally relaxed his worries. As for the dark mage being accidentally injured and badly hurt, Bevis wouldn't feel any pity. Velvet didn't know what had happened, but her arrival caused the professor to change his plans accordingly. Professor Magic Stone knew she was Brenda. As a young magic genius who had become famous early, Velvet might not recognize everyone, but the members of Crito all knew her. Professor Magic Stone was no exception. The professor didn't know Brenda had been brought here by a cat. This was a forbidden magic zone, and it was late at night. He didn't think Brenda was sleepwalking into this place by mistake. The magic president wouldn't be out walking in such a creepy place in the middle of the night. This could only mean the plan had been exposed. He couldn't understand why the plan was discovered. Could it be that the annoying little lion left a secret signal for the president? If so, it might alert more magicians. Time was running out. If the members of the demon suppression group arrived, not only would they seize the magic gate, but he himself might not escape unscathed. The only way was to speed up the rotation of the magic clock again. Professor Magic Stone thought quickly, still chanting spells rapidly. Once he made his decision, he no longer cared about Velvet. Holding his staff in one hand, he reached into his sleeve with the other and pulled out a delicate magical tool, a small dagger engraved with intricate magic patterns. He gently sliced his wrist with the blade, drawing a thin line. Hot, crimson blood immediately burst out. The blood didn't spill onto the ground, not a single drop. It shot out from the slightly pulsating blue veins, as if guided, floating around the magic clock. They wriggled and turned into tiny magical runes, quickly sinking into the clock that cast a huge shadow. When the clock's pointer touched the small blood drop, it trembled and forcibly sped up. The enormous shadow of the clock faintly glowed with a reddish hue. The illusion is becoming more and more real. The professor's expression gradually turns frantic, bloodshot veins crawl up his eyes, and he keeps muttering. He has spun 12 times and is about to succeed. No one can stop him now. The mutated Genie Mo, weakened by the Knight's sword, is losing strength, but suddenly, it flashes with renewed energy. Genie Mo suddenly speeds up, charging forward with a giant sword, desperately rushing ahead. Its anger and unwillingness, its effort to preserve the last dignity of the monster. Even though she doesn't sympathize with Genie Mo's situation, seeing its brave act still makes her feel a sense of tragic heroism. This reckless charge seems like a final fight to burn out its life, which touches people's hearts. But such actions only hasten its death. Facing the charging Genie Mo, the knight's face behind the armor is unclear. He is indifferent to both his accidental injury and the monster's counterattack. He raises his heavy shield high, using it as a sword to cut at the charging Genie Mo. Genie Mo suddenly raises its claws, as if to hard block this heavy shield strike.
Boom!
A loud explosion follows, and the airwaves surge. The ground beneath Genie Mo collapses, but its claws grip tightly onto the descending knight's shield. Even as its back bends and trembles under the heavy pressure, Genie Mo does not retreat. The body pierced by the Grey Knight's sword, with a wound pouring out hot dark green blood. The blood turns into green mist and quickly evaporates upon hitting the ground. Genie Mo emits a hoarse roar of anger, and its eyes suddenly turn a strange dark red. Inside 2 blistered sacs on its back, filled with liquid and bubbles. All the bubbles boil like hot water. As the temperature rises, they glow brighter and brighter. A highly dangerous aura erupts from Genie Mo. The Dark Knight's downward strike pauses slightly, trying to pull back his shield to block himself. But Genie Mo's claws unleash unprecedented strength, holding the shield firmly in place. Like a stubborn nail, unyielding and hard. Danger! Biv shouts loudly, spreading his wings and swiftly folding them forward. He completely hides his body within those magnificent golden-red wings. Viralite reacted quickly and immediately pulled Alice behind him. She recited a spell, waved her wand forward, and threw a clear blue magic crystal from her sleeve. Under the spell's power, the The crystal transformed into a sparkling ice shield, firmly protecting both of them at the center. Behind Kino's magic back, a large bulge looked like a blown-up balloon. It could no longer hold the boiling liquid inside, and suddenly exploded.
Boom. Boom.
Boom! Bright green flames covered the entire underground space, and the fierce explosion seemed to threaten to swallow everything. This situation lasted about 3 seconds, and the ground was shaking. Alice and Virolite barely managed to stand firm. Their ice crystal shields turned green from the firelight. Cracks appeared on the ice crystals. The crystal shield only held for a few seconds before shattering like broken glass and scattering everywhere. Both of them and the cat were directly knocked back by the blast. Because the ice crystal shield absorbed most of the impact, they weren't seriously hurt when they hit the ground. But the force of the explosion was still shocking. Even Professor Magic Stone's 3 magic barriers were broken, leaving only the last one barely intact after the blast. Now's the time. Alice didn't have time to check on the Dark Knight's situation. She gathered dark golden magic energy in her right hand, leapt into the air, and charged toward Professor Magic Stone's final barrier. After gathering the dark golden magic energy, Alice's hand spun rapidly, as if she had made up her mind and believed she could overcome any difficulty. The energy grew larger and larger, swallowing her palm and forearm. Within the raging magic energy, there was a secret power from inside Alice, carrying a strong sense of authority. She struck the last barrier with her fist. The magic barrier, glowing with blue light, trembled under the impact, like a huge stone thrown into calm water, creating big ripples. Inside the barrier, Professor Magic Stone heard the loud noise but couldn't move. The magic clock had already spun 13 times, racing toward the final moment at a very fast speed. At this moment, Alice happened to find an opportunity. It's impossible for Professor Mo sure not to feel nervous. But Professor Mo sure must stay calm. Any mistake at this critical moment could ruin his plan. He must succeed, no matter what. As long as the magic clock reaches the end, nothing else matters. Alice, using her own energy to attack the magic defense barrier, saw a large, shimmering red-gold-purple shadow in front of Professor Mo Sure. Her unease grew stronger. Breaking through the blue defense barrier was inevitable, but she wasn't sure if there was enough time. Just as Alice frowned slightly, a cold blue light shot from behind her. This light wasn't aimed at her, but directly hit the blue magic barrier. The surface of the barrier was rapidly freezing over, visibly turning to ice. Although Alice didn't look back, she knew that Velvet was helping her. Her belief seemed to gain recognition and support. Her frown eased. Alice's amber eyes shone with bright determination. She shouted out loud, pouring a deep strength from her heart into her fist. The dark gold magic power touched the icy, wave-like surface of the barrier. Thanks to Velvet's help, the blue barrier shattered with a loud bang, breaking faster than expected under the pressure of magic energy. Alice kept rushing forward, her momentum undiminished. She moved like a howling wind tearing through leaves, like a dazzling comet streaking across the sky, piercing through the air and passing through the huge shadow of the clock. Finally, she landed on the purple-gold magic clock, just less than a second away from reaching the finish line. Before the last tiny blood-red magic rune could enter the purple-gold clock, it was destroyed by the powerful impact, vanishing into nothingness. Professor Mo Sure's face froze with joy. He was just 1 second away from success, but Alice's arrival had destroyed everything. The purple-gold magic clock suddenly emitted a golden light under the impact of dark gold magic energy, shining onto Alice. Her fist, still raised, couldn't be pulled back. Alice was suspended in midair, unable to move a bit. The golden light has a binding power, making it impossible for Alice to break free, no matter how much she wants to escape. The purple-golden magic clock is not just meant to trap Alice. Once the golden magic binding activates, a dark purple shadow like a ghostly figure quickly follows, piercing into Alice's forehead. In the next moment, the final crimson appears, crashing violently into Alice's chest. It was said that during university, Xiang Teacher had already become a mid-level planting master. After graduation, she worked with various military groups, completing missions, collecting star plants, risking life and death. Within 20 years of graduating, she had successfully become a high-level planting master. Although technology was advanced in the interstellar era, food was scarce. Mutations in plants and animals greatly reduced the food sources for humans. The natural foods available on the market were the result of countless trials and errors by predecessors. But now that the Dark Knight is free again, he won't let Bivs and Brendavellet go to rescue Alice. Although Bivs and Brendavellet are worried about Alice's condition, they are blocked by the angry Dark Knight. "I'll handle this guy. You go check on Alice now." Bivs's bright red pupils flash with a strong light. Without waiting for Brendavellet to respond, he spreads his large golden red wings and rushes toward the Dark Knight, determined and fearless. Brendavellet feels that Bivs looks a bit familiar, but now is not the time to think about that. The cat, holding Brendavellet's magic robe in its mouth, quickly pulls at it anxiously. Brendavellet suppresses his doubts and, with the help of Bivs's protection, manages to escape with the cat and reach Alice. Alice's condition looks strange. After the red mist disappears, she barely manages to stand. She is holding her forehead with her right hand, motionless, like a wooden puppet sitting on the ground. "Alice?" Vellet tries to bring Alice back to herself. He gently waves his hand in front of her face, but her bright amber eyes seem to have lost their sparkle. She doesn't respond to Vellet's call. Milk gently held Alice's arm, wagging it a few times in a playful way, just like it used to do when asking Alice for fresh small fish snacks. However, Alice remained completely still, showing no reaction at all, not even blinking her eyelashes. Could it be a spell of forgetfulness? Verret frowned. Alice's situation was very serious now. If she was truly affected by a forgetfulness spell, her soul might have been hurt quite badly. If not handled well, she could become confused or turn into a vegetable. Meanwhile, Professor Magic Stone was not smiling at all. Since Alice used her power to hit the purple golden magic clock, the joyful expression on Professor Magic Stone's face disappeared forever. The spell was almost broken at the last second, but if not for Genia Magic suddenly exploding and fighting against the Dark Knight, Alice wouldn't have had the chance or time to break through Professor Magic Stone's triple magical barrier. What made Professor Magic Stone even more upset was that after the purple golden magic clock stopped moving and attacked Alice, the clock's hands suddenly sparked with a dark gold flame. Then, under the watchful eyes of Professor Magic Stone, it snapped into two pieces with a loud sound. The only remaining hand of the broken clock wobbled a little, then seemed to disconnect at the last moment and fell with a clack. Without a doubt, my beloved magic clock just broke mysteriously. For no clear reason, it broke. Professor Magic Stone really wanted to curse Alice's ancestors. No, it was more than that, 1800 generations. Enjoy your reading of today's update. Thank you for your support. Over the years, she had endured all this. Who could say their youth wasn't passionate or exciting? But her passion was spent on endless, shameless conflicts with her stepmother and stepsister, like a never-ending power struggle with her father. Of course, for the past 18 years, ever since she was carried from the Rocky Valley to her home, those endless repetitive days have never stopped. Her stepmother and sister's schemes rarely failed. In the end, she lost so thoroughly that she became almost estranged from her father, the cold-hearted, treacherous man, to the point where their blood ties seemed fake. Currently, Burvis is fighting fiercely against the Dark Knight, and Alice's condition is so bad that she couldn't even fight a normal monster without being eaten. Then she let out a big burp. Alice didn't react at all. But that's not the main point. The problem is that Alice, who has lost consciousness, needs to be protected. The only person who can do that is Brendavellet. Although the cute, middle-parted cat is also here, she doesn't have much hope for a cat to help. She can only rely on herself. Professor Magic Stone met Alice on her first day at the school, and she remembers him because Alice once broke his nose during a fight. However, the real culprit who broke the nose was a stone monster that Professor Magic Stone had brought as a stand-in. As the head of the Magic Association, She has a keen sense of the truth and insight that far surpasses ordinary people. Professor Magic Stone's presence has always been low-key, but any capable magic teacher, like Velvet, would have some impression of him. The defeated Jinno Magic and the Dark Knight fighting Burvis now are all summon monsters. The only enemy present is the professor himself, so it's obvious that he is the one summoning these monsters. If Professor Magic Stone showed such strength at Clito Academy, he wouldn't just be a good teacher. Being one of the top would be no exaggeration. He has hidden his true power. Her current goal is still unclear, but the purple light beam from the special cage, which is very conspicuous and leads straight to the ceiling, must be related to Professor Magic Stone's purpose. Before entering the Forbidden Land, she sent a message in the name of the Magic Association's leader to her trusted assistants for safety. If things get out of control, Velvet will activate a secret magic order to alert her helpers, and soon, members of the Demon Suppression Group will come to support. After being taken to the underground mysterious cave by the middle-parted cat, Velvet, hearing the roars of the trapped monsters, quickly activated the secret magic order. As long as she can hold out until the support arrives, no matter how powerful Professor Magic Stone is, she believes there is a way to control the situation. With her plan in mind, Velvet coldly raised her arm. In her hand, a slender magic wand glowed with flowing blue magic, always ready to face an enemy. Professor Magic Stone saw this and let out a contemptuous laugh. His face twisted with anger, but his voice was strained and harsh. "Honored Magic Heir, do you really think being a genius makes you my match? Even if the Velvet family arrives, they can only hope for their successor to clean up after you." Ha ha ha. As he laughed, red veins around his eyes split open, and his bloodshot eyes looked like a terrifying monster from a horror movie or a crazed, twisted person. "You will be brought to justice." Velvet remained calm and unbothered by Professor Magic Stone's words. His attitude was as indifferent as facing a disgusting bug. His voice was cold and distant, like ice and snow. He was unshaken. Alice had once saved her. Alice was her friend through tough times, and she never abandoned her when she was in danger. Now it was her turn to protect Alice. "Go to hell," Professor Magic Stone roared hoarsely, as if his throat was torn. He waved his magic wand, and a purple flame shot out from its tip. The purple fire roared with oxygen, exploding with incredible heat, fierce and without any fancy tricks, attacking Velvet directly. The girl's icy blue eyes reflected the purple flames. She stood in front of Alice, not retreating even a step. With a graceful, smooth motion, she waved her wand with one hand, and a spell spun rapidly from her mouth. 2 magic circles, one white, one blue, appeared in front of her. Her and Alice's figures were swallowed by the purple fire. Professor Magic Stone's lips curled into a mocking smile. But suddenly, his expression changed. The purple flames that had engulfed Velvet and Alice suddenly broke apart in the middle. The fire seemed to be affected by an outside force, forcing it to spread outward instead of rushing forward. Velvet's figure reappeared, and Alice, sitting on the ground, was unharmed by the purple flames. She sat with her hand on her forehead, deep in thought. The blue and white magic circles spun in opposite directions, one clockwise, the other counterclockwise, pushing back the fierce purple flames. In fact, this wasn't just the power of the 2 magic circles. It seemed as if the purple flames had suddenly rebelled and stopped obeying their master's command. "I don't think I am a genius beyond others. But I won't be easily defeated by anyone." Virulite held her wand in one hand and tightly grasped Alice's arm with the other, preventing Professor Magic Stone from attacking Alice with magic and then sneaking up on her. Virulite's long silver hair with blue tips fluttered wildly as she spoke calmly, showing a firm determination that could not be denied. Magic reflection. Professor Magic Stone's tone became uncertain and shaky. Virulite's performance was indeed much better than expected. But even for a magic genius, at this age, few are known to have mastered the level of magic reflection. Magic reflection is when you use the enemy's magic attack to counter their attack. A good magic reflection can turn a bad situation into a good one, breaking through the enemy's defenses with their own attack, and even turning the tide with a counterattack. Although Viralite's magic reflection surprised Professor Magic Stone, it was clear that her research on magic reflection was not yet perfect. She could only block the impact of the purple fire wave, but couldn't send the attack back directly to the professor. She understood this, and Professor Magic Stone also realized it immediately. The danger was not over. The magic defense group was still on the way. The purple fire wave was pulled back, replaced by a giant hand burning with golden flames, reaching 5 meters high. The giant hand spread its 5 fingers, with fingertips slightly curved forward, raised high in the air, then fiercely grabbed at Viralite and Alice. Viralite reached out to lift Alice up, then waved her wand, summoning a silver magic circle in front of her. The flaming hand tore into the hard ground, creating a large pit, and the debris from the giant hand was gently crushed into fine powder. Nearby, a silver magic circle appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, Alice and Viralite emerged from the magic circle and landed on the ground. It was a teleportation spell, a quick way to dodge or escape, often used in battles involving space magic. She didn't have time to rest even for a moment because the giant hand, having missed its target, found them. Following Professor Magic Stone's will, it turned its claws into fists, igniting the air with a rumbling explosion, and launched another attack toward its target. In a short time, she couldn't perform the jump spell repeatedly. She carried Alice on her back, then recited an acceleration spell, moving at a wind-like speed and instantly covering more than 10 meters. Using speed to dodge isn't as flexible as jumping because the dodge path needs to be clearer. Her opponent was an evil wizard with great strength who had just failed and was filled with anger and a desire for revenge after a bad outcome. This wizard was the one who caused Professor Magic Stone to fail and was also someone the Magic Council president wanted to protect. Normally, the professor wouldn't provoke someone from a powerful family like Villet, who is an enemy. But when someone loses their mind, all rules change. Brenda Villet was a genius, but she was still a child under 10 years old. Facing a magic stone professor who had hidden his strength for years in the academy, just surviving a little longer without being defeated was already impressive. Villet, carrying Alice, chased after her with a fiery hand, like a giant fly swatter, hitting with loud crashes. Brenda Villet looked like a noble girl skating on a stage, dancing with quick moves and clever dodges to stay safe in dangerous situations. Every dodge made the audience gasp and praise her quick, graceful, and daring moves. Alice, acting as her partner, looked like a cute, innocent mascot. She followed Brenda's steps, one hand holding her forehead as if thinking deeply. Maybe the fiery hand's relentless pursuit made Alice want to survive, or perhaps the earth, crying out from being blasted like the moon's surface, disturb her thoughts. Finally, Alice reacted. The first to notice was Villet, with sharp instincts. Alice's held hand moved slightly. She turned her head, and her icy blue eyes quickly met the bright, lively gaze of her opponent. Her frowning hand loosened. Without saying a word, Alice suddenly hugged Brenda with both arms. The two of them shot up into the air, quickly creating distance between each other in a flying duel. Thank you for your effort. I was too reckless just now. We managed to ruin Professor Magic Stone's plan. He must be very angry now. Alice stuck out her tongue. Because they had destroyed the professor's plan, she felt a weight had been lifted from her heart. I have informed the outside that the demon suppression group will arrive soon. As long as we hold on until reinforcements arrive, we can bring Professor Magic Stone to justice. While saying this, Velret was also dodging attacks from magic fireballs shot up from below, guided by Alice. You did well. But we can't just defend. We must attack too. If we only wait for reinforcements, we might be overwhelmed quickly. Byways is fighting fiercely, and Professor Magic Stone might summon some strange and rare creatures. Alice didn't agree and looked down at Professor Magic Stone, who was preparing to summon something. Her brow furrowed again. Right now, there's no need to worry about the magic gate malfunctioning, but that doesn't mean the situation isn't dangerous. In fact, since Professor Magic Stone's plan failed, he must hate Alice very much. And the people around her are also being blamed. Attack as a defense? Velret's icy blue eyes flickered, and he understood what the other meant. However, how to use attack as a defense to control the professor instead of giving him a chance to retaliate and silence them is still a big problem. Exactly. You control the long-range attacks, and I handle close combat. Byways will keep the Black Knight busy, so he can't be ambushed by Professor Magic Stone again. We must work well together. Alice nodded, summarizing her plan in a few short sentences. She also dodged the fireballs and wind blades flying from the ground. Understood. Velret didn't say much and took out his magic broom, leaving Alice to fly on her own. Her black robe fluttered, and her silver hair with light blue tips moved up and down inside the cage. While flying, she held the broom handle with one hand and took out a thin black wand with the other. A blue magic circle spun on the wand, ready for remote control at any moment. After giving her instructions, Alice released Velret and didn't stay in the air any longer. She dove straight toward Professor Magic Stone's location. Professor Magic Stone also noticed her regaining consciousness. However, this cursed magical girl seemed unaffected and his magic clock was also damaged and couldn't function properly. Just thinking about this made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. It's so unfair that Alice wasn't killed by the backlash after destroying the purple gold magic bell. She still dares to be so arrogant, wanting to fight me alone. It's utterly reckless. Like a tiny lion cub trying to eat an elephant. So, what if you're a lion? Once you're here, don't think about running away. Just wait to be stomped into meat by the elephant. Professor Magic Stone's expression grew more sinister and strange. With a wave of his wand, the huge fiery hand waiting for orders moved. The burning fiery hand made loud crashing sounds as it moved. Alice, in front of the giant flame hand, looked like a piece of cake about to melt away. At that moment, a blue magic circle appeared in front of Alice, fitting perfectly between her and the giant hand, like a sandwich. It also blocked the heat of the flames. This was Velret's magic control. Taking advantage of this, Alice stepped onto the blue magic circle. When her toes touched it, the circle suddenly turned white. Her speed shot up instantly, allowing her to dodge the furious strike of the fiery hand. After being boosted by magic, Alice sped forward without caring about the flaming hand chasing her from behind. She headed straight for Professor Magic Stone. In her hand, a dark gold magic energy was gathering. This powerful magic could blow apart a beast's ears. If it hit a skilled summoner, what would happen? Remember, mages are not good at close combat. Fighters, assassins, and swordsmen are better suited for that. Mages are most vulnerable in close combat because their bodies are their biggest weakness. So, she didn't plan to fight the fiery hand for long. As the saying goes, catch the king to catch the thief. As long as she can suppress Professor Magic Stone and break his defenses, the summoned beasts and giant hand will all go home for the holidays. But things never go as planned. When Alice tried to get close to take him down, the professor didn't panic. He laughed wildly, reaching out with one hand, seemingly trying to resist Alice's secret energy attack. Alice's eyes sharpened. In a flash of thought, she threw her dark gold magic energy out. She spun in midair to avoid the sneak attack from the fiery hand behind her. Meanwhile, the professor didn't dodge or retreat. He bravely faced the powerful secret energy attack with his flesh and blood. Alice's pupils shrank instantly. In the explosion caused by his own attack, Professor Magic Stone grinned a terrifying, strange smile. He moved like lightning and lunged at Alice, like a hungry ghost escaping from hell rushing toward food. He was extremely eager. Alice had never seen anyone directly use their body to resist her magical attacks before. She wanted to retreat, but Professor Magic Stone's sudden speed was faster than that of any monster, and he quickly reached her front. Just as Alice tried to step back, the professor's iron-like claws clamped around her neck. The scene spun wildly in her eyes, and then a loud roar sounded in her ears. The girl was slammed into the ground, with broken stones flying and dust clouding her vision. "Alice!" Velret shouted in alarm. Professor Magic Stone's actions surprised everyone. The situation suddenly worsened. Alice's current condition was unclear, but it was definitely not good. Professor Magic Stone repeatedly hurt Verrett's friends. As the head of the Magic Council, he had no real friends, and his only friends kept falling into danger. Thinking about Alice being tortured by Professor Magic Stone, Verrett's icy blue eyes grew colder, like ancient ice buried deep underground. She felt the icy coldness inside her stirring, but she didn't suppress her emotions. Although letting her feelings run free could have serious consequences, she no longer wanted to hold back. Brenda Verrett was furious. Please remember to save and recommend, and feel free to leave your comments. Enjoy your reading! Before the dust settled from Professor Magic Stone's attack, a gust of wind suddenly howled from behind him. A flash of cold light streaked through, bringing a chilling wind like a snowstorm sweeping in. Although Professor Magic Stone didn't turn around, his instincts told him that this blizzard was coming straight for him. The temperature in the underground cave dropped sharply. Frost quickly crept over the metal magic pillars of the cage. All the breath exhaled by people turned into white mist, as if entering a harsh winter from autumn. Because his plan was exposed, Professor Magic Stone's mind, which had been losing reason, was stimulated by the cold air and suddenly became a bit clearer. He no longer held Alice by the neck, but quickly dodged to the left and rolled on the ground. As the professor scrambled to escape, tumbling wildly like a crashing wave and sharp as icy blades, a chilling cold spread through the air. The professor's evasive movements were followed closely by the icy storm, which chased for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Although he avoided the icy surge, a faint shiver ran through him. If he had moved any slower, he believed the countless sharp, cold blades would have pierced him into a round, prickly ball. This was truly unexpected and caught him off guard. In his mind, only someone with deep magical power and the ability to become a vice principal level mage could unleash such fierce magic. Among those present, who could possess such incredible strength? It wasn't Alice, nor the young demon boy. The only answer was clear: Brenda Vellet, the heir of the Vellet family, a genius who became the Magic Council president before turning 10. She didn't want to accept or believe this fact, but the truth was right in front of her. It simply was so. There was no way to escape. This was no longer a talent. It was an extraordinary existence. If the magic Brenda displayed was truly her real strength, then it was something never seen before in the history of magic, an unprecedented event. Now was not the time to think about these things. The Magic Stone professor understood clearly. His gaze shifted to the girl behind him, who was casting advanced ice magic. His expression subtly changed. Her long silver hair, tinged with blue at the tips, was now replaced by pure icy blue. Her skin was as white as transparent ice, and her icy blue eyes seemed to contain endless snow and wind, with a coldness that hinted at deadly intent. Brenda now looked less like a girl under 10 years old. Her icy blue eyes, filled with snow and wind, resembled a queen overlooking all from her lonely throne in the frozen land. Those eyes held no emotion, only a cold stare at the Magic Stone professor, as if her gaze could freeze his heart instantly. Brenda Vellet was no longer herself. She had abandoned her inner resistance to the storm within her. Letting the blizzard that could swallow her fight her enemies, she had also lost her sense of self. People often said Brenda Vellet was a talented mage fit to be the heir, but that was not her true nature. Her true self was more like a monster. Inside her, there is a sleeping ice snow demon queen. This monster protects her and makes her the top choice for inheritance. She is lonely. Her loneliness and her later difficulty in expressing herself are also caused by the monster in her heart. To prevent the monster from hurting her family and innocent people, she relies on her strong will to resist everything. Whether it is loneliness, the cold winter all year round, or other mental pains that others cannot understand, she is always careful in her dreams to prevent the monster from waking up. She has never backed down, and will never have a chance to do so. But now, everything is different. When Alice faces danger and escapes death several times, I, as her companion or new friend, feel helpless. This feeling stimulates Velvet's delicate and sensitive nerves, which are often overwhelmed by wind and snow. It causes the girl's last worries and defenses to suddenly collapse. This is not Velvet's fault. No matter how excellent or different she is just a girl under 10 years old. Now, it's not just Professor Magic Stone being surprised by the sudden strong opponent. Even Alice, as a companion, feels a storm in her heart, difficult to calm. Having fought alongside Brenda and gone through many hardships, Velvet initially seemed very outstanding and unique. But Alice's impression of Velvet was mostly that she was knowledgeable and well-read. In terms of fighting ability, Velvet is indeed unmatched among her peers. But her magical attacks did not leave a deep impression on Alice. Now, Velvet shows a different side of herself, completely different from her usual daily life. This makes Alice feel very unfamiliar, yet in this unfamiliarity, she glimpses a bit of truth. This is Velvet, at least a version closer to the true appearance of the leader than usual. Her long, icy blue hair, like snow and ice, dances in the wind. Her icy blue eyes, filled with snow and wind, give Alice an indescribable shock. But whether this is Velvet's true strength or something else, it doesn't matter to her. She was concerned about whether this situation might lead to unpredictable changes in the overall situation, and whether the Verlet she spent every day with could still come back. If Brenda gets hurt because of this, or if unexpected problems arise from the explosion, how can they help their out-of-control friend regain calm? Alice coughed. Her throat was controlled by the Magic Stone Professor, making it hard to breathe for a while. If Verlet hadn't suddenly erupted, she wouldn't be able to breathe so deeply now. Just as Alice caught her breath, Verlet and the Magic Stone Professor fought several times in a very short period. She keenly noticed something unusual about Verlet. At this moment, the palm of the opponent's magic secret technique was empty. That's all. Failed to retrieve content, failed to retrieve content, failed to retrieve content, failed to retrieve content. When Alice returned to Magic Dormitory 608 and sat at her own seat, she finally let out a big sigh, her shoulders relaxing. As the main contributor to tonight's victory, Milk, who had turned back into a small cat, was lazily resting on Alice's arm, curled up on the neat wooden desk. Alice looked at the cat's whiskers gently trembling with each breath, couldn't help but reach out and softly stroke its head. The soft fur felt wonderful, so she stroked it a few more times. The cat closed its eyes comfortably, leaning its little head into Alice's palm, gently rubbing against it. It looked harmless and gentle, but if you hadn't seen it transform into a mighty black and white three-eyed tiger, no one would believe such a cute and soft cat could have such powerful fighting strength. Perhaps when she rescued Milk as a child, it was because the little one was injured at the time. Otherwise, Alice wouldn't have needed to use her superpowers to save it. Maybe this was fate, bringing Alice and Milk together, forming an unbreakable bond between them. Although Alice is a greedy cat who loves eating fresh small fish snacks, and although she doesn't understand why her cute pet suddenly turns into a mighty black and white giant tiger, Alice doesn't mind much. As long as they keep each other company, that's pretty good. However, Alice can't fully relax. When she thinks back to what happened in the underground cave with the cage, her heart feels stirred and hard to calm down. If Beavis hadn't reacted quickly, during the gap when Professor Magic Stone was counterattacked and the demon suppression group was about to arrive, he wouldn't have transformed into an owl and landed on Alice's shoulder, avoiding suspicion from the group. If those guards had discovered Beavis's secret as a demon, it would have been a big problem. Although this owl looks a bit strange. Its red eyes seem not to have had time to change color, but under the shock of the big news about Professor Magic Stone secretly opening the magic door, no one would pay attention to such tiny details. Alice breathes a sigh of relief that the demon suppression group's members who came didn't include the vice leader she saw before, nor the leader. It is said they were delayed by something and didn't come. But since this involves the Forbidden Magic Land, and it also hides the legendary magic door, it must be a very important matter. So, what exactly stopped the vice leader and the others? It must be something more urgent than here. But as an internal secret of the demon suppression group, Alice doesn't ask too much. As for the key to victory, Alice's 3 new helpers didn't show anything special. Because of a special mental connection, Alice understood what they all wanted. However, Alice really doesn't like this request. They all want her to eat them again. It's a very strange request. Alice doesn't have enough time to put them into her magic hat, and because of the mental link, the 3 little creatures immediately showed strong dissatisfaction and protest. Alice has no choice but to grit her teeth and once again eat these 3 eager little creatures who want her to swallow them. Alice feels a bit amused and helpless. Although her stomach didn't hurt immediately, she wonders, is there any magic skill that relies on a mage's stomach to be nourished? She has never heard of such a thing. Although these 3 beings were not fully understood, Alice certainly wouldn't openly reveal them to everyone. In a hurry, Alice reached with her empty hand to her stomach, which let out a hungry cry, breaking the quiet of the night with a gurgling sound. After so long, of course she was hungry. Thinking of something, Alice looked toward the opposite side under the lamp's light. There was Vellet's resting and homework area. Vellet's lamp was off, not lit. Unlike Alice, who couldn't sleep, Brenda had gone straight to bed after returning to the dorm. Regarding her roommate, who was a magic noble, Alice realized she knew very little about her. The special energy bursting from Vellet's body, the presence that caused Brenda to lose control. What exactly was it? Alice didn't ask. It was Vellet's privacy, and this matter was extraordinary. As for why she said that, besides the incredible magic power seen in battle, Brenda, after being injured and exhausted, not only signaled to Alice with her eyes to hide the previous magic energy outburst, but also stubbornly supported herself and insisted on returning to the magic dorm with Alice. Although Alice didn't know exactly how her body was feeling at that moment, if it weren't for Alice's flying ability making most of the walking unnecessary, Vellet would have collapsed halfway due to exhaustion, assuming they stayed out of the enemy's sight. Though this avoided such an incident, Alice believed that with Vellet's pride, Brenda would never let herself fall easily. This was probably the stubbornness that came from being a proud magic heir. When leaving the forbidden magic area, Alice briefly said goodbye to Beavis, who had turned into a red-eyed owl. At that time, with Vellet, her body was no longer as cold and terrifying as at first, but it still showed no signs of warmth. Out of concern, Alice wanted Brenda to return to the magic dorm as soon as possible. Alice remembered Beavis flapping his owl wings, fixing his red eyes on her, then without a word, flying into the shadows of the beast-like building in the night, quickly blending into the darkness. "Be careful on your way." Alice remembered she had said that at the time. During that battle, Bivs was also injured, and his wounds were serious. Alice was very worried about him. However, the cat cage incident had just been investigated by the Magic Defense Group. During such a sensitive time, they couldn't act like in normal daily life. They needed to be very careful. Tomorrow isn't the weekend, which means Alice and her friends won't have free time to relax. More importantly, Brenda's current condition makes attending class very difficult. Brenda was hurt by her own uncontrollable magic energy, or some unusual force. Whether normal healing magic can help is still uncertain. Moreover, as the magic president, she has a lot of things to handle every day. Keeping things secret will only make the situation worse. Should she ask Vellet for a day off tomorrow? Alice was thinking about this when she noticed that the milk cat beside her had already fallen asleep at some point. The snores of Dorothy and the cute pet continued to create a peaceful night in the dormitory. Alice didn't sleep all night. Strangely, she didn't feel tired at all. It was as if her body didn't need sleep at all, which goes against normal biology. She wasn't sure how long this, not feeling tired, would last. Instead of worrying about that, she was more concerned about her hungry stomach, which kept growling and showing its dissatisfaction. She drank a limited edition drink called Your Happiness from the Magic Restaurant. While keeping an eye on Vellet's situation, Alice flipped through an extracurricular book called Magical Tales, listening to the snores of Dorothy and the milk cat, one big and one small. This book, as the name suggests, records strange stories from the magical world, including vampires, werewolves, and imposters. It's not a new book. New books are much more expensive. Alice found this one by chance in an old magic bookshop called Different Faces. It couldn't be new. Despite that, the original owner must have treasured it, so although the pages are slightly yellowed, the book is still in good condition. Interestingly, in some fascinating and strange stories, you can also see notes, doubts, and brief thoughts from the original owner of the magical tales about these legends. Why did the original owner abandon this book? Alice doesn't know. But when Alice reads the magical tales, she always feels grateful that the original owner left this book. The small notes make the pages look more lively and charming, adding a mysterious feeling that she can't quite explain. This feeling seems to come from the magical words written in the notes. It has a strange aura that belongs to the original owner. She keeps reading without noticing how time passes, and soon it is morning. When light returns to the magical world, a new day begins. This means it's almost time for a new magic class. Alice closes the book, The Magical Tales, rubs her eyes that feel a little sore but not sleepy, and then goes to wash her face and brush her teeth. As Alice reaches out to turn off the water source, whose water has turned into a strawberry shape, her left hand suddenly trembles uncontrollably. A sharp, quick pain, like an electric shock, suddenly shoots through her palm, traveling along her arm nerves straight to her pounding heart. Her heartbeat, thump, 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 grows louder and louder, deafening her. Just as she turns off the strawberry-shaped water button, all these strange feelings disappear. Alice presses her hand to her chest. The loud heartbeat is gone, and she feels her heart beating steadily and strongly. What was that just now? Alice was unprepared for this sudden, strange feeling. It only lasted a few seconds, coming and going so quickly that she couldn't understand what was happening. Thinking about the pain in her palm, Alice lifts her left hand and brings it into her view. Her fair skin still has tiny, shiny water droplets that haven't dried yet. But she notices that, at some point, a small black spot has appeared on her once white palm. The black spot is irregular in shape, about the size of a rice grain, and not very noticeable. Alice does not remember having this thing in her palm. The recent pain, if her guess is correct, is probably closely related to the small, irregular black spot on her palm. No, perhaps this black spot is actually the real culprit behind the strange incident. Alice reached out with her right hand and pressed the black spot on her palm. The sharp, electric-like pain did not happen again. How did this thing get on her hand? Alice tilted her head, blinked her amber eyes, then thought about the upcoming magic class. It would be better to consider the black spot after she finished her busy day. Thinking this way, Alice stopped worrying about it. She quickly dried the water on her hand with a towel, then went to wake Dorothy. Although, honestly, that didn't really help. Whenever Alice tried to wake Dorothy for class, Dorothy would reluctantly open one eye, look at Alice, and say weakly, "I know," then slowly sit up and start to stare into space. After Alice left the room, Dorothy would quickly lie back down and continue sleeping. It wasn't until the urgent-sounding magic alarm rang that Dorothy would transform into a quick-moving student, quickly put on her clothes and socks, washed up, and then flew to class on her magic broom, sometimes bumping into a few colorful owls along the way. That was hard to avoid. As the person waking her up, Alice understood Dorothy's lazy habit of oversleeping. Even if she wasn't watching closely, she could guess what was happening every time Dorothy arrived late to class without seeing her leave her bed. As for Brenda Villett, Alice usually didn't need to wake her up. Her strong self-discipline kept her going to bed early and waking up early. It wasn't a perfect habit, but as the head of the Magic Council, she had many official papers to handle, so going to bed early was not easy. But today was different. Villett didn't wake up on her own. Normally, Alice would find this very surprising.
But now,
after the battle last night, Villett's condition wasn't looking good. If she hadn't insisted on not telling the other wizards, Alice would have already taken Villett straight to Uncle Bard to find a solution. Does Villett still have the energy to go to class now? Alice hesitated for a moment before deciding to go wake Villett up. At this moment, Milk, the cat who had been moved by Alice to sleep on her bed, woke up. Seeing Alice's actions, The cat paused its face washing with tiny paws dipped in saliva, then suddenly leapt onto Alice's shoulder, gently holding her head and sitting steadily. Alice, with one eye covered by the cat's paw, silently moved aside, the fluffy fur blocking her view. Recently, this cat has been getting more and more clingy. Alice? Velvet didn't wait for Alice to wake up. He had already opened his eyes. His blue eyes looked even more like ice and snow, clear and free of any impurities. Should we go to class today? I can buy you breakfast. As soon as Alice finished speaking, the cat, sitting with her head in her arms, made a purring sound and stuck out its little tongue to lick Alice's face. All right, I get it. I'll bring you some fresh small fish snacks. Alice promised. I'll go with you. Velvet lifted the soft quilt and sat up with one hand supporting himself, speaking in a calm, even tone. After pulling back the curtain, the morning light fell on Brenda's long, silvery hair with a hint of blue, reflecting a gentle glow. Her fair skin looked a bit pale, probably from last night's fight, but she didn't seem very weak. The tiny ice crystals on her slightly curled eyelashes had disappeared, and the cold feeling was no longer obvious when close. Alice's worries eased a lot now, but she wasn't sure if Brenda could still attend classes and handle the head of the school's many affairs as usual. Don't worry, I feel fine. If I don't go to class now, it might make others suspicious. Velvet pressed his temple lightly, then gave Alice a gentle smile, as if to comfort her. He started changing his clothes. I'll wait for you at the dormitory door. Alice put on her black magic hat decorated with a golden magic circle pattern, then knocked on Dorothy's bed before leaving. Lying there in a daze, the lazy girl mumbled, in response. After Alice closed the door to the dorm, Dorothy sprawled out on her warm, cozy bed, continuing to sleep. Virlight was not surprised by this. After getting up and changing clothes, he went to the washroom. Suddenly, he leaned on the door for support, feeling dizzy. The sudden lightheadedness almost caused him to fall face-first into the washroom. He made close contact with the floor, which was as soft as a strawberry cake. Brenda quickly regained her composure and decided not to enter the washroom. She took out a thin black magic wand from her sleeve, recited a spell, and touched it to her cheek. A refreshing light blue glow enveloped her, accompanied by a pleasant scent. Virlight felt as if he had been carefully cleaned from head to toe, becoming much cleaner, including his magic robe. She tidied up her clothes' wrinkles in the mirror and blinked with satisfaction. The person in the mirror also blinked back. Now, she was ready to go out. They walked out of the magic dormitory. In fact, they didn't walk much. Each floor of the dormitory had a basic teleportation array, including the first floor. This teleportation array was different from the one in the lower-grade magic restaurant in Crito. The magic restaurant had a lot of visitors, and each floor had its own teleportation array design. But if they wanted to leave the dormitory, only the first floor had a teleportation array. The other floors could only teleport to the first floor of the dormitory. Only the first floor could have multiple arrays, one from the second to the 9th floor. So, teleporting directly from the 6th to the 4th or 3rd or 2nd floor was impossible. Most of the time, there was no need to visit other floors. If they really needed to, they could either open a short-distance teleportation, a quick teleport over a short distance if they had the ability, or walk up the stairs themselves. Alice and Virlight were directly teleported to the first floor of the dormitory. During the teleportation, they felt a slight dizziness. But compared to motion sickness, this brief dizziness was easier to accept. Because Alice woke up early, or rather, she didn't sleep at all and left early. After leaving the dormitory, they enjoyed a rare, quiet, and beautiful morning. The fresh mist became more abundant at this time, and the scent of the decorative trees and flowers made people feel more relaxed and happy. It was like their hearts were butterflies dancing freely in the breeze. That was exactly how it felt. Alice took a deep breath. Since returning last night, this was the first time she truly relaxed and enjoyed a brief moment of peace and comfort. Of course, she also needed to keep an eye on Villet. Although they haven't known each other long, Brenda's stubborn personality had already become well known. Alice wondered if this was just pride as a magic family heir, but she wasn't entirely sure. After all, Edward, also from the White family magic heir, was not stubborn at all. He was quite proud and liked to pick fights. Alice enjoyed the calm for a while, then saw the entrance of the lower-grade magic restaurant. Its pyramid-shaped building was easy to recognize. The magic restaurant had just opened. Only 2 or 3 magic students were inside, holding beginner magic guides, while eating and studying at the edge of the first-floor dining area. They looked very diligent, yet if they spilled food scraps, juice, or oil on the books, and the cleanliness-obsessed, highly sensitive magic instructor caught them, it could be very awkward. After all, who could guarantee that they would use the cleaning magic well enough not to wipe away the words on the pages along with the dirt? Look, the same grade magic student sitting at the table, holding a wand and about to cry, was a good example. His magic book was open in front of him, but all the magic writing on it had been wiped clean by the cleaning spell, leaving only blank pages like a hopeless white book. Even if it was just 2 pages, if he didn't borrow a classmate's textbook to copy before class, the strict and strange magic instructors would surely take good care of him, especially considering the amount of homework he had. Alice wanted to help this poor guy, but she didn't even know how to use the cleaning spell. Villet, although a genius, had just fought all night in the cage of Kark. Alice didn't want Villet to exhaust himself too much. What if he lost control and went on a rampage? Then the entire magic restaurant might turn into an ice sculpture, though it wasn't summer, and magic students eating ice wouldn't fill their stomachs either. Villet didn't know that Alice was mentally imagining all this, but her desire to help that poor guy was obvious. While the cleaning spell was difficult for beginner magic students, for Villet it was a different story altogether. So, Verliet calmly waved his wand and recited the reverse spell of cleaning magic. Cleaning spell rejected, easily solving the hopeless, ancient text blank. The poor magic student clearly didn't expect help suddenly, and his tearful face quickly filled with tears, ready to wash his face with tears. Happiness came too suddenly. Verliet was never good at handling such deep feelings of gratitude. He lowered his wand and prepared to perform a jump spell to leave the first floor. Alice quickly grabbed Verliet's wrist and let out a powerful lion's roar to scare the poor fellow about to shout, "Benefactor, stop!" After shouting this, Alice immediately regretted it. Because of her emotions, the unstable secret energy within her fluctuated. This caused her shout to automatically amplify her magic, turning it from a simple sound wave into a lion's roar with attack power. Fortunately, the magic fluctuation was very brief and didn't seriously harm anyone. But except for Verliet, who was held tightly by Alice, everything else, the poor magic student, his textbook, and the surrounding tables and chairs, were thrown into the air by the roar. They spun and fell back to the ground in various awkward positions. There were loud crashes and clattering sounds, and some glass on the first floor shattered. A flying hat was blown off a magic student's head, giving him a wild new hairstyle. Verliet, Alice. No matter what, Alice had to admit one undeniable fact. She caused trouble, and it was a big one. The hall on the first floor was now a mess. Things often develop in unexpected ways. For the first time, Alice wished she could go back to when everything was still fine, and she was a well-behaved, quiet first-year magic student, just like before. But reality is harsh. Alice saw the sad magic student with tears in his eyes being suddenly knocked away. She found her, beginner magic guide, among the ruins and then bowed deeply in front of Alice and Verliet. "Thank you both. Also, I realize I was wrong. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have cried in front of my benefactors." The magic student spoke sincerely and bowed very seriously, with some white cream from the cake accident still on him. "It was Verliet's achievement. You should thank her. But what happened afterward has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't thank me. The ruins, the dust, and the cream on you are my fault. I should apologize. Sorry." Alice snapped out of her realization of causing trouble and quickly regained her composure, speaking seriously and sincerely, with a tone of regret. Honestly, this was mostly Alice's own fault. She didn't want this poor, strange person to take the blame. No matter how big her mistake was, she was willing to take responsibility. Otherwise, she would feel guilty and uncomfortable forever. Just thinking about it made her feel very scared and distant. She got goosebumps. Verlight, thank you so much. Your Excellency. Thanks to you, I wasn't punished by my teacher. I'm so grateful. The sad magic student, holding back tears, looked bright and sparkling, full of respect and excitement that she couldn't hide, and spoke loudly. It's nothing. Brenda held back her urge to run away, mainly because Alice was holding her tightly, making her unable to escape. She kept her cool, her voice cold like ice and snow. The magic student's expression was really hard to handle. The tears spun around her eyes many times, and her honest, simple, fragile look, along with her strong facial expression that clearly showed you are my lifesaver, made it very difficult for Verlight, who isn't good at handling gratitude, to deal with her. Alice, it's the first time I've seen you so close. I'm very happy. It's my honor to go through this with you. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Andrew, a first-year magic student at Crito Academy. May I shake your hand? A certain unfortunate person claiming to be Andrew looked genuinely happy. The sparkle in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by bright, hopeful stars. Of course, I can. Alice, confused and unsure, shook hands with Andrew, then scratched her head and asked, I actually don't know. Why does everyone at Crito Academy know my name? Doesn't that sound a bit too self-centered? Failed to retrieve content. Failed to retrieve content. Alice and Verlight followed the vice principal out of the dining hall. Suddenly, their surroundings blurred, like a painter splashing colors, making everything hard to see. When the scene cleared, Alice realized they were no longer outside the magic dining hall but in front of a huge, grand castle. The castle was mainly black, standing in the center of Crito, covering a vast area and soaring into the clouds. Its spire was barely visible through the mist, ancient and dreamlike, like a mirage. Although the castle was mostly black, it had many gradients, so it didn't look heavy or oppressive. Instead, it seemed like a place from a fairy tale, home to princesses, dragons, strange creatures, and hidden heroes. In fact, this black castle had become part of legend. Since Crito was founded, every generation of principals had lived here, experiencing magnificent, hard, or legendary lives. The castle's name was designed by the first principal, Crito the Great, one of the most legendary magicians. He personally named it Clarson Choates. In the magical world, the name means the bright moonlight of the night. But the castle didn't look like a moon. It looked more like the deep, mysterious night hiding endless secrets. No part of it seemed bright. The headmaster living inside each generation wore a pure white robe, like the moon. The castle had no new moon, and the principal was the new moon. This tradition was passed down through generations. It was a very interesting design, with deep meaning. Each principal understood it differently, and no one had ever truly deciphered its true significance over the centuries. But perhaps this is the mysterious charm of Clarson Choates. However, if you think the castle's charm is only that, you are very mistaken. Legend has it that the first headmaster, Clito, once said that Clarson Choates is a living being. It always guards Clito Academy, watches over, and protects the successive headmasters. That is its purpose. The inside of the castle is much more complex and varied than its impressive and beautiful exterior. The core of the castle, called the Heart of Life, is held by each headmaster in turn. The castle's internal structure changes according to the headmaster's wishes. Even the strongest evil beings cannot easily find the headmaster protected by Clarson Choates. Moreover, this huge castle is filled with many magical traps and defenses, making it very difficult to breach. Its reputation is known throughout the magical world. Of course, many evil beings who tried to attack the castle have been defeated and lost their lives. Alice was seeing such an ancient, grand castle for the first time. Compared to Verlight and the others, her reaction was a bit exaggerated. But that's not surprising. Students like Alice who come here to see the headmaster usually either have big mouths eager to eat the whole watermelon or can't help but make excited wow sounds. Alice, with her beautiful amber eyes wide with wonder, is already quite calm for her age. And she is only 9 years old. Let's go. Violet tugged at Alice's magic robe, trying to bring her back to reality because the vice headmaster had already stepped ahead into Clarkson Choates. As the headmaster who controls the heart of life, she already knew they had arrived. Violet didn't think the headmaster would have much patience for two people who accidentally entered the forbidden magical area and damaged the magic restaurant. Although Brenda is also hungry, her position makes it impossible for her to allow her companions to make such mistakes. Alice really wants to ignore everything and just start magic blasts. But she can't ignore what Violet says. After all, attacking the principal's castle is a crazy idea. It could also anger the principal and get her expelled. Then Alice might end up on the magic world's blacklist, and she would become very infamous. The principal's castle at Crito Academy is not something to be taken lightly. Would any other magic school dare to accept a violent student like her? Would they risk their school just for a meal? Not only the magic court would be concerned, but other magic citizens might also be scared and avoid her. This situation is really bad, and Alice doesn't want it to be like this. But waiting patiently here is not her style. If the vice principal is deliberately punishing them, then waiting is pointless. Also, as your friend, I want to say that the evil wizards who have tried to assassinate the principal over the past 1,000 years are famous outside. But when they come here, they are helpless. No one has succeeded, and only one has ever escaped. Attacking the principal's castle is a serious crime. Even if you fail, you will still be punished. I don't want such things to happen. Alice, you should understand that doing this will put you in a very bad situation. Violet analyzes the pros and cons and shares his worries. This isn't just his duty as the magic head, but also a friendly warning. It seems that even if you force your way out, you won't succeed. Is the castle really that powerful? And who is that person you mentioned? Alice nods slightly, but can't help feeling curious and asks. Alice understands Brenda's intentions and gives up on the idea of escaping through secret magic. As for the person Violet mentioned, who is that mysterious figure? Over the centuries, only he has managed to escape, which makes him very powerful. If she could meet him, maybe she could ask how he escaped. Then she wouldn't have to worry about the principal and others trapping her in the castle anymore. You should know, there is someone in your class named Edward White. Violet looked into Alice's eyes and said, Alice, your amber eyes reflect Brenda. His voice seemed a little quieter. Yes, I do know, Alice replied. Thinking of Edward, her mood darkened a bit, but she forced herself to speak. Honestly, Alice didn't want to mention anything about Edward at all. She didn't want to talk about him. Edward White, he is the heir of the White family's magic. That person was once the strongest dark wizard of the White family who fell into evil magic, attempted to assassinate the headmaster, but failed and escaped unscathed. His name is Mondragon White. Alice's face stiffened. The name Mondragon sounded familiar. Not just familiar. This evil wizard's name was only one letter different from Mr. Mondry's, the mysterious man who brought her to the magical world. She didn't know if their surnames were the same, but was it just a coincidence? Alice hoped she was overthinking. After thinking carefully, she realized Mr. Mondry's was very mysterious, but every time he appeared, he was there to help Alice. If Mondragon was an evil wizard, why would he help Alice kindly? That didn't make sense. Alice chose to believe in Mondragon. At worst, she could ask him when she saw him next and find out the truth. There was no need to worry too much, she told herself. Suddenly, a burst of magical energy shot toward Alice. All this happened in less than half a second. Alice wasn't paying attention to her surroundings, so she was caught off guard by the magic energy ball, which hit her directly, causing her to crash into a large mirror behind her. Alice. Violet, like Alice, didn't expect to be attacked suddenly. Alice blinked, her vision finally clearing. When she looked toward the dark corridor, her expression turned surprised. Brenda also seemed to sense something and turned her head, looking at the dark passage in front of the mirror. At this moment, besides Alice and Violet, in the empty, endless corridor, two blurry, dark shadows slowly stepped out. When they fully emerged from the shadows, both Alice and Violet saw another version of themselves. The two people had very different hair, one with bright, beautiful, shiny blonde hair, and the other with smooth, long silver hair that had a faint blue tint, like icy snow. Their appearances and heights were exactly the same as Alice and Verlight. It was like looking into a mirror. But the one who looked just like Alice had a blank face, while the one who resembled Brenda wore a charming, mischievous smile. You see, Alice is not expressionless, and someone as cold as Verlight wouldn't normally show such a wicked, enchanting smile. So, it was easy to tell them apart. The differences were clear. "Wow, this is so lame," said the silver-haired girl with a mischievous smile, making a teasing sound in a carefree tone. The blonde girl who attacked Alice remained cold and silent, her expression calm as she watched Alice and Brenda without saying a word. But Alice believed that this quiet girl, although not showing any signs of hostility, could suddenly unleash her magic attack at any moment, catching her off guard. "Who are you?" Verlight took out her magic staff from her sleeve. Her slender, fair fingers held the staff firmly, black and white contrasting sharply. She slowly raised her staff, aiming steadily at the two unexpected intruders. "Who are we? Ignorance is so sad." "Haywood." She actually asked who we are, how funny. "Ha ha ha." Without answering, the mischievous, silver-haired girl poked the soft face of the blonde girl, then burst out laughing boldly. The blonde girl remained expressionless, her gaze fixed on Alice. She ignored her companion's teasing and quietly said, "Let's fight. You and me." Alice also looked at the expressionless girl, the one who had just attacked her. And from her skills, it was clear she looked exactly like Alice. She shared Alice's magic abilities and even had the same powerful magic energy inside her. It was like seeing another version of herself. Although their personalities were different, their strength was evenly matched. That was the feeling. But the two girls opposite them didn't look hungry at all. The difference in strength was obvious, and at this moment, Alice and her friends, being hungry, were at a disadvantage. What should they do? If you want to fight, how should you do it? If Verliet loses control again, her secret will be exposed to the two principals, and whether Brenda's body can handle it remains a key issue. Alice faces a tough choice, but time is running out. Content unavailable. Are you kidding? What kind of monsters are these new students? Looking at Verliet, whose power is rapidly increasing and who is going berserk, the charming girl finally can't hold back her dissatisfaction. In her uncontrolled state, even a great mage like Professor Magic Stone can only run away in fear, defending passively without even having time to summon anything. This is not what a student should be doing. Such strength is truly shocking. The principal only asked them to play with Alice and entertain the guests. Who would have thought these two are not easy opponents to handle just for fun? Is there a problem with the information, or is the principal testing their quick thinking? Her thoughts spun quickly. The charming girl frowned slightly. If she doesn't take things seriously now, it won't work. Brenda's magical energy continues to surge wildly, alarming Alice and the expressionless girl who are fighting nearby. Alice is just as frightened as the two unexpected visitors. She had already guessed this might happen, but who knew Brenda would go berserk so suddenly? If the principal finds out, what will happen to Verliet? Alice no longer cares about the expressionless girl. Moreover, it seems the girl is also distracted by Verliet, who is about to lose control. Seizing this moment, without hesitation, Alice leaps high, over the expressionless girl and the charming girl preparing to fight seriously. She dives and grabs Verliet's waist, ignoring everything else, rushing into the endless corridor. Her speed creates a strong gust, and in the blink of an eye, she becomes a tiny far away, leaving the two girls standing there, their hair flying wildly in a wind. The two girls blink, and in the next moment, they suddenly change their appearance. Like magic, their looks and outfits are completely different. The girl disguised as Alice is now dressed in a black and white combat suit, with a snowy white cape flowing behind her. The delicate features are not as overly beautiful as Alice's, but they match her expressionless demeanor perfectly. She holds a Western sword in her left hand. Her short white hair gently moves in the breeze, and her black eyes shimmer, with flickering light. Another girl wears a black and white combat uniform with a high collar, but her cape is as black as the night. Her appearance is almost the same as the emotionless girl, but her eyes are slightly narrower and her eyebrows are darker. Her weapon is a black katana. Her long black hair reaches her knees, and her eyes are both charming and sinister. They are called Luo Bai and Hei Chi. The emotionless girl who once disguised herself as Alice is Luo Bai. The charming girl pretending to be Velvet is Hei Chi. Chase after them and stop them. First, control the one going berserk. That's ice magic. I don't want Klaus Jotz to turn into an ice castle. Hei Chi thought of her own principle and couldn't help but speed up her words. She really wanted to rush forward now. But if she didn't explain things to Luo Bai properly, she might end up fighting her for thousands of rounds, which would be very troublesome. Why not just fight them? Oh, fine. Bai Luo couldn't help but speak her mind. Her tone was still cold, but there was a hint of disappointment, as if missing this fight was a big loss. It's been a long time since anyone could interest Bai Luo. Staying in the huge Klaus Jotz castle without being able to show her skills made her feel like her body was rusting from loneliness. Stop making that pitiful face. I can't stand it. Why don't you go look in the mirror and fight yourself? Are you satisfied now? Hei Chi curled her lips. Although they had been together for hundreds of years, she still couldn't stand Luo Bai's sad, helpless look. They're not children anymore. They should need to fight and comfort each other. And every time someone is comforted, it's Hei Chi. Isn't that unfair? Hearing Hei Chi's promise, the disappointed Bai Luo straightened her back, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. She nodded happily, and only then did Bai Luo and Hei Chi go after the two new magic students who had already run out of sight. Alice felt like she had flown very far, but the corridor ahead seemed endless, with no end in sight. It was as if the path she flew along hadn't moved forward at all, but was just staying in the same place, constantly pacing in circles. This won't work. Stop now. After holding Villette for a long time while flying, she finally spoke. Her voice sounded almost the same as usual, but the wild, turbulent magic power that kept rising and falling still made people feel scared. Okay. Alice didn't hesitate and stopped immediately. Continuing to fly like this wasn't a good idea, and it would also drain a lot of her energy. Facing those two girls disguised as her would only make things worse.
How do you feel now?
Do you think you can control that power? Alice helped Villette lean against the wall of the corridor, one hand supporting Brenda's slack shoulder to prevent her from falling due to weakness. Villette seemed to have recovered a little and shook her head slightly. Her hand was now much colder than the icy ground, so cold that when she supported herself with one hand, frost began to form on the surface, spreading outward at a visible speed. Alice's hand rested on Villette's shoulder. Even through her magic uniform, a faint chill kept rising, like holding a piece of icy ground that constantly emitted white, cold air. I don't know, but Alice, you need to save your strength. You're holding me back, Villette said intermittently. Though it was just a short sentence, it seemed to drain her already exhausted spirit. Her icy blue eyes gradually lost their sparkle, and faint snowflakes began to fall, making her eyes look hollow and empty. It was like a lamp without a flame, swallowed by darkness. This isn't a burden. We are friends. I won't let you go like this. If there's no way, I'll find one. I believe I can do it. Trust me, we'll be fine. Alice couldn't help but frown. Villette's words made her feel uncomfortable. Growing up alone in an orphanage, Alice had always been lonely. That's why she treasured her friends more than others, those lucky enough to have many friends. She cherished this hard-earned friendship. Cherished Brenda Villette. I believe in you. In Brenda's blurry vision, the only clear thing was Alice's beautiful amber eyes. The determination and sincerity shining in those eyes made the young girl feel a little relieved. Meeting a friend like Alice made her think that even if her secret was exposed, it might not be as bad as she imagined. However, this involved her position as the heir of Velvet magic. Alice didn't want to give up the chance. She started to think about her secret power. Since her body was like a black hole filled with endless magic, could this black hole swallow outside magical chaos? Alice had never tried before. Now, Velvet's situation was very bad. Snowflakes in her icy blue eyes fell more and more densely. Alice understood what this meant. When the snowstorm turned into an icy blizzard, Velvet would completely lose control and enter a magic frenzy. At that time, not only would she be unable to control herself, but even escaping would be impossible. Alice held Velvet's hand. The coldness of Velvet's hand was much colder than she expected. In that moment, Alice felt like she was falling into a deep, icy abyss. Endless coldness covered every nerve, and her bones, wrapped in flesh, throbbed under this chilling force, as if pierced by silver needles. Alice had never been this cold before. No winter in the human world had ever made her feel so cold. It was so cold that it was almost unbearable. This went beyond ordinary coldness and mental strain. Where Alice and Velvet's hands clasped, a layer of frost quickly covered their skin. The frost spread upward, along Alice's wrist, up her forearm, then her upper arm, over her shoulders, and up her fragile neck. It even covered Alice's right face with a transparent, icy mask. Alice shivered uncontrollably, trembling all over. Thinking about how Velvet had endured even more painful coldness all this time, Alice became more determined. Although this bone-chilling cold made her instinctively want to run away and resist, she did not give up. This was her promise with Velvet. When there was no way back, she would find a new path. Because the paths are made by people walking on them. When there is no other way, I think of new solutions. As long as I don't give up, I won't feel hopeless. Also, in Alice's dictionary, there has never been a place for the word despair. The servant quickly answered, "Our master is the most respected duke of the Valoran Empire, Lord Baran." As the sunset disappeared, the distant fire could no longer be seen. Yu Gigi felt uneasy. During the day, she had seen how tall the trees in the forest were. Many were dozens of meters high. At night, the dense woods looked even more frightening. Sometimes, she could hear the low growls of unknown wild animals. "Are you really a duke?" Yu Gigi asked softly. Her voice was gentle, clear, and a little nervous. Alice tried hard to focus her mind, attempting to connect with the black hole inside her. Although she could feel her intentions, the black hole that had always helped her remained still, as if it had no intention of interfering and chose to watch from the sidelines. Alice kept telling herself not to panic, not to give in. But in this terrifying cold, her thoughts seemed to slow down. Things she could think quickly about now became difficult and dull. Her mind seemed to freeze because of the relentless cold. Her heartbeat slowed more and more. Thump, thump, thump. Her consciousness began to fade. Alice struggled to break through the crystal that was freezing her thoughts, but all her efforts seemed blocked by an invisible barrier, helpless and powerless. Let go of her hand. If she let go, she could recover. She wouldn't feel this cold, this pain, or this suffering. Alice heard a voice whispering in her ear. It was like a mirage tempting a lost traveler in the desert. "No, I refuse." Alice suddenly opened her eyes, her amber eyes shining again. A fierce, stubborn fire burned deep within her gaze, turning all her fear of the cold into motivation to move forward. No matter how difficult it was, she couldn't just give up. Alice felt as if a black hole inside her was spinning rapidly. The spinning got faster and faster. Suddenly, her slow heartbeat paused for a moment, then returned to normal. Thump, thump, thump. A heavy feeling kept retreating. New strength was growing. Alice felt herself turning into a whirlpool, devouring the wild magic radiating from Vwillet with great power and speed. She kept absorbing energy. The coldness that entered her black hole disappeared completely. The unbearable cold of a deep winter was gradually melted away. Frost on her right cheek and on her arms turned into tiny, clear blue particles that floated into the air as the black hole greedily absorbed magic. Her blood flow sped up, and her breathing became steady again. Her trembling teeth stopped chattering, returning to calm. Alice felt something rush into her chest, then climb up her neck and take over her mind. A big smile appeared on her face. She had succeeded.
She did it.
She hadn't let herself down. The black hole that had been watching silently now obeyed Alice's will again. Why did this change happen? Alice didn't know. She only knew that after rejecting the tempting voice, their situation changed. Violet's body temperature was also returning to normal. If you looked closely, you would notice that at the tip of the silver hair, which had a faint blue tint, the intense blue that had been trying to invade her silver hair seemed to have faded a little. "I did it, Brenda. We succeeded. Do you feel better now?" Alice raised her hand, which was clasped with Brenda's, and gently shook it as a reminder. Her voice was a little trembling, but full of hope and joy. "I feel much better." Violet nodded softly in response to Alice's hopeful gaze. A faint smile appeared on his face, but it didn't last long. At this moment, Brenda's body had returned to normal temperature. "Alice." Violet looked a bit troubled. With the little strength he had regained, he pulled at her hand that he was holding, hesitating to speak. "This is rare. Such an expression and tone are seldom seen in Verliet, because most of the time, this heir of the Verliet magic family has a blank, unapproachable face." "What's wrong? Do you still feel unwell?" Alice quickly hides her happy expression and speaks with concern. Honestly, Alice isn't sure if absorbing Verliet's wild magic will solve the problem. She knows nothing about it, which makes her even more nervous. What if she accidentally makes things worse? Just as Alice begins to feel guilty, Verliet gently shakes his head to reassure her. He leans against the wall and softly says, "No. I mean, Alice, you can stop now. The magic inside me is probably almost gone." When Alice hears this, she finally relaxes a little. Since the beginning, that mysterious black hole inside him has been constantly swallowing Verliet's magic power. It seems determined to consume all of it before stopping. This is very bad. Alice quickly orders the black hole to stop eating, but it ignores her and continues to devour, even faster than before. Alice gets annoyed. No matter how much she tries to persuade it, the black hole ignores her and keeps eating, completely absorbed in its task. "If you won't listen, then I'll try another way." Alice releases Verliet's hand, but this simple action is now incredibly difficult. Their hands, clasped tightly like powerful magnets, won't budge. Alice tries changing positions, even kicking the wall and pulling hard, but nothing works. What is going on? Alice fumes, puffing out her cheeks and glaring. Even though she has no beard, she just puffs her cheeks to show her anger and frustration. "If you keep doing this, I won't give you any more tasty food." An idea suddenly comes to Alice. Since this guy is so greedy and refuses to listen, the biggest punishment is to make sure he never eats anything again. Once she has this thought, it immediately produces a very strong effect. At this moment, Alice was forcefully pushing against the wall with her feet. Suddenly, the suction disappeared, causing Alice to fall backward uncontrollably, rolling out headfirst and hitting the opposite wall with her backside. She barely managed to stop herself. This position looked very awkward and embarrassing. Fortunately, only Alice and Violet were present. Just as Alice thought she could finally relax and take a break, her upside-down view revealed a girl dressed in a black and white high-collared uniform. The girl had long black hair that reached her knees and was curiously observing Alice from below. Alice's amber eyes widened in shock. Being seen in such a vulnerable position by a stranger was extremely embarrassing. Her delicate face instantly turned red like a monkey's, but she quickly sat upright, leaning against the wall, trying to hide her burning cheeks. In a serious tone, she looked at the girl who had suddenly appeared and asked, "Who are you and why are you spying on me? Haha, who am I? Did you forget your language lessons? Look, I'm not hiding or avoiding. This is called honest observation. How does it feel to hit the wall with your butt? Does it hurt?" The girl spoke playfully, with a mischievous look and a big smile. She seemed very pleased with Alice's earlier action and thoughtfully nodded while touching her chin. Alice resisted the urge to hide in a hole. Hearing this, she also felt pain from her backside, and the shame grew even stronger. This person was definitely doing it on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. The angry gaze of Hei-chi did not soften at all. She continued to support her chin with her hand, leaning closer to Alice, showing an even more irritating smile. "Oh, you already forgot me? We just met, little lion." Content unavailable. "I think you're pretty handsome." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hei-chi, who was surrendering to her teammates' intelligence, immediately showed a charming and narcissistic smile. But when she saw who was speaking, her tone changed instantly, becoming very obedient and respectful. "Of course, good morning, principal." Even the girl who was feeling down, by Luo, suddenly brightened up. She bowed politely and respectfully said, "Good day, principal." Vered also behaved politely, standing up to greet her with respect. Alice watched the two people whose expressions changed in an instant. She found it quite amazing. It seemed that the principal's reputation was very effective. Maybe the principal was a strong, cool man like Uncle Bard, all muscles and charm? After all, as the head of the school, he wouldn't be very young. Once Alice understood this, she looked toward the source of the voice. It was a young senior, about 18 or 19 years old. He looked even thinner than an average boy, with pale skin that seemed fragile. He was handsome, but lacked any aura of authority or power. Instead, he had a scholarly air. He was friendly and approachable. It didn't seem difficult to get along with him. But it was surprising that someone so young was the head of the famous Crito Academy in the magic world. Alice was not an exception. However, she had met Blake, who was over 90 years old, but still looked like a young boy. For powerful magicians, staying young in appearance was probably not very difficult. The principal noticed Alice was watching him. After giving a slight nod to Hei-chi and Bai Luo and the president, this young-looking principal turned and walked straight toward Alice. He wore a white magic robe that fluttered slightly as he moved. In just a moment, he was already in front of Alice, despite being about 10 meters away. He gently flicked his pretty blue braid, then casually crouched down. He reached out and gently rubbed Alice's soft, shiny, full golden hair, smiling kindly. "Nice to meet you, Alice. I realize I didn't think this through, so I'd like to have a meal together." Seeing Alice still looking at him, the principal thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. You already know my identity. Just to tell you my name, I am Banson Ader. Did you like the birthday surprise I prepared for you?" His tone was gentle and friendly, without any sense of authority. It was like a senior chatting with a junior girl, without putting any pressure on Alice. Honestly, this was the kindest and most approachable principal Alice had ever met. Although Alice has never seen what other principals look like. "I like it very much, but if what you said is true, I'd like to go eat first. Is that okay?" Alice was extremely hungry. She hadn't had a single bite since leaving home this morning. The principal didn't seem to be joking, and since there was food available to fill her stomach, why waste time talking here instead of eating delicious food? It was not worth it. "As you wish." The principal of Crito Magic Academy, a famous genius in the magical world named Banson Yadiel, smiled. His voice had a special magic that seemed to soothe everyone's mind, making listeners feel calm and rational. It was a comforting and reliable power. Alice didn't dislike this feeling. Banson Yadiel reached out from his white sleeve and pulled out a silver magic wand over a meter long, waving it like a conductor. As he raised it high, he didn't speak any spells, but his magic took effect immediately. The space around them changed quickly. Walls, floors, and ceilings shifted rapidly to match the principal's intentions. The corridor that seemed endless transformed into a luxurious, noble dining hall. Alice Vellet and the principal sat at the center of this grand hall, by an oval table made of dark, polished Nanmu wood. The table was decorated with intricate carvings and large, shimmering golden gemstones that reflected the dazzling 9-story golden tower chandelier above. The chandelier slowly rotated clockwise, and gentle music floated from it, filling the room with a beautiful sound that made everyone feel relaxed and forget about time. A flying owl, carrying a basket of delicious food, landed on the table made of Nanmu wood. It then circled in the air, bowed to Lord Banson Yadiel, and after the bow, danced lightly as it flew away. It disappeared in an instant behind a marble pillar in the hall. It was as if it had never appeared. Alice sat on one of the chairs, next to Verlet, who was quietly watching everything happen. Alice looked at Principal Banson-Yadel and was amazed and inspired by the magic he casually performed. This is truly amazing. Is this the power of magic? If I learn this magic, I won't have to worry about going hungry because I can't find tasty food. Thinking of this, Alice's stomach made a loud, embarrassing growl. Gurgle. Gurgle. All right, everyone can start eating. Don't be shy. Seeing Alice's cheeks turn slightly red and her eyes fixed on the food with a longing expression, the principal couldn't help but smile kindly and waved his hand loudly, giving permission. The others at the table responded, and soon the sound of cups, bowls, and spoons clinking filled the air as everyone eagerly started eating under the principal's approval. Alice never thought she was a big eater, but for the first time, she felt that being a foodie might be pretty fun. There was delicious food to enjoy, and learning magic was a double benefit. Alice couldn't help but smile happily. Sitting across from her, Blackie was momentarily dazzled. She admitted that Alice, when not being annoying, was quite attractive, especially with tasty food to whet her appetite. The principal also didn't hold back, tearing off a piece of turkey leg and chewing it quickly but gracefully. Alice also learned that Principal Banson-Yadel was actually a big eater. She also found out that Banson-Yadel didn't like drinking alcohol. Alice ate until she was full and let out a cute burp of satisfaction. Verlet didn't eat much, but after this meal, she seemed much more energetic, and her lips looked a little rosier. This was probably thanks to the magical nutrients in the food that helped her body. And then, after eating and drinking enough, it was time to get serious. Principal Banson-Yadel took Alice and Verlet into his office. The messy books had been tidied up. Vice Principal Ashu was already waiting inside. When the Crimson Magic Circle and metal door closed, the conversation between Alice, Verlet, and the two principals officially began. Content unavailable. The fourth Forbidden Zone, the Crito Magic Academy, has a large city-sized area covering a vast land. Inside, many private regions are not open to outsiders, like Uncle Bard's small cabin, the lush woods where he lives, and the clear stream flowing nearby. Besides that, the Academy has 13 Forbidden Zones. The magic students living there often call them the Magic Forbidden Lands. No students are allowed inside these zones because they hide many secrets and magical beings. These beings can lure and harm anyone who enters without permission. Only a few, like Alice Vellet and her friends, have ever come out safely from these dangerous areas. Over thousands of years, only a few have survived. As young magic students who haven't yet become full magicians, facing the threats of strange creatures in the Forbidden Zones is naturally risky. Originally, these Forbidden Zones were open to the public. They weren't always feared. They became dangerous only after students entered and often went missing or died trying to push their limits. Because of this, the zones were sealed off one by one. To enter a Forbidden Zone, one must have a special permit. Without it, entering would break the rules of Crito Magic Academy. However, since stories about students being harmed in these zones spread widely, few people are willing to risk going near them. A careless move could mean never seeing another sunrise. Only brave or foolish people, like Alice, who was born in the Muggle world and knew little about magic, would venture into the Forbidden Zones. After coming out, they realized what kind of place they entered, and that they broke the Academy's rules. But ignorance isn't always innocent. Even if someone doesn't mean to break the rules, they still have to face the consequences. As the new guardian of the Forbidden Zones, Alice changed out of her black magic robe and put on a silver-gray uniform for the Forbidden Zone Guardians. She reported to the Guardian Alliance along with Vellet, following the rules for punishment. The Forbidden Zone Guardians are divided into 13 teams, each with a number. Each team is responsible for guarding its own zone and helping out if other zones face strange events. Because Alice and her group entered the underground cave, the cage code was 4, so Alice and Verliet belong to the 4th Forbidden Zone Guardians. They are responsible for patrolling and guarding the underground cave of the 4th Magic Forbidden Area. Apart from the reason for entering the Forbidden Zone, The number of guardians in the 4th magic forbidden area is also the smallest among the 13 zones. Therefore, filling this vacancy and allowing the mistake-prone Alice to accept punishment seems like a good idea. In fact, the principal's thinking is quite different from Alice's. Even William, who is now the captain of the 4th Forbidden Zone Guard, doesn't understand why the principal would assign 2 pretty, delicate young girls as magic Forbidden Zone guards. It's important to know that this is not a position anyone can hold. It involves sudden dangers at any time and even life-threatening situations. Without enough strength, if they have to protect the weak during danger, it would be harmful rather than helpful for the already small team of magic Forbidden Zone guards in the 4th zone. As a subordinate, William has no right to oppose the principal's decision. He can only silently carry out his task of welcoming new members. The person conveying the principal's orders, Benson Ader, couldn't help but show a look of pity and sympathy for William and his team. This made William feel even worse, like adding insult to injury. "Captain, you don't need to worry too much. I heard that although the 2 are young girls, they are quite famous in the magic world. Especially one of them, so bringing them into the 4th Magic Forbidden team isn't such a bad thing," someone nearby offered reassurance. "Haha, are you talking about those 2 troublemakers who caused trouble yesterday?" William sneered slightly. Last night, when the strange event occurred in the 13th Forbidden Zone, he led a guard team to support, but Alice took advantage of the situation, and what happened was kept secret by the Magic Defense Group. However, it is said that the commotion caused was no less than the anomaly in the 13th Zone. If the Magic Defense Group hadn't arrived in time, do you think those 2 little girls could have survived in the Magic Forbidden Land? That's a joke. And that so-called magic president, praised as a top genius in the magic world, sounds impressive and powerful, but who really knows? Even if he does have some magic skills, he's ultimately just a kid under 10 years old. Exceptional talent, so what? Can he beat himself? Don't even mention beating him, just beating his team members. Each one is stronger than a young girl with no experience. Report, Captain. The new members have arrived. A member of the magic band entered the room and quickly spoke to Captain William, who was sitting at his desk with a cold expression. "Tell them to come in and see me," William ordered in the same calm tone. "Yes," the member responded according to the rules, then led the 2 new members into the room. "They are definitely 2 little girls." William heard the quiet gasps from the team members. Out of habit, he didn't look at the newcomers first, but glanced around to see everyone's reactions. No matter their age, everyone was stunned, but their eyes were fixed on the 2 new girls. The expression suggested it wasn't because of their age. Everyone knew how old they were, so that couldn't be the reason. What could it be? William paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to the 2 small newcomers sitting at the wooden desk. Even a confident leader like William was momentarily stunned. These 2 little girls looked too perfect. How could someone be born so beautiful? Especially the girl on the left, with bright blonde hair and amber eyes, who is also a new student at the Crito Magic Academy. William knew her name was Alice, but he had no idea she could be so stunningly beautiful that it made others feel ashamed. Truly naturally beautiful. "Captain," Alice saw many people looking at her and Velvet, and the man behind the desk was staring at her without blinking. Alice couldn't help but wonder if there was something on her face. But she was overthinking. The man was just distracted by her appearance. Velvet stood beside Alice, took out a silver badge from his pocket, and spoke calmly, like ice and jade. "By order of Principal Crito, Brenda, Velvet, and Alice, with the Magic Band Pass, meet the captain of the 4th District Guard, Lord William. If you like this, feel free to save it. The new book needs everyone's support and encouragement. Thank you all." You arrived on time. Very good. William clenched his fist and lightly coughed, hiding his embarrassment. If Velvet hadn't reminded him, he might have kept staring at the young girl for a long time, something very rude to do. Thinking about how he had been lost in thought while looking at her, William's face turned red. That was why he coughed to cover his awkward moment. William was quick to recover and return to normal.
"Now,
Let's get to the main point. Since you're here, you must follow the rules and take the new guard trainee test." William crossed his fingers and looked seriously at the 2 beautiful young girls standing in front of his desk. Actually, there are only 9 people, including William. All the magic guards are over 18 years old. So, besides Alice and Velvet, everyone else is an adult who joined the magic guard profession. They are students who graduated from Crito Academy or are still studying there. The school provides them with private villas, magical healing services, and free meals. They also get magic coins as rewards, and every year, there is a guard league competition. The winners get a magic trophy and special honor. In short, being a guard is a very rewarding job, but the tests are not easy. It's impossible to pass just like that. The principal definitely knows this. He even encourages the guard competitions. Moreover, Alice and Velvet didn't get in through recommendations. They were sent on missions as punishment from the school. If they fail the test, Principal Banson Adale won't ignore it. That would be really troublesome. What should they do? Should they let Alice and the Magic Guild president pass easily? No, that's not acceptable. It's a matter of principle. William is feeling overwhelmed by the situation, while Alice and Velvet remain fearless and unaware of how tough the magic test will be. Are we not patrolling tonight? Alice blinked her big amber eyes and tilted her head, looking at Captain William with a curious expression. He looked serious and a bit troubled. Oh, tonight is only for the test, not patrol duty. I mean you too. The others will follow the usual rules. Don't try to slack off. The watching magic guards sighed collectively, feeling disappointed, but they didn't show any real displeasure. After all, no matter how unhappy they were about not slacking off, guarding the magic forbidden zone was their duty. They couldn't refuse unless they wanted to be fired immediately. Who would dare? Captain, is this a real combat test or just paperwork? Alice gently tapped her temple with her finger, unsure about the magic guard's roles. She found Captain William a bit intimidating with his serious face, but she still asked. It might seem annoying to ask questions, but she continued anyway. Both, William replied. Seeing Alice slump her shoulders, looking defeated, he tapped the table. But since you're all new to magic, you only need to do the combat test now. The paperwork can wait until you officially join the 4th Magic Forbidden group. That's good to hear. Alice let out a small sigh of relief and looked at Velvet, feeling worried, but unable to show it. Can Brenda handle the combat test now? If Velvet loses control and becomes too wild, it could be very serious. If Alice hadn't quickly absorbed Velvet's raging magic power today, Clarkson Jots might already have turned into an icy castle. After the magic energy burst inside her, Brenda couldn't control that power on her own. Do these people have stronger strength than the Magic Stone professors? If they are too weak, Velvet's inhuman ice attacks could turn everyone into frozen sculptures. Velvet didn't know exactly what Alice was thinking, but her intuition told Brenda that Alice was worried about her current state. Since running wild in the cat cage, the monster inside Velvet has become more restless, as if it wants to break through the barrier inside him and appear in the real world, causing chaos and stirring up trouble. Velvet's gaze unexpectedly meets Alice's. The girl subtly shakes her head and gives Alice a look that says, "Please rest assured. I don't know why I have this feeling, but after Alice absorbed the power inside Velvet, the monster seemed to become much calmer and more obedient, as if it didn't plan to come out for now. But this is just Velvet's feeling. The actual situation is hard to be sure about." While Alice and Velvet exchange glances, William feels somewhat uncomfortable. The reason for this discomfort is mainly because of Alice's relieved expression and her arrogant words, like, "That's easy to handle," full of blind confidence and arrogance. Even students who graduated from Crito's magic school wouldn't dare to guarantee they could pass the practical test of the magic barrier guards easily. But this little girl, only about 8 or 9 years old, dares to boast that she can pass the test smoothly and easily. Her confidence probably comes from her ignorance of the magic world, even though she looks quite pretty. However, her overconfidence is not a valid reason to underestimate the practical test of the magic barrier. Now, I announce the details of the test. The practical assessment means you will directly participate in the actual combat work of the guards. If you pass the practical test, the 4th Zone Magic Barrier Group will recognize you as official magic barrier guards. Otherwise, you will be permanently disqualified from entering the 4th Zone Magic Barrier Group. The test will take place in the third underground cave branch. Your task is to eliminate all security threats inside the branch. You have 1 hour and 30 minutes. If you exceed this time, it will be considered a failure. William, who was originally hesitant, changed his mind after hearing Alice's arrogant words. He thought it was necessary to let these new magic students experience the consequences of bragging, or it would be too easy on them. Especially that boastful little lion girl, Alice. Do you accept the challenge? If not, you will be permanently disqualified from running for the 4th zone guard position. I want to hear your answer. Alice and Velvet exchanged a quick look without showing any hesitation. Both spoke at the same time. I accept. After all, being punished by the Academy left no other choice. Alice shrugged. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. The two newcomers were still in the 3rd underground tunnel, but the sharp alarm covering the entire 4th magic forbidden zone was clearly transmitted to Alice and Velvet, unaffected by the distance. Even because of the echo, the alarm sounded clearer and louder inside, deafening. Alice had just relaxed when the sudden alarm disturbed her again, forcing her to stay alert. Is there more? Alice felt the ground tremble. Stalactites on the ceiling rapidly shook and turned into sharp swords, falling like a rain of blades from above. Could this also be one of the threats in the 3rd tunnel? As Alice considered whether to blast all the stalactites on the ceiling, Velvet had already cast a circular magic shield, instantly covering both of them and providing 360-degree protection. The sharp stalactites, like swords, plunged down and hit the uneven ground. Their tips and about a third of their front parts sank into the cold, hard stone. If one hit her head, it would definitely shatter her bones and cause a gruesome injury, like a watermelon splattering from a high fall. The powerful falling stalactites hit the transparent magic shield, bouncing off as if hitting something even harder, like steel. But this was not very good news. The stalactites that were knocked away lost their attack power, yet more swords-like stalactites continued to fall from the ceiling, tearing through the air. The dense whistling sound made their scalp tingle, and their nerves stayed tense amid the relentless rain of stones. This is an alarm. If Captain William isn't trying to bury us alive, then this is an emergency. Velvet kept the magic shield up, resisting the external attacks and pressure, while raising his voice to answer Alice. The stalactites hit the ground and also struck the protective shield. Because of this, the loud, complex noise easily drowned out Velvet's original voice, so she had to raise her voice and speak more forcefully. You're right. We can't be buried here, and we have no idea what caused the ground to shake. Staying here will only make things worse. Alice felt the ground beneath her tremble even more, as if something was about to break through the rocks. Her strong unease made her frown. Her instincts told her this was not just an ordinary earthquake. It was caused by an unknown presence that she and Brenda didn't know about. That presence triggered the quake and might arrive suddenly, at any moment. They had to leave the 3rd subcave immediately, get out of the underground cave, and then find Captain William to ask what was really happening. But at the same time, we might lose our chance to join the 4th Zone Guard team, Velvet said, warning about the consequences of leaving. But now, they couldn't just wait and do nothing. Leaving was their only choice. Otherwise, Velvet and Alice could be hit on the head by a falling stalactite from the cave ceiling, causing a head injury or worse. After all, Velvet's magic wasn't unlimited, and Alice hadn't learned defensive magic yet. In the magical world, she was just a beginner with limited skills. Losing our spot in the 4th Zone Guard team means we can try other zones or ask the principal for a different punishment. As long as we are alive, other paths will open for us. Come on, let's rush out. Alice looked at Velvet like a brave little lion. Her beautiful amber eyes seemed to burn with golden flames. This was a fire of courage, firm and confident, shining like stars in the dim cave, in the faint glow of the magic shield. Under this light, Velvet felt inspired by the fire of courage. Brenda had already made her decision, but Alice's answer made Velvet's heart even more solid, like iron. It was as if she saw a faint light of dawn in the darkness. Is this the unspoken power within Alice starting to work? Brenda did not hesitate at all. Her special icy blue eyes sparkled with light, like the blue sea under bright sunshine. She gently curled her lips into a small smile and nodded in agreement.
She believed in Alice.
Alice reached out her hand toward Velvet. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted them. A huge, powerful sound filled the air, covering the impact of a stalactite sword hitting the ceiling. The sudden noise caused a sharp pain in her ears, and then she lost her hearing. In this incredible blast, she couldn't hear anything anymore. She couldn't hear. Alice wanted to grab Velvet's hand. Velvet raised his hand to respond. They were less than 3 centimeters apart, but it felt like a whole century between them. Alice wanted to shout Velvet's name, but she could only feel her throat tremble. She couldn't hear any sound. Brenda watched Alice from across, her mouth moving as if she was talking, but Alice couldn't read lips and didn't know what she was trying to say. An unprecedented silence filled the world. Suddenly, a huge force from underground threw both Alice and Velvet into the air. Then, the dark abyss below opened its cold, black mouth. An irresistible pull dragged Alice and Velvet downward, making them lose all control. They kept falling, 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 like sinking into a deep, blue sea of despair. All they felt was cold and fear. It was too dark to see Velvet's shadow. Only Alice was left, falling into the darkness of the world. She couldn't hear anything. She tried to fly up, but after rising a few meters, the force pulled her down again and she kept falling. What was below? Were she and Velvet eaten? In such a deep place, could gentle Captain William find them? After Doris slept deeply, she lost her 2 roommates. Would she cry loudly? Or would she think Alice and Velvet were just joking, playing pranks? But Velvet was a serious person, unlike Alice's playful nature. What should be done about the cat in the milk? Beautiful and cute, if she loses herself, she will surely find a new good owner. Every day, she carries fresh small fish to show off and act cute. Turning into a black and white giant tiger would definitely surprise her new owner, haha. Alice thought a lot, and the more she thought, the less afraid she felt. She was not a timid person, so why should she become scared in the dark? She only hoped this place was not an endless abyss. Otherwise, being hungry and without water would be too sad. Alice blinked her amber eyes and suddenly wanted to eat Clito Academy's special ramen again. Then she shared a bag of Your Happiness drink with Verliet and brought a sour, tasty green fruit for Dolores. But if things keep going like this and everyone can't find them, Alice wondered who would make her dream of becoming a great magician come true. Only Alice herself can make her wish come true and be truly satisfied. So, in Alice's dictionary, there is no such thing as giving up easily. Failed to retrieve content, Alice quickly accepted the reality that everything here was strange. Many beings and phenomena were different from the outside world. A mural demon that automatically locks onto prey didn't seem too hard to accept. However, it was a bit rude to touch and poke the golden dragon eyes of the demon openly, as if stealing from it. Alice felt a little guilty and scratched her head. She waved her small hand at the 9 heads and 18 eyes and opened her mouth to say, with a playful and guilty tone, "You all. Okay, sorry for waking you up accidentally. I'll leave right away, and you can go back to sleep." But the 9-headed demon on the mural didn't plan to let her go easily. Its 18 dragon eyes, each a different color, stared down at little Alice. They blinked as if they had turned back into a frozen dragon from the painting. As soon as Alice moved a small step, their eyes all followed her, fixed on her tightly, like tracking missiles ready to explode and stick to her. This part isn't very fun. Although I don't know if the attack from the 9-headed demon in the mural was effective, their vividly colorful dragon eyes shine like sharp swords shooting out, which doesn't seem friendly. It looks like Alice woke it up, and this big creature isn't planning to sleep. Instead, it seems to be thinking about how to cut the intruder into 9 pieces so each head can enjoy a tasty meal. How could Alice not see through such a blatant gaze? Even though it's just a painting, she can't let her guard down. After all, it's her first time seeing such a multi-headed demon, and she has never fought a painting before, so she isn't very confident. If she accidentally damages the mural pillar and breaks the main support of the first floor, the whole castle could collapse into ruins, worse than the first floor of the Clito Magic Restaurant. The castle's owner might come to fight her, or even try to kill her, which is very possible. Although Alice isn't sure if her attack will work here, she thinks she might as well try. Alice is a doer. Since the demon doesn't see her as a friend and even wants to eat her as a dessert, there's no better time than now to act. The nine-headed demon clearly notices that the little girl in front of it, seen as food, has a small look in her eyes, like a white rabbit preparing to fight back with a rabbit kick against an eagle. But as a noble, kingly nine-headed dragon looking down on all beings, how could it be afraid of this seemingly weak little soul that looks like it can't even catch a chicken? If word got out, people would laugh their heads off, literally even losing 2 front teeth. Even though it's just a painting, the dignity of the nine-headed demon can't be lost, not even a little. It hates others disturbing or destroying its beautiful dreams. If it hadn't woken up quickly, its symbol of status and pride, the reverse scale, might have been touched by this reckless intruder. Alice didn't succeed in touching the dragon's reverse scale, but it still made the nine-headed demon furious, so angry it wanted to roar to the sky. But Alice won't wait for it to finish shouting before she strikes. Standing straight among the 18 eyes, fearless, she casually releases a dark gold magical energy blast. The dark gold magic energy condenses into a ball, shooting out like a shell, hitting one of the demon's heads just as it was about to roar, right inside its open dragon mouth.
Boom!
Colorful ink splattered across the mural, flying everywhere, some even spraying out and heading toward Alice. The ink passed through Alice's semi-transparent body and landed on the floor, staining the ornate castle carpet. The dragon head that Alice had fed with a dark gold magic ball suddenly exploded with a burst of power. Bright colors sprayed from its neck like a painter pouring paint from a bucket or a broken water pipe spraying water. The colorful ink floated in the air, and when it landed on the ground, the sound of liquid hitting the carpet could be heard clearly. Alice realized her hearing had returned. The deafening silence of death, where she couldn't hear anything, was gone. This was a very happy thing. Just moments ago, when she was greeting the nine-headed monster, Alice couldn't hear her own voice. Now, her hearing was suddenly back, which was an unexpected and wonderful surprise. The mural demon that had lost a head didn't feel happy. Its snake-like body coiled up and stood tall. Its hard scales clattered as it moved, making a loud noise. Its arched back looked like a venomous snake ready to strike, dangerous and evil. What made Alice breathe a little easier was that, besides destroying one of the demon's dragon heads, the magic ball she fed to the nine-headed monster didn't damage the castle's stone pillars. She didn't know why she wasn't hurt by the explosion, but that wasn't the most important question to answer now. The main problem was this big creature that wanted to eat her. Since it couldn't damage the castle, she could fight without holding back. No need to be cautious. This was a good thing, at least for Alice. Then, she saw the nine-headed monster look at her with eyes like a small lion preparing to hunt herbivores, sharp and fierce, fit for a king. The air between them seemed to freeze, as if 2 kings from different worlds were fighting fiercely on a battlefield. The nine-headed monster's eyes twitched, signaling the start of its attack. It moved like a fierce wind or blazing fire. Its 8 dragon heads spun wildly, and their sharp mouths opened wide, revealing gleaming, sharp teeth. They lunged toward Alice below the stone pillar from different angles. In that moment, its body broke free from the mural and flew into the air. A gap where one dragon head was missing still sprayed ink everywhere. But the nine-headed monster's attack remained fierce and relentless, seemingly unaffected by its wound. It attacked like a hungry wolf pack pouncing on a lone child. Alice faced 8 huge dragon mouths and gleaming sharp dragon teeth. If she reacted a little slower, she would have been torn apart, like a broken doll with broken arms and legs, helplessly at the mercy of the dragons. The sound of wind rushing was like a loud thunderclap. The nine-headed demon was very fast, but Alice was even faster. In an instant, her burst of strength made her seem to surpass the swift wind. She moved so quickly that her actions were almost invisible, dodging the dragon bites with precise and agile movements. But she did not retreat. Alice placed both hands on a wide-open dragon mouth above her. A burst of power from her forearm forced the dragon's head down to the ground. She quickly climbed up, sliding along the dragon's head like a slide, reaching the tail. Then she opened her mouth, and a colorless wave of energy erupted outward, centered on Alice. The transparent energy wave swept through the entire castle hall like a tsunami. The nine-headed demon, caught off guard by the sound wave, was unable to turn back and was lifted high into the air. It spun and crashed into the stone wall opposite, as if embedded into the wall itself, and seemed to have fallen hard. Alice laughed 3 times, then stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at the dazed and exhausted nine-headed demon. Ha ha ha, if you can't bite me, then you just can't. Ha ha ha. She didn't expect that a young girl could have such strong attack power. This not only made the nine-headed demon suffer a setback, but also made the human who was supposed to be dinner look silly. This was almost like insulting the dignity of a dragon, and it was absolutely unforgivable. Now, the demon with only 8 heads roared in the most reluctant and furious dragon roar ever. Its dark dragon scales bristled, standing upright like sharp knives, fierce and terrifying. Today's update, and thank you all for your support. Enjoy reading. Remember to vote if you like this book. Content unavailable. Verit had never been so overwhelmed by someone before, nor had she been truly cared for by many. Whether family members or classmates, they only valued her as the Magic Club president and heir on the surface. In the eyes of her classmates, she was like a tall tower symbolizing nobility and talent. All smiles, whether humble or proud, were just ways of showing goodwill to Verit's family behind her. So, when Velit faced Alice's hug, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. This blonde girl from the Muggle world was so different. Her smile was full of genuine happiness and joy, and Brenda could feel this warm yet unfamiliar feeling. You saved me, Alice. Thank you. The Snow Girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her blue eyes reflected Alice's image. She was tense all over, probably because she had never experienced such a situation before. Her voice was a bit stiff but sincere, like ice meeting snow. No need to thank me. I don't know exactly how I saved you, but isn't that what good friends do? Did you come here because of the castle's big fire? Alice touched the back of her head and, as she sat up, suddenly realized her actions might have been a bit too enthusiastic. Although she had never seen Brenda get angry, it was better not to be rude or overly familiar. Magical nobles probably didn't like rough hugs as a sign of friendship. To avoid awkwardness, Alice quickly changed the subject. It's not that.
We need to leave now.
We can talk outside. Velit looked at the blonde girl who had just slain a dragon. Her large amber eyes held some curiosity and doubt, completely ignoring the burning red flames around them. Although the flames seemed to weaken as the nine-headed dragon fell, the fire was gradually dying out. Still, this was not a safe place for a calm conversation. This was a battlefield just moments ago, and her only friend, Brenda, was nonchalantly trying to chat happily on the smoky, burning battlefield. Brenda chose to refuse. Suddenly, a supporting pillar holding up the roof snapped without warning, as if a pair of chopsticks had been broken. It was made of hard black marble, but it shattered so simply and violently. Velit and Alice looked up at the same time. The ceiling was covered with fine cracks spreading everywhere. Brenda then noticed that not only the ceiling but also the walls and floors of the castle were covered with dense, spiderweb-like black cracks. The entire castle trembled as if it might collapse at any moment, turning into a vast, chaotic black ruin, with black stones falling like rain to bury Alice and Brenda. Alice took this opportunity to signal her small red flame, which had been sneaking out from behind a pillar to watch her. After burning the nine-headed monster to ashes, the little flame quickly hid behind a marble pillar to avoid being seen, waiting for its master to call it back. Alice turned around and opened her mouth. The small fireball eagerly shot inside. Maybe it was moving too fast or for some other reason, but Alice choked on it and pounded her chest, coughing heavily. What's wrong? Verrett's delicate eyebrows furrowed, not knowing that Alice had swallowed the fireball too quickly and was choking.
Infine.
Cough, cough. I just accidentally choked on saliva. Let's go. Alice grabbed Verrett. At this moment, the last of the 12 pillars in the hall had broken. Irregular stones rained down from above, forming a wall that blocked their way. A dark shadow loomed over them as the darkness swept in. Alice pulled Verrett, and they hurriedly moved left and right. The stones had blocked the castle's exit, trapping them behind a wall of rubble. Alice was anxious. Suddenly, she remembered that her attacks couldn't damage the castle structure, and her body could pass through walls as if she had a magic ability to do so. This meant that, although it looked like a dead end, there was actually a way out. Nothing could truly stop them. Realizing this, Alice pulled Verrett, and both looked at each other, understanding what the other meant. Just before the castle collapsed into ruins, Alice and Verrett passed through the stone wall blocking their way, emerging unscathed and without any obstacles. Alice finally took a deep breath. Just moments ago, she had been fighting the nine-headed monster and almost been consumed by fire, turning into dust. In life and death moments, she could unleash her full potential, but afterward, she was exhausted. Alice sat down heavily on the ground. If she weren't still in a world thousands of meters underground, she would have gone straight back to her dormitory and collapsed into her soft, warm bed for a good sleep. Even when tired, you should find a clean place to rest. Girls need to keep up their image. Hey, don't lie on the ground. Verrett still couldn't get used to Alice's carefree way of resting at home. She paid no attention to her appearance, which was hard to accept for the Snow Princess, who had been taught since childhood to behave gracefully and elegantly. So, Verrett spoke a few more words, which was rare for her. Do whatever makes you comfortable. I'm so tired, Brenda. Let me relax a little. Besides, it's just the two of us here, right? Alice lay on the ground motionless, with a spectacular black ruin behind her. Her blonde hair, peeking out from under her magic hat, was slightly burned and blackened in some places. Her face was smudged with black, like soot, making her look both messy and pitiful. Verrett suddenly felt as if she had done something wrong. After all, Alice had just fought a terrifying monster. She should lower her standards a bit and let Alice relax for a little while. Just a little. Alice rested on her back, her beautiful eyes quietly watching Verrett's reaction. When she heard Verrett sigh softly, showing a hint of softness, Alice's lips curved into a small smile. She was in a good mood and ready to enjoy a carefree rest. Seeing that there were no monsters around on the nearby streets, only dim purple crystal lamps giving off faint light, Verrett took off her magic hat and took out a thick magic book. She placed it on the ground as a cushion and sat down slowly. Any ideas on how to get out of here? Brenda hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, and casually asked the blonde girl lying on the ground. Not yet, but there will be a way, Alice thought. Who would have thought we'd be in a dark city underground, thousands or even tens of thousands of meters below the forbidden magic zone? Just hearing that sounds incredible, but it's the truth. It makes her miss the warm, cozy bed in her magic dorm even more. Alice rested her hands behind her head, feeling the cold, hard ground beneath her back. Her tone was a bit wistful but not sad, and she also expressed her longing for her small dorm room. Moreover, our current state of being, partially transparent, makes people curious. As a genius scholar, Brenda Verrett, could you kindly answer Miss Alice's question? The blonde girl turned her head to look at Verrett sitting on her right. Verlight did not speak immediately, nor did she appear to be thinking. Instead, she drew her wand and gently touched Alice's delicate nose with it. A fresh, pleasant scent filled the air, and Alice felt more alert. She looked at her skin and saw the dust had vanished. Her magical robe was now clean and shiny, almost new, sparkling even. Alice knew that Verlight had used a cleaning spell on her. As expected, this noble girl couldn't stand Alice's messy appearance, like a cat with ink-stained paws, looking funny and dirty at the same time. Although normally I shouldn't know the reason, in this special case, I make an exception. Verlight put away her wand. Her magic hat cast a shadow over her icy blue eyes, making it hard for Alice to see her expression. Trying to guess her feelings from her cold face was pointless. Do you know the reason? Alice suddenly sat up, ignoring the hidden meaning in Virelight's words. Instead, she was very curious about the semi-transparent state of her body. Aren't you curious why I said that? A genius student isn't all-knowing. Besides, I don't see myself as the so-called genius in others' eyes. Virelight was actually curious. She wondered how Alice had figured out she was transparent. From Brenda's understanding of Alice, Alice was like a curious cat, very eager to learn. But now, she was acting differently, not asking questions. Virelight wanted to know what Alice was thinking. Of course I'm curious. But this should be your secret. If you want to tell me, you will. If not, you have your reasons. Everyone has secrets. As a good friend, I respect yours. Unless Lord Brenda Virelight becomes my enemy, then I will do everything I can to stop your evil plans. Alice smiled brightly, raised her left hand, and snapped her fingers. Her technique wasn't perfect, so the sound wasn't loud. She stuck out her pink tongue and said playfully, I don't really snap my fingers. I just think it looks cool. Just kidding. We will always be the best friends. Velvet paused for a moment, feeling a bit dazed. Her icy blue eyes met Brenda's amber eyes, and Brenda could clearly see herself reflected in Alice's gaze. She didn't expect Alice to say that. Actually, she hadn't expected to see how important she was in Alice's eyes. The two met only a month ago, but they had faced many life-and-death crises together. From the initial lightning storms and red-eyed bats, to later battles against faceless monsters and underground caves fighting Professor Magic Stone, and now, deep in a dark underground world thousands of meters below, they had shared many hardships. But being the best friends, Velvet had never thought about this question. It wasn't that she thought Alice wasn't important, it was that she was used to hiding her feelings and holding back her emotions. For Velvet, her family's future was the most important thing. As a member of her family, her own feelings didn't seem to matter much. This was something she had been taught since childhood. It had become a habit and a way of thinking. Trying to change this mindset often felt like being trapped, unable to enjoy a brief moment of freedom and ease. But now, that little kitten inside her, eager to break free from the constraints, was restless. It scratched at the door of her consciousness. When she thought about Alice mentioning the possibility of them becoming enemies, Velvet felt that such a chance was very small. However, she didn't want to become Alice's enemy herself, but she couldn't guarantee that the monster inside her felt the same. If one day the monster replaced Brenda and destroyed their friendship, it wasn't impossible. It was just a matter of sooner or later. So, they could be good friends, but they also had to be prepared for unexpected things. Maybe it was a good idea to leave this hope with Alice. Now was the time, while she still had a brief moment of freedom from her mind's restrictions, to say it. If one day I am no longer myself, I hope you can set me free. Is that okay? Velvet heard her own voice, calm and clear, as if she was talking about the weather. She couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief inwardly. Everything seemed normal. But, to Alice, this was far from normal. Verret did not look at Alice. After speaking, he stared at the purple crystal lamp posts on the black city sidewalk, arms wrapped around his knees in a relaxed manner, as if he didn't care about anything. However, the words, I hope you can set me free, carrying sadness and sorrow, were hard to ignore. Why did the topic suddenly become so heavy? Alice didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Verret's fair side face. Her beautiful amber eyes blinked slowly. After a moment, she sat upright, supporting her chin with her hand, and continued to watch Brenda, without saying a word. Was that a refusal or an acceptance? Verret could feel Alice's gaze, being stared at intently, which made him a little uncomfortable. Brenda waited for a minute but received no response. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Alice. Suddenly, Alice used her small hands to hold her head. What was meant to be a quick glance at Alice's reaction turned into a situation where she had to face her directly. Verret didn't like physical contact, but after coming to this underground black world, it seemed to change. She didn't dislike Alice holding her head, but Verret still thought it was rude. At Cleto Academy, Alice and Verret also had some physical contact, but not much. Although Verret instinctively felt resistant and uncomfortable, over time, as Verret got used to eating at the magic restaurant with Alice and fighting alongside her, this discomfort gradually faded. Brenda realized this while she was still unable to move because Alice was holding her head. She had never experienced anything like this before. Who would do such an impolite thing to a noble magic family heir? Only Alice dared to touch the tiger's whiskers. This powerful magic user would not hesitate to punch a magic tiger if they encountered one. Verret completely believed that. Moreover, Alice was also a true dragon slayer girl. But her fighting style was not at all like a mage. She was a brave, reckless warrior willing to fight to the death. Alice knew Verret was waiting for her to answer, but she didn't plan to agree or refuse immediately. Alice tilted her head and thought for a moment. Looking into Verliet's eyes, she saw that he was not angry about her rudeness. She squinted happily and smiled. If that day really comes, I think I won't let you down. Verliet frowned his handsome eyebrows. Was that a refusal or an agreement? Neither. But it was definitely a promise from Alice. Still, Verliet couldn't quite understand what it meant. Also, even if you turn into a monster or a big ape, I will try to make you look nice. Because you are you, my friend, my best friend, and no one can replace that, Alice said seriously with a serious face. It looked more like she was making a formal announcement. Verliet rarely saw Alice act so mature. But comparing the head of the Magic Club president to a roaring, chest-beating gorilla sounded strange. The second part sounded more like comfort. Maybe it was like a princess in a castle declaring to everyone, "This person is my loyal knight." Verliet sighed and said in a slightly helpless tone, "I won't turn into a gorilla." "Why?" Alice blinked and asked. "Because I look too ugly," Verliet replied straightforwardly. "I think it's pretty cute." Roar, roar, roar. Alice looked confused. Suddenly, she pretended to be dramatic, puffed out her chest, and shouted loudly. Verliet's head was free again, but his ears suffered. Brenda looked at him expressionlessly, raised her hand, and made a fist, then quickly struck Alice's head with a chop. Alice's little head dipped down, and her roar was suddenly cut off. The blonde girl gritted her teeth, covered her head, and looked up angrily. "What are you doing?" "No noise disturbance allowed," Verliet said in a formal tone. He subtly glanced at her head. "No bump." "Such a beautiful sound. And you still complain?" "That's too much." Alice complained with dissatisfaction and a bit of grievance, still praising her singing voice. Her big eyes were shiny. Honestly, Verliet's grip was stronger than he expected, and the sudden hit really hurt. Alice couldn't help but say again that she never expected a well-mannered young lady like herself to be so blunt as to slap her own head with her hand. Since arriving in the underground dark world, Verliet had changed. Saying some strange things was one thing, but now she was also becoming rude. Of course, Alice also seemed to have done some inappropriate things, making her feel a bit guilty, and her confidence was not as strong as before. "I'm sorry, but there's no bump," Verliet said seriously, then reached out and patted Alice's head to check if she had hidden a bump in her hair. She seemed quite satisfied after confirming it was clear and nodded. "You." Alice's cheeks puffed up, her fists turning into palms, ready to give Verliet a slap. Her left hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably halfway, like an electric shock. Alice's pupils shrank. A tingling, electric-like sensation traveled from her palm to her heart. Her heartbeat became loud and frightening. Alice curled up, pressing her hand to her chest and gasping heavily. Verliet was startled. She saw Alice's face turn red, her body trembling slightly, one hand pressing hard on her chest, her brows furrowed as if she was in great pain. "What's wrong, Alice?" Verliet tried to communicate with Alice. She had never seen Alice in this state, and it was sudden. Just moments ago, they were chatting happily. Could someone have cast a dark spell on Alice? Or maybe she was poisoned. Or her old injury was acting up. But Alice, coming from the Muggle world, was unlikely to have a heart arrow. What was really happening? Alice couldn't hear Verliet's voice. she could only hear her own heartbeat growing louder and louder. The feeling was terrible, but she had experienced something similar not long ago. Alice tried to stay calm, telling herself to endure a little longer, and it would pass. Just a bit more patience. Suddenly, a very frightening aura appeared above them. Alice clenched her teeth. The deafening heartbeat suddenly stopped. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, as if she had just been washed. Her blonde hair stuck to her forehead, and a drop of sweat fell from her chin with a soft plop onto the ground. Finally, it was over. Alice looked at Verliet, but she saw fear on Verliet's delicate face. Verliet looked up at the sky above them, covering her open mouth with one hand, her face pale from nervousness. Alice slowly raised her head and looked up at the sky above both of them. Her amber eyes widened just like Verliet's. Above them, there was a huge, blurry face. The face was semi-transparent and blue-gray. It kept becoming clearer and was rushing downward toward them. The blurry features started to stand out. The transparent face gradually became more familiar, twisted and distorted, with a strange sense of pleasure. That face was Professor Magic Stone. A faint, semi-transparent blue-gray giant face was descending quickly, trailing a streak of grayish smoke that spread out like octopus tentacles with mist. The tentacles waved wildly, as if dancing crazily. The light from the lamp made the fierce face glow with a strange dark purple, looking twisted and evil. Professor Magic Stone was already dead. Last night, Alice saw the professor turn into black liquid right in front of her. She remembered the irregular black spot on her palm. In a moment of crisis, she suddenly realized that this strange black mark might have been stained when she accidentally touched the black liquid that the professor turned into. This was the professor's revenge on her. It was also the price Alice paid for defeating the professor. The black spot would appear suddenly, without warning. The worst part was that it would happen during dangerous moments or battles, just like now. Alice had just gone through a fierce fight. She was exhausted and sweating from the sudden appearance of the black spot on her palm. Even if she could recover quickly, she wouldn't have enough time to dodge when the giant face of the professor attacked. Moreover, the speed of the attack was too fast for Alice to dodge normally. Only the second speed boost from her magic broom could barely keep up, but there was no time to spare. Alice knew they couldn't escape. Professor Magic Stone opened its huge, fierce mouth. Alice and Verliet looked tiny beneath this twisted, terrifying face. Verret only had time to raise his wand, while Alice blinked. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed before their eyes and was instantly swallowed by a huge mouth that stretched from ear to ear. Gurgle, snap. Alice felt like she had entered a very dark space. The ground was sticky and damp. Looking around, she saw soft, swaying gray-blue flesh-like bumps covering everything. Some of these bumps had many holes, from which dark blue liquid occasionally seeped out, flowing down their sides and forming black-blue puddles on the soft floor. The liquid gave off a strange, dizzying smell. Alice couldn't help pinching her nose because it was so bad, much worse than the smell of a dirty toilet, dozens of times worse. It was so foul that it made her question her life. Alice tried to hold back her nausea. Even with her nose pinched, she could still smell the terrible odor. She felt there was nothing worse in the world. She took a deep breath to calm herself and called out softly in the quiet space, "Brenda, where are you?" Brenda, while calling Verret's name and walking forward, she also looked around carefully to avoid missing anything important because of the dim light and the many flesh-like bumps. Suddenly, Alice tripped over an unknown object under her foot and nearly fell face-first, almost making contact with a dozen waving gray-blue flesh bumps. Luckily, she managed to steady herself just in time. She didn't have a moment to breathe a sigh of relief before turning back to check what had tripped her. The mysterious thing was covered by a dense cluster of gray-blue flesh bumps. Alice carefully approached, pinching her nose again. Her other hand was gathering dark gold magic energy, ready to cast a powerful spell if she was suddenly attacked, to blow everything into ruins, destroying the disgusting flesh bumps along with it. But even as Alice got close, the thing that was supposed to trip her remained still, as if asleep. Alice took out her wand, held her breath, and gently pushed aside the gray-blue flesh with the front part of her wand. In the blue water, she saw shimmering silver hair, then a delicate, pale face with closed eyes, as if sleeping. However, even in sleep, her brows were slightly furrowed. It didn't seem like a good dream. Alice wished all of this was just a dream, but she knew avoiding reality wouldn't help at all. Fortunately, they found Verliet, but Alice didn't understand why the other person fainted and lost consciousness. Don't tell her that Brenda simply felt very comfortable here and accidentally fell asleep. Even if you say it very convincingly, Alice would never believe it. Verliet is a girl who cares a lot about her appearance. Although she doesn't usually dress up much, she often looks in mirrors or glass to keep her image perfect. How could she just casually collapse in such a disgusting, stinky, and foul-smelling place and sleep so peacefully? Alice put away her magic wand, pinched her nose to breathe more easily, crouched down, and also withdrew her magic energy blast, trying to be careful. Then she gently patted the sleeping snow girl. "Wake up, Brenda. Wake up. Wake up." Thanks to Alice's persistent efforts, the snow girl finally slowly woke up. Her icy blue eyes opened first, and the first thing she saw was Alice's worried face. Then, our well-mannered Brenda Vilt suddenly rolled her eyes very dramatically. Alice rarely saw Verliet roll her eyes, especially in this situation. What did it mean? Was she annoyed because she was woken up and felt grumpy? Or was she upset because she didn't want to see Alice's beautiful face, which made her feel inferior? Neither. Brenda Vilt tried hard to lower her eyes, but then she uncontrollably rolled her eyes again. Alice was silent. She felt she received double contempt, first from her best friend's big eye roll. It was hard not to feel a little hurt, but she also found the eye roll a bit confusing. Duh, so stinky. So dirty and smelly, Verliet mumbled intermittently, then couldn't hold on anymore and tilted her head, passing out again. Alice suddenly understood. It turned out she wasn't being looked down on by Verliet. The eye roll was just a normal reaction to the strong, strange smell of the space, which was too overwhelming for her to handle, causing her to faint. She never expected that the noble heir of a magic family would actually faint from the smell. Looking at Verliet, who was once again overwhelmed by the foul odor, Alice noticed that Verliet's body was inevitably covered in many dark blue, ink-like, unknown liquids. However, Alice does not know how to use cleaning magic. She cannot simply light Brenda's nose and say a spell to solve the problem easily. For the first time, Alice feels a headache because she cannot learn magic skills quickly enough. She decides that if she can get out, she must learn No, Master, the cleaning spell. That way, she and her friends can always stay looking sharp and their hair flowing, instead of being helpless like now. Alice cannot leave Verliet sleeping like this. Of course, she doesn't want to wake her up and make her suffer again. Instead, she plans to leave with Brenda. Without hesitation, Alice pulls Verliet out of the foul, dark blue liquid that makes her doubt her life. She carries her on her back. The disgusting black-blue liquid stains Alice's black robe, but she doesn't care. She quickly ties herself and Verliet together with a piece of flesh-like material, making sure it's secure. Then, Alice looks up. She throws a punch filled with her inner power straight ahead. The punch flies quickly through the dark space and hits a wall-like obstacle, making a loud noise that makes all the blue-gray flesh tremble in fear. When there is no path, she creates one. Alice steps forward and keeps moving. The explosion's shockwave echoes through the space. Alice's blonde hair dances in the blast. Verliet's unconscious head rests on Alice's shoulder. Her silver hair, sticky with black-blue liquid, drapes down her back. A strand of hair slips loose, with a tiny blue water droplet at the tip, falling into the dark blue water below with a clear, faint sound.
Tick-tock.
From the speed of the impact, Alice judges that the space here is not very large. This is definitely good news. If the space were big, finding the edge and breaking through would take a lot of time. Neither Alice nor the unconscious Verliet wants to stay here even for a second. So, the sooner they get out, the better. Alice shakes her dizzy head from the fumes. If she stays any longer, she might faint from the smell like Brenda. With such a strong odor, that outcome is almost certain. If both of them fainted from the smell, no one would be able to save them. No one would know they were trapped inside a monster's mouth that was already disappearing from the world. They would be forgotten, die, rot, and become food for these disgusting growths, turning into two pale, hollow skeletons. There are wishes that only I can fulfill, dreams that I won't be disappointed in. I absolutely must not let them be lost in such a place. Alice bit her tongue hard. It was a harsh, painful bite, much more painful than the quick strike Velvet gave her. But her chaotic mind finally woke up from the sudden pain. Good, it works. Alice gathered her strength, kept walking forward, and sped up. She went from small steps to big steps, then to a run. She held her breath and pushed herself to go as fast as she could. If she knew more about the height limits of this space or what the seen objects were, she would have already shot through it like a flash. In front of Alice was not a gap caused by her magic energy explosion, nor was it the edge of this space. It was a huge, irregular sphere made of countless tangled, twisting growths. It emitted a faint, dim light. This was the only light source in this dark space. Without this glow, Alice's vision would be even more blurry, plunging her into complete darkness where no light could be found. The glowing growth sphere was over 6 meters tall, seeming to touch the upper boundary of this space. Its light illuminated an irregular surface. When Alice realized this, she was actually a bit grateful for the growth sphere. Just as she was about to break through the top barrier and rush out, something sudden happened. The growth sphere suddenly moved. It pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat, faster and faster. Its glow flickered irregularly, like a flickering faulty bulb. It was expanding, and the external growths were cracking open, wilting like flowers. Something was about to emerge. Alice instinctively took a step back, then looked at the growth that tightly bound her and velvet around the waist, like a rope made of growths. The growth was visibly withering and falling apart. Velvet, no longer bound, slipped downward. Alice quickly reached out to hold Brenda, preventing her from falling into the deep blue water again. However, when Alice looked down, she saw that the deep blue water suddenly disappeared. No, actually, it all flowed toward the same spot, the pulsating, heart-like, 2-meter-tall fleshy mass. The ground became dry and hard, no longer soft and damp. The strange, disgusting, dizzying smell also faded quite a bit. All the fleshy growths were withering away. No matter how far or tall, their lives seemed to quietly fade like flowers dying. It felt more like they were forcibly robbed of life. The big flesh ball was like a blood-drinking creature, draining the blood from people, greedily trying to take all the food it could find. Alice put Velvet down and stepped forward, ready to face the creature that was about to burst out like a seed from the ground, prepared for a new deadly fight. She wanted to protect Velvet. She wanted both of them to go home together. The orphanage wasn't Alice's home. No one there truly cared about her. Although Cleto had faced many dangers, it was a place where Alice's loved ones were. So, Cleto was her warm home, a place of belonging, trust, and longing. Although she hadn't been there long, she hoped so much. Velvet was Alice's best friend, and the first person she grew close to in this place called Cleto. So, everyone wanted to go back together. This belief, this beautiful hope, she would protect it herself. The fleshy mass exploded loudly under Alice's lion-like gaze. Countless tiny sparks shattered, lighting up the night sky like fireworks, illuminating the entire space, then turned into faint, dull powder falling into the dark abyss. It was spectacular and shocking, but it only lasted for a brief moment. Alice bathed in the shower of light and looked at the creature that finally broke through the ground. More precisely, its shape resembled a human girl. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a black dress, red little shoes, her hair styled into a high ponytail. The hair was black with a hint of dark red. She wore a pink butterfly hairpin with a white cartoon cat on it. Her beautiful, large, wine-red eyes blinked brightly. She looked like a delicate, pretty princess from a dark castle, making her seem bright and eye-catching. The strangest thing was that this little princess-like girl glowed automatically, emitting a faint red light. Currently, in the space, only the black-skirted little princess was the only bright spot. The moment she appeared, she immediately caught Alice's attention. However, her gaze carried an arrogance and coldness that children shouldn't have. She stood with one hand on her hip, looking up at Alice with a commanding, kingly air. Alice was a bit confused. She wondered if she was supposed to fight such a little girl. Although she looked very confident, Alice was a bit older than her. She didn't think she would be intimidated by a shorter child. Maybe the little princess noticed her gaze wasn't having the effect she wanted. She pouted and looked at Alice with a sneer. "Human, what are you looking at? Hurry up and tell me your name." "Tell you my name? Why should I? If you want me to answer, I will. I'm older than you, so you should tell me your name first, that's proper." Alice felt annoyed and unsure whether the other was friend or foe. She thought the girl looked small, but she might actually be a 1,000-year-old monster. Who made these silly rules? Do you understand respecting elders and caring for the young? How dare you be so unreasonable? Bring her out so I can give her a good beating. The little princess wiped her nose and said proudly, though her voice was sweet and childish. "That person is far away, yet right here." Alice was not backing down. "Is it that guy?" The little princess swung her high black and red ponytail and pointed sharply behind Alice with her white, delicate hand at the snow-like girl who was sleeping. Alice's eyebrows twitched. Her amber eyes widened with strong hostility, surging like waves, ready to pounce like a lion. "Wrong answer. I set the rules. Stop wasting time. If you have the guts, let's settle this." Although Alice did not look back, she immediately showed a happy expression because the voice coming from behind belonged to Velvet, who had just fainted from the smell. This meant that the magic president had woken up. "How do you feel, Brenda?" Alice quickly moved to Velvet's side and reached out her small hand to touch his forehead. It was good, no fever. "I'm feeling better," Velvet whispered. He felt the warmth from Alice's palm on his forehead, and then he heard the little blonde girl breathe a sigh of relief. He was a bit confused. Why did she check his forehead?
But
Velvet seemed to remember something. His expression suddenly stiffened. Was he really fainted from the smell? It was the first time in his 9 years of life that he was directly overwhelmed by a smell. The president, who had just woken up, felt complicated and a little sad for no clear reason. Cough, cough. The little princess, Mo Jianji, coughed twice. She glanced with her remaining eye at Velvet, who was sitting on the ground looking confused, then turned her gaze to the small lion who didn't look at her at all, showing serious displeasure. "Although I don't know what it feels like to faint from a smell, I can't rule out the possibility of getting a fever from it. So I tried it. Do you mind?" Alice withdrew her hand. At this moment, her attention was fully on Velvet, so she didn't notice the little princess's situation. Alice had already been told she was rude several times today. She didn't want her good friend to think less of her. Although the idea of getting a fever from the smell sounded a bit hard to accept, Velvet couldn't really accept Alice's strange way of thinking, but instead of worrying about fainting from the smell, Brenda preferred to focus on the little princess in the black dress who was staring intently at Alice. Why did another person suddenly appear? Are they enemies or friends? And she even glows. Although Velvet didn't like the color red, such a special girl would attract attention wherever she went. Red is the most eye-catching color. No problem. Alice, look back. Someone seems to be looking for you. Velvet slightly lifted his chin, signaling his friend to look behind. The girl in the black dress had a fiery gaze, as if she wanted to burn Alice with her intense stare. However, Alice was completely unaware of this and had to remind her aloud. "Oh, I forgot to introduce her. That proud little princess is
Montag Yin Tzi."
Her background is unknown, but she's very fast and strong. Did I get it right this time? Alice carefully pronounced the name, first speaking to Velvet and then to the little princess. When she said the second part, Alice turned her attention partly to Mo Jianji. The little princess snorted coldly through her nose. Her mood seemed to turn cloudy after being praised. Her expression was like saying, I'll give you a chance, but you'd better behave. But Alice didn't understand this deep meaning. This is my best friend, Brenda. Alice continued to introduce the little princess, and Verret nodded slightly as a sign of politeness, which was the basic courtesy. Well, now that the introduction is over, let's get back to the main point. As the loser, I should have lost, but because of our agreement, I consider myself the winner this time, right? Alice smiled brightly, touched her nose with her index finger, tilted her head, and blinked her amber eyes innocently as she said in a seemingly innocent tone. You won, so what? Mo Jianji nodded, crossed her arms, and asked proudly with a confident tone. This means our fight is over. I won't ask anything from you, and you don't have to accept my request either. I just want to say, for a better life, can we part ways here? Alice spoke in a relaxed yet serious tone, helping Verret to stand up by pushing herself up with her knees. Although Verret didn't speak, her deep blue eyes hadn't returned to their usual coldness. Alice concluded that her companion was feeling quite upset. The noble magic heir probably had never experienced such a situation, which explained her poor resistance to foul odors. This didn't match her fighting skills or knowledge. Maybe this is Brenda's weakness? Alice didn't expect to discover Vellet's weakness so quickly. If the magical world also celebrated April Fool's Day, Alice believed she could give Vellet an unforgettable prank gift. But if she did that, would the president punish her for extra lessons? Alice thought that if she really gave the gift, Brenda would probably use her knowledge to care for her best friend Alice. The idea isn't bad. The little princess lightly tapped her chin with her finger, her deep red eyes narrowing. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide. The toy I chose actually discusses the right to freedom with me? Interesting, but the answer is no. I won't agree with you. Don't think you can escape my control. Flattering and rolling around won't work. Her eyes flickered slightly, and Alice thought, this is trouble. She's become the new toy the little princess likes. Is she planning to keep playing house with her? Or maybe it's a way to get back at her for smashing her face with a little sun. When Vellet heard Alice being called a toy, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Such a rude way of speaking made the icy girl feel a bit annoyed. If Alice hadn't said that Vellet was powerful and that her enemies and friends were unclear, and if she weren't proud of her noble status as the heir, Vellet would have waved her hand and told Alice goodbye, turning away from the little princess. Of course, as my toy, I can grant you a few wishes. It's a reward for playing nicely with me. How about that? Seeing Alice look unwilling and forced, Mo Jianji couldn't help but feel a little itchy. What's wrong with being her toy? Many people begged her to talk to her, but she ignored them. Alice, who enjoyed such honor, didn't realize it and looked like she was writing, "I don't want to," on her face. She even thought she was justified and confident. How could that not make people angry? Really? Alice's eyes lit up. When have I ever lied? The little princess puffed her cheeks and glared, but she didn't have a beard, so she just flicked her bangs instead. Then consider letting me go and changing toys. No way. Then consider letting the toy go and giving her freedom. The same answer, no.
Well,
this is nothing special. Besides, I was about to. Mo Jianji quickly covered her mouth with her palm, almost revealing her secret. Luckily, I am clever and quick-witted. At a critical moment, I stopped myself just in time. Perfect.
about what?
What were you about to say? Alice blinked and exchanged a glance with Verlet. Both understood that Mo Jianji was hiding something important from them. Why do you have so many questions? You're rambling. I'm not going to sell you. Stop standing there all stiff and get moving. This was an attempt to change the subject. However, Alice was not as clever as a princess. Though her doubts hadn't disappeared, she saw no better way. She decided to ignore it for now, leave, and think of other plans later. Maybe she could succeed. Now wasn't the time or place to discuss this. Alice and Verlet understood each other perfectly and didn't bring up what had just happened. They stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the princess. Snap. Mo Jianji, not being pressed further, relaxed her expression a little. A proud, confident smile appeared on her face as she lightly snapped her fingers. I'll find you, little lion. We'll meet at Clito. Remember, think of me, my new toy. Before her words finished, the world around them suddenly turned dark. This is the sixth sense, the girl's sixth sense. Dorothy reached out and tousled her light pink hair, then suddenly sat up straight. The cat, startled by the milk, jumped high instinctively and landed on the girl's shoulder, meowing in displeasure. Meow. The only light in the room came from a small magic crystal lamp on the study desk, which was decorated with beautiful, noble blue patterns like violets. This was the symbol of the Verlet magic family. In the magical world, few people didn't know this symbol, which represented a famous family with a history of hundreds of years. Usually, at this time, Brenda would be sitting at her desk handling official documents. But now, only the lamp was on, and everything else was empty. Should she go find Alice and the others, or wait for her roommate to return? Dorothy hesitated, scratching her head. Going out into the witch dormitory at night could get her into trouble. She might be punished by cleaning the entire dorm and doing a month of chores. Dorothy, who didn't know any cleaning magic, could imagine how miserable her life would be if she got caught. But waiting around doing nothing was also frustrating. That uneasy, helpless feeling. Dorothy hated this kind of torment. Suddenly, after a loud explosion, the entire witch dormitory building shook 3 times, almost knocking her off the bed. The sudden blast and tremors woke everyone up, and the students in the dorms started chirping and fussing like thousands of ducks disturbed by noise. Even those who were sleeping couldn't stay asleep now. And it wasn't just the witch dormitory. Probably the male wizard dormitory was in a similar state. What could have caused such a big explosion? It was like a giant hole or crater had been blasted into the ground. She hoped Alice and the others weren't patrolling or guarding nearby. It seemed the dorm supervisor, the auntie in charge of the witch dormitory, was also frightened. She didn't scold or try to quiet the noisy students, which was the first time since the semester started. Dorothy jumped off the bed and ran to the window, pulling the soft curtain aside, then opened it quickly to reveal the shadowy campus in the night. But the night wasn't silent and dark as ink. Normally, the campus buildings would be asleep without the sun, but tonight, a purple beam of light cut through the darkness. Although the view outside the window was distant, the visual shock remained just as strong. A purple beam of light shone brightly in the night sky, shooting straight up into the sky. Its destination was unknown to the naked eye, blocked by mist and dark purple clouds. Swirling clouds circled around the purple light, as if the black sky was being absorbed and swallowed by it. Dense waves of black crows hovered in the sky, never leaving. A powerful, unknown song echoed through the world, like rolling dark clouds pressing down on the city. Its sounds, a mix of human voices, barking dogs, and ghostly cries, made everyone who heard it feel uncontrollable fear, like being wrapped in 1,000 snakes or falling into a demon's abyss. The sky changed color, and the moon looked blood red. Everything covered in purple light seemed to be tainted with bad omens. Dorothy's hand still clutched a high-quality curtain. The strange, haunting music made her feel as if her soul was dimming, her eyes vacant. The cat, sitting on the windowsill, faced the purple beam, arching its back. Its fur stood up like a hedgehog's spines, and it let out low growls, tense and angry, with bright, vertical pupils. What is this? Dorothy reached out her hand, as if trying to touch the illusion of the purple light through the crystal glass. A strange feeling, beyond fear, was stirring deep inside her. Life that was asleep was awakening. In the black and white chaos, grayness was beginning to form. A girl with pink hair stood by the large glass window of her dorm. A black and white cat hissed and arched its back at the towering purple pillar outside. The girl's shadow twisted in the mysterious purple glow. The world spun. Dorothy couldn't hold it anymore. She collapsed onto the soft, warm carpet of her magic dorm, her eyes closed, unconscious. When she woke up, she was no longer in the witch's dorm. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, the grass green, and the birds singing. The ominous signs from last night felt like a nightmare or illusion. There were no crows flying wildly in the sky, and no haunting songs in her ears. Clito Academy seemed to have returned to normal, peaceful and calm, almost unreal. After taking a magic potion, Dorothy's magical healer told her that the cat from Milk Division dragged the magic caretaker by the sleeve and brought her to the dorm. Only then was Dorothy found unconscious and treated in time. "You should thank that interesting cat," the healer said with a smile, stroking his amusing mustache. "Milk is a great helper and the hero cat that saved Dorothy." Dorothy is very grateful to Alice's pet cat. She has decided to spend some money to buy a delicious magic fish to thank it for saving her. "Uncle Doctor, do you know where Alice and the others are? Are they hurt?" The girl with pink hair looked up and asked the magic healer. Alice's name is easy to remember, so Dorothy doesn't worry that people in the magic world won't recognize Alice. If Alice is hurt, news will spread quickly. Of course, Dorothy doesn't want her good friends to be hurt. No one would want to see such a bright and cheerful girl in danger, or see her suffer or get injured. President of Magic and Alice are receiving magic treatment. There is no new news yet. Are you their friend? I'm sorry, but until there is good news, you can't see them directly. They are the main patients of this incident. I hope you understand. However, you can look at them through the magic crystal glass. "Uncle Doctor, I want to see them now," Dorothy said seriously and firmly. The bearded magic doctor nodded slightly, understanding. He reached out and patted Dorothy's left shoulder to comfort her. "Although they are still unconscious, I believe they will be safe. You just woke up, so don't be too upset." Staying in a good state is very important. Dorothy clenched her hands at her sides. After a moment, her tense body relaxed, and she nodded quietly and obediently. Then, Dorothy followed the doctor's steps, turning left and right in the corridor of the healing tower, heading upward. Looking out through the diamond-shaped crystal window, the branches of the trees had become sparse, revealing patches of bright, clear sky divided into irregular shapes.
"We've arrived."
Hearing the doctor's voice, Dorothy turned back and looked inside the tower. They were standing in front of a large crystal blue door. The doctor took out a thin black-green magic wand from his sleeve, recited a spell, then gently pointed it forward in the air.
Snap.
With a soft sound, the closed crystal door unlocked as if with a key and swung open automatically. The doctor stepped inside first. After glancing at the beautiful magical patterns on the crystal door, Dorothea quickly followed the healer inside. On a large bed with a black base and blue top, two girls lay quietly asleep. A crystal blue spherical glass covered the bed, separating Dorothea and her friends from the girls. Because of this, Dorothea couldn't get close to the magical bed and could only watch Alice and Verliet surrounded by floating magic circles. These shining circles, spinning at different speeds, were clearly used for healing and monitoring. Dorothea moved closer to get a better look at Alice, peering through the crystal sphere. She only heard the humming and soft rhythmic sounds of the magic circles working. Alice remained still, just like Verliet. She wished Alice would wake up. Seeing her unconscious friend made Dorothea feel less nervous, but she didn't know when Alice would wake from her deep sleep. Although she liked sleeping herself, Dorothea now hated that black and blue magic bed more than ever. She thought it would be fun if it turned into a strawberry cake, so Alice could wake up hungry and stop lying there like a wooden doll pretending to be serious. Then she could shout and blame herself for playing tricks that made her bite the bed, which would be funny and lively. Dorothea felt a little sad. She reached out and touched Alice's cheek through the crystal glass, pressing her face against it and flattening her nose. The cold touch made her feel a bit chilly inside. She blew on the glass and then drew a cute little strawberry. Whenever she was upset, Dorothea liked to eat strawberries or chocolates. If she had both, that was best. If not, she would just draw one to cheer herself up. A faint sadness filled the air. Dorothea looked at Alice through her drawn strawberry. The sleeping girl had a face kissed by the gods. In the glow of the magic circles, she looked almost unreal, like a perfect dream only seen in sleep. While Dorothea was lost in her thoughts, the sleeping blonde girl suddenly sat up with a spring-like jump, as if her back had been pushed. Then, like someone waking from a dream, she slowly opened her beautiful amber eyes. She looked around with a mix of surprise and confusion. Alice has never been to the healing tower, so it's no surprise she feels curious about this unfamiliar place. Moreover, the magic circles spinning at different speeds are truly impressive. However, last night's nightmare-like purple light beam made Dorothy's nerves feel numb and shaken. Because her companions were unconscious, she didn't pay much attention to the beautiful and strange scene. Alice's gaze moved around and found Dorothy, noticing a faint strawberry-shaped finger drawing on the foggy glass. It matched well with Dorothy's pink hair. Also, Dorothy's scent was as sweet as strawberries. Alice, this is the Healing Tower. It's a place where injured or sick magicians get treatment. Heaven knows how worried I've been about you. You've finally woken up. Oh, and this person with me. Dorothy turned to introduce someone, but she looked all over the room and couldn't find the handsome doctor with a mustache. She remembered clearly what he looked like, but that kind and handsome uncle seemed to have vanished from the world, or quietly disappeared when Dorothy looked at Alice. This was very strange. Dorothy saw Alice tilting her head, listening carefully, but she couldn't continue. It was like biting into a green fruit with a half-insect inside, hard to speak about. So Dorothy quickly decided to change the subject. That's a kind doctor brought me here to see you. He should have left by now. By the way, Alice, what did you all encounter last night? The explosion was like a natural disaster. There were many big black crows flying all over the sky, and a huge purple light beam, so tall you couldn't see the top. It was very grand. Did you see it too? Faced with her friend's questions and all the information about what happened yesterday, Alice felt her mind starting to feel sleepy again. She rubbed her eyes hard and thought she was feeling a bit better. In fact, Dorothy could see Alice's little head slowly drooping, as if she might fall asleep at any moment. Purple light beam. I saw it, but not here. Where was it again? Oh, I think I remember now. The little princess really keeps her promises. We're going home. Alice mumbled softly, her head bobbing like a little chick pecking at grains. She glanced at Velvet, who was still unconscious nearby, and with a sleepy smile, she half closed her eyes and said to Dorothy in a hazy voice, "Look, that magic leader is actually a big lazybones. She's still sleeping, haha." However, after just a few words, Miss Alice lowered her head and sat still. Dorothy thought something was wrong again. She pressed her hand against the crystal blue glass to call Alice, but before she could speak, a warm hand pressed on her left shoulder. Dorothy turned around and saw the signature mustache of the magic doctor, with a finger placed underneath it, an unspoken gesture meaning no talking. Meow, lowering her gaze, Dorothy saw a milk-colored, middle-parted cat lying in the green uniform of the magic doctor. The cat meowed and then jumped toward Dorothy. Instinctively, she reached out and caught the milk-colored cat. Not long ago, this little creature had saved her, and now, seeing it again, she felt a warm sense of familiarity. Let them continue sleeping. Until the cat's owner wakes up, I leave the care of this adorable little hero to you. The magic doctor lowered his voice, a reassuring smile appearing beneath his mustache. Dorothy nodded firmly in response. I will take good care of the little middle-parted cat, I promise. Alice was awakened by being suffocated. She was sleeping peacefully when suddenly, a soft, furry thing pressed against her face, blocking her breathing. Forced to wake up, she furrowed her brows and opened her eyes. In front of her, a blurry milk-colored ball of fur occupied most of her vision. Her beloved pet, the milk-colored middle-parted cat, which was currently lying carelessly on her face, using its bottom. Really quite rude. She reached out and grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck, pulling it aside. Alice sat up and took deep breaths of fresh, clean air. Luckily, her cat didn't fart, or she might have been knocked out by the smell, just like Velvet. Cats fart very badly. No, wait, it seems nothing that fart smells good. Alice shook her head, trying to wake herself up further. The split-colored cat jumped down from the milk container and onto the floor, then quickly jumped back up with agile and skilled movements. It climbed onto the windowsill, reached out its paw to pull open the soft curtain, letting the morning light in. Alice squinted uncomfortably at the bright light. Since returning from the dark underground city to the academy that day, the split-colored cat has learned many new skills. Opening the curtain is one of them. Sometimes, It even makes rhythmic meowing sounds like a little kitten song to show happiness or to beg for small fish treats. Strangely, this cat has become very clingy. It always wants to come close for a hug and rubs its fluffy head against Alice's chin. It seems to enjoy this very much, but it also unkindly uses its bottom to wake Alice up. Usually, when this happens, it's already late. If she doesn't get up soon, she might miss breakfast or be late for class. When did this cat learn to tell time? Or does it understand the alarm clock? Alice looked at Doralice, who was still deeply asleep, with her usual messy and relaxed sleeping posture. Verilet was already up. Well, she was dressed and ready to go out. When she heard the noise, the lady had looked up. When she saw Alice, her bright blue eyes looked icy, but she didn't seem very alert, more like she had just woken up, with a faint layer of mist covering her. "Wait a moment, I'll be ready soon," Alice quickly said, then hurriedly put on her socks and clothes. She used her powers to bring her hat from the desk and put it on her head. Then she rushed to the bathroom, washed up with a splash, and woke Doralice. After everything was done, she snapped her fingers and turned to Verilet with a bright, sunny smile. "Let's go together after we finish our tasks on time." Verilet didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. The two of them left the house one after the other. Oh, and before leaving, Alice waved goodbye to the split-colored cat, who looked at her longingly, as if saying see you later. Since returning to Crito, Alice's mental state has greatly declined. She often feels sleepy. No matter how much she sleeps, this feeling doesn't go away. It's like she's a shadow that can't shake off. Brenda feels the same. Although the Snow Girl has not expressed any opinions about this, her blue eyes, always shrouded in a thin mist, have already conveyed the message to Alice on behalf of her owner. Good morning, Lord Vellet and Alice. When Alice went to the magic restaurant for a meal, she saw the clumsy boy she had met in the cafeteria before. His name was Andrew. This time, Andrew was not studying the book Beginner Magic Guide during the meal. Probably, this was the best way to fix the spilled sauce on his magic book. Honestly, Andrew still hasn't mastered the skill of cleaning magic. Good morning, Andrew. Good morning. Alice and Vellet both waved or nodded in response, but their voices sounded a bit tired. Finally seeing you both. Are the president and Alice doing well? The explosion was so powerful it made the whole school shake. It was really scary. I kept wanting to see you after hearing you were hurt and unconscious, but the magic healer stopped me because I didn't have permission. Now I finally see you. I'm so happy. I almost thought I would never see you again. Seeing you safe makes me so excited I could cry. This is just wonderful. Andrew dropped his utensils and rushed over, full of surprise and excitement, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Alice felt a little overwhelmed, and Brenda was quite nervous. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Alice reached out and grabbed Vellet's sleeve to stop her friend from sneaking away. Then she adjusted her facial expression, patted Andrew's shoulder twice, and forced a smile. Don't worry. Thank you for your kindness. Brenda and I are both fine and healthy now. No need to worry. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but yawn, her amber eyes filled with tears. Despite looking like she hadn't slept for days, Alice actually slept regularly every day, sometimes even more than before. But clearly, this didn't improve her drowsiness. She really wanted to feel energetic soon. But how could she do that? Oh, maybe the little princess knows the reason. Although she doesn't understand much and hasn't met her many times, Alice has a strong feeling that Makwan Gigi must know something. Alice also couldn't explain why this was happening. Matters related to intuition can't be explained by normal logic, because intuition is a special feeling beyond everyday life and the present world, a sudden flash of spiritual awareness. Although I've recovered, I still need to remember to sleep well. Both Lord Changzhong and Alice, you must take time to rest and adjust your condition. That way, you'll be ready for the upcoming new magic courses. If you do well, there will be bonus points on the final exam. You might even qualify for the advanced magic training class, where you can learn higher-level magic skills and spells earlier. I will also work hard to become a new top-level magic student, Andrew clenched his fists and held them to his chest, full of determination. He still looked a bit clumsy, but his eyes seemed to shine with fiery passion. New magic courses. Alice snapped back to reality. She had been feeling unwell lately, so she hadn't paid attention to this kind of news. But nearby, Verlet didn't seem surprised. Still, it would be strange if Lord Changzhong didn't care about such news, right? Don't you know, Alice? Oh my, how could such shocking news happen? Sorry, was my expression too exaggerated again?
Everyone's talking about it.
They say the summoning class, which is usually for third-year students, has been moved to first grade and started today. Andrew tried hard to hold back his excitement, his mouth looking like he had just eaten 5 magic candies. He raised a finger and spoke loudly, so much that everyone in the magic restaurant turned to look at them. Today, Alice blinked and repeated like a parrot. The first class this morning. Next to her, silent Verlet glanced at his delicate, beautiful silver blue watch on his wrist and calmly reminded her. But we're not in the same class. Alice raised a finger. She hadn't yet fully processed this news. The idea of a summoning class was just too amazing, wasn't it? It doesn't matter, because today, all first-year students have to attend, Verlet said. Oh no, I forgot. Today's first summoning class requires everyone to arrive 15 minutes early. We're going to be late. Andrew grabbed his hair and shouted loudly. He only then realized that the first-year students at the magic restaurant had already left, and only a few seniors were still eating. One senior with black hair and black eyes waved at them with a mischievous smile and said, "Hey, you're going to be late. If you're caught, you'll be the bad students of the whole grade. One day you'll become famous for it, haha." Alice looked back and felt that the loud laugh sounded strangely familiar. Sure enough, the person laughing wasn't a senior, but Uncle Bard's old friend. He had met Alice at the small cabin. He was a 94-year-old young man who loved to get into trouble. Black winked at Alice and smiled brightly, his black eyes shining like stars. "I have a way. Sit on my broom. I have a second speed boost." Before Alice could say anything to Black, time was running out. She quickly pulled her flying broom out of her magic hat. Magic students often call their brooms my beloved ride. Alice sat on her ride, and Verlet quickly sat in front of her. Andrew hesitated, but then sat behind Alice. I wonder if this fragile ride can hold 3 people? Wow, feels like it's going to break. Before Andrew finished speaking, Alice suddenly shot out of the magic restaurant. The 3 of them flew at super high speed toward the magic teaching area, riding the morning wind with a second speed boost. Startled by the speed, Andrew shouted in surprise, tears in his eyes, thinking he had to do his best to catch the first class. Oh no, it's too fast. I feel like I might vomit. Wah wah wah. So, the 3 of them rushed into the big classroom on flying brooms. Their way of arriving late was even more eye-catching and became the main focus of all teachers and students. However, Alice still couldn't stop in time, so she flew away with many students' hats flying everywhere. Among the flying black hats, she finally crashed through the podium and barely stopped. Oh no! The 3 of them shared the same thought. This was a disaster. Very good, you 3. Very good indeed. The summoning class instructor was a woman who looked about 26 or 27 years old, with deep blue eyes like the night sea. Just as she was about to start her lesson, she was suddenly interrupted by 3 students who were about to be late. Not only that, they casually and smoothly knocked over her desk, causing the big classroom to become a chaotic mess, with papers flying everywhere like a large trash dump. It was hard to believe that this group of magic students would be so openly disruptive, not only causing trouble in class but also damaging school property. Truly, it was unacceptable. Feeling the sharp gaze from her deep blue eyes, Alice and her friends felt like they had pins in their backs. On the very first day of class, they had already knocked over the instructor's desk. Whether on purpose or not, Alice knew this was a serious mistake. She could also imagine the future, being targeted by the teacher in class and seen as troublemakers.
It was a sad thought.
Verret looked upset too. The Magic Club president leading a big disruption, he said. This news would spread quickly through Clito Academy. Verrett might even face losing his position. Everyone in the school was watching, and this trouble could cause big problems. The person who looked the worst was Andrew. He was a boy with flexible facial muscles who could make all kinds of exaggerated expressions. Right now, his face was changing so fast, about 3 times a second. Sometimes he looked like he was about to cry, sometimes speechless, sometimes blushing and embarrassed, and sometimes looking very sad and hopeless.
It was a lot to see.
But in the end, his face settled into one expression: Andrew pouting, looking pale and greenish, with his eyebrows tightly furrowed like a knot. His hands covered his mouth, eyes wide like bells, with veins bulging on his forehead and cold sweat running down. Oh no! He hadn't had time to vomit on his flying broom, and he was about to lose control. Alice and Verrett saw everything clearly. At this moment, they couldn't speak to help Andrew with his "I feel like I'm going to vomit" problem. Alice was anxiously thinking of a way, while Verrett had already pulled out his wand, ready to cast a cleaning spell at any moment. "Turn your heads around, all 3 of you," he ordered. However, at this moment, the unaware summoning instructor, Imaginer, after a brief silence, suddenly issued a new command. Alice shouted silently in her heart, "Andrew, hold on," and obediently put away her flying broomstick. She then turned to face Professor Amy Jr. Villett secretly hid his wand in his sleeve as he turned around to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Andrew kept a dramatic expression, covering his mouth and trembling as he turned. Just then, he made eye contact with the summoning class professor, who was looking at him. Wow, ugh. Wow, wow. Andrew, who had reached his limit of patience, glanced at the professor and then bent forward as if to bow. At the moment he looked down, he suddenly opened his mouth without caring about his image and started vomiting loudly. Instantly, a foul, sour smell of spoiled food filled the entire magic classroom. The stench was so strong it was like a powerful insect repellent, killing even passing mosquitoes on the spot. Villett, standing next to Alice, wobbled and then couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was suffering from the aftereffects of being overwhelmed by the smell. Alice was really overwhelmed now. It was hard not to misunderstand the situation. Even though she had endured many foul odors before, she was almost driven to run away by Andrew's vomit smell. And Villett, who had a poor resistance to bad smells, found it impossible not to roll his eyes. Alice secretly supported Villett with one hand and patted Andrew's back with the other to help him feel better. The students in the classroom, who had been trying to sit still, finally all collapsed together. Some covered their noses and scrambled around wildly. Some grabbed their textbooks and waved them desperately to chase away the stench, and others simply rolled their eyes and fainted from the smell. Dorothy, who was late and entered the classroom, saw this chaotic scene and the suffocating vomit smell at the same time. What kind of food could cause such a reaction, as powerful as a poison attack spell? Dorothy silently took a step back, thinking about running away. "Hey, you outside, I'm talking about you. Come in quickly and start the class. What are you wandering outside for?" The voice of Professor Amy Jr., the summoning class teacher, was like a spell that drilled into their ears. Dorothy's foot, which had just slightly lifted to step inside, was suddenly frozen as if by a magic spell, unable to move at all. Then, a silver summoning magic circle silently appeared behind her. Suddenly, the magic circle opened like 2 doors. Out came a large, strong beast covered in triangular scales. It grabbed Dorothy with its big claws, wrapping her from head to toe, and casually threw her into the doorway of the magic classroom, like tossing a bowling ball. Inside, Alice hadn't yet figured out what was happening when Dorothy, like a bowling ball, was thrown in and hit her directly, knocking her backward into a wall decorated with magical patterns, causing a cloud of white smoke to rise. This must be revenge. Alice's eyes sparkled with stars, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. She looked up at Dorothy, who was lying on top of her, and weakly said, "Please get down. You're so heavy, I can't breathe." Dorothy, annoyed at her friend's comment about her weight, immediately turned red like a monkey's butt and, without thinking, gave Alice a sharp bump on the head. Then she slowly stood up, smiled apologetically at Amy Jr., who was watching, and bowed her head to admit her mistake. Alice, feeling a headache from the bump, had a red spot on her forehead. She didn't understand why Dorothy was angry. She had only told the truth. Yet she was hit so hard. It really hurt. Alice looked at her pink-haired friend with an innocent expression, hoping for a reasonable explanation. But Dorothy, stubborn, refused to even look at her. A fresh, pleasant scent filled the air. Alice sensed a familiar magical wave. It's a cleaning spell. This was a real help. Andrew's foul smell and vomiting curse had finally been cleared. Alice looked toward the caster and wasn't surprised to see her friend, Verlight. However, being able to cast a spell successfully in such a disgusting smell showed great strength in Alice's eyes. She ignored the bump on her head, quickly ran over, and helped Brenda up. It turned out Verlight hadn't fully overcome the foul odor. She was holding on desperately. She tried hard not to roll her eyes in front of Amy Jr., her whole body trembling, clearly finding it very difficult to stand. Dorothy also came over to Alice. The four of them stood in a row. Andrew had stopped vomiting and was standing to the side, looking helpless and about to cry, hands clasped together like a wronged little wife. Everyone's here. Where's the magic president? Amin Janir loudly asked the students below. I am here. Verret stepped forward in front of everyone and spoke calmly to the summon class instructor. His voice was cold and clear, like ice hitting snow, like the moon in winter. His hand hanging by his side still held his magic wand, which had just helped everyone breathe more easily. Your cleaning spell was good.
Come to my office sometime.
But there still needs to be a punishment, or it wouldn't be proper. Amin Janir changed the subject to hide his awkwardness. As the saying goes, everyone loves talent. Verret, a famous magic prodigy since childhood, was still seen as special by his teachers, even if he made a mistake. Among the four people, besides Brenda, there was also a famous person. No one in the magic world didn't know her name. Amin Janir wouldn't be an exception. Alice felt the summon class female teacher's gaze settle on her, and she suddenly felt nervous. Right now, she felt like a cute little bunny being stared at by a hungry wolf. It was very uncomfortable, so she couldn't help but look up. When her eyes met the teacher's, Alice's amber eyes suddenly widened. Because in the teacher's deep blue eyes, two mysterious, complex golden magic circles were spinning. Just as Alice wanted to look closer, it was as if a wall blocked her view. Everything disappeared. Both the magic circles and the teacher's eyes vanished, replaced by endless darkness sweeping over her. Alice felt as if something in that darkness was rolling like waves, and she was a small white boat about to be capsized by a black tide. The world seemed to shake, and she lost her balance. In a panic, she took a step back, and her surroundings suddenly changed with a whoosh. She was back in the main classroom. Her gaze briefly crossed with Amin Janir's, and cold sweat soaked her clothes, chilling her spine and skin, telling her this was real. Not that strange, dangerous nightmare just now. Interesting, Alice heard the instructor say with interest. This was the second teacher after the vice principal to use mental magic to pressure her.
Was it a test?
Or a punishment? Alice didn't know. Alice is sure that the girl teacher in the summoning class is very powerful. Her speed in summoning magic circles is not inferior to Professor Magic Stone, and perhaps even better. If Professor Magic Stone had this quick summoning ability back then, Alice and her friends could have achieved a miracle by breaking through such fast summoning techniques. Just now, Alice saw the light and shadow of the summoning circle flash, and then Dorothy was thrown out precisely, knocking Alice down as well. All of this was calculated by the summoning class teacher. Meanwhile, Aiming Janir's opinion and attitude towards Alice have also changed quite a bit. Although she knows this child is special, rumors and personal experience are different. Since she started teaching, this is the first time she has seen a lower-grade student react so quickly and forcefully break free from her mental control magic. After so many years, no one has surprised Aiming Janir like this. This surprise is a rare exception, and it's just a new student who has been here less than a year. Seeing such a good opportunity, of course, she wants to take advantage of it. So, Alice couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine under aiming Janier's silent, sinister smile, which resembled that of an evil wizard. This new teacher is really too scary. Alice suddenly wakes up from her sleep. The events of meeting aiming Janier during the day somehow appeared in her dream. Now, Alice is completely awake and no longer sleepy. The curtains, illuminated by daylight, are faintly glowing. A cat, cuddling Alice's arm, is sleeping soundly. Carefully moving the fluffy little paw of the cat away, Alice gets out of bed and tiptoes to the bathroom for a quick visit. Before returning to her bed, Alice's attention is caught by an object on her study desk. It's a pair of gloves, fingerless gloves. Alice doesn't remember buying these, and she has never worn gloves before. Underneath the gloves, there seems to be an unopened letter. Is it for me? Alice looked confused, her amber eyes flickering in the dim magical night light. She took a few steps forward and picked up the envelope with her gloves pressed against it, examining the handwriting under the light. The orphanage had taught them basic words and sentences. Alice was very talented with words, so even though she had learned only a little, she understood more and recognized more than the other children there. Because of this, she had sometimes been the target of jealousy. But those days are now in the past. Alice could see that the envelope was written with black-blue ink. Little Lion, received. The handwriting was smooth and beautiful. Staring at it for a while, she felt a rhythmic flow, like music emerging from the words, romantic and elegant, as if it were a piece of art. There was also a strange feeling of warmth and friendliness. Alice thought she must have met the person who wrote the letter before, but she couldn't remember who it was. The letter didn't have a name. She opened the envelope and found a high-quality, beautiful piece of paper inside. At first, the paper was blank. But within 2 seconds of her eyes touching it, a series of smooth, pretty blue words appeared as if they had just been written, releasing a faint scent of perfume. Dear Miss Alice, I am glad you made good friends at Credo Academy and are working hard for your dreams. The road ahead is long. I hope you can stay true to your original goals and see things through. Growing up may bring many difficulties. As someone with dreams, you will face more dangers and challenges than others. I wish you safety and peace.
P.S.
The fingerless gloves are a gift for you. Try them on, you might be surprised. From a friend in the magical world, sincerely. The letter wasn't long, but Alice still felt very happy inside. The words were warm and carried a strange sense of reassurance, friendly and natural. She brought the paper close to her nose and took a deep breath, trying to remember the special scent of the letter, so she could thank her friend properly when they met. The gloves were indeed a matching set, stylish and well-designed. She didn't know what animals' fur they were made from, but the two gloves were opposite in color. One black, one white, like day and night. Alice put the gloves on her hands and found that they didn't fit well because her hands were too small. It felt like she was wearing gloves meant for an adult. Just as Alice looked down with slightly drooping eyes, seeming a bit sad, the gloves suddenly moved on their own. They shrank visibly, and in just a few breaths, they fit perfectly against her skin, neither too big nor too small, just right. It was like the gloves were made just for Alice. It was amazing. Alice smiled happily. Her left hand was black, and her right hand was white. The gloves had beautiful silver magic patterns on them, which looked like two little lion heads. They seemed to be opening their mouths in a proud, fierce roar. But upon closer look, they were just intricate and beautiful magic designs. Besides that, there was a special feeling that seemed to come from the gloves. This was probably more than just a simple fingerless glove. Besides looking nice, it must have other uses. Alice's instinct told her this. Even if it was just an ordinary gift, she would feel truly happy and joyful to receive it. At that moment, the temperature of the gloves changed subtly. It started slightly cool, then gradually warmed up like rising seawater. The warm feeling was relaxing and comfortable in the cool autumn air. The warmth from her fingers spread through her body, driving away the cold, and her palms began to sweat a little from the heat. Just as Alice was feeling warm and comfortable, a sudden intense coldness spread from her left palm to her entire body. Instinctively, she grabbed her left wrist. Her left hand was trembling uncontrollably. This feeling was familiar. It reminded her of the black mark that appeared on her palm after Professor Mo's violent battle, once in her dormitory and once in the underground world. When the mark hurt her, she could feel a sharp pain like an electric shock passing through her body to her heart, along with a loud, pounding heartbeat. During these episodes, Alice's perception of the outside world and her fighting ability would weaken greatly. Her strength would drop sharply, and she would have to endure the intense pressure caused by the mark. Having experienced this twice before, Alice was fully prepared this time. However, after patiently waiting for over 10 seconds, everything remained calm and nothing happened. Alice could feel the coldness in her left palm, clashing fiercely with the warmth inside her glove. The two forces were entangled, sometimes colliding, sometimes separating, like two magic experts fighting fiercely on her palm, battling intensely. Worried that Velvet and Dorolus might see her, Alice decided not to worry them. She simply finished her washing, wrote a note, and left it on Velvet's desk, reminding her to wake Dorolus when she went out. Then, she prepared the fish-dry cat food she bought last night and placed it in her magical pet bowl. Once everything was ready, Alice dressed carefully, tiptoed out of her dorm, and quietly closed the door behind her. Fortunately, the witch dormitory's doors open at dawn every day, so Alice didn't need to climb out the window to leave. Since today was the weekend and she didn't have classes, Alice didn't need to get up early for breakfast at the magic dining hall. She didn't know the exact details, but she believed that the black and white gloves given by her mysterious friend weren't meant to harm her. The black mark was a scar left by the evil wizard Professor Milestone. In contrast, the magic black and white gloves, probably a good force, seemed to help Alice resist the oppression and evil corruption from the black scar. She didn't know what the two sides were currently doing or what might happen next. If she caused too much noise, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Alice decided to go somewhere quiet, preferably where no one was around. However, Clito Academy was as large as a city, and places that met the requirements of safety and privacy, where no one would accidentally enter others' territory, seemed to be non-existent. Alice suddenly realized that the route she was taking and the direction she was heading toward led to an area most magic students and mages wouldn't visit. Only those with a guardian status and a special permit could enter. This place was the fourth zone, the underground cave. From what Alice knew, the underground cave had pretty good soundproofing. So, she decided she would go there. Content retrieval failed. Alice fell heavily onto the uneven, hard stone ground. Her head hit something, causing a dull pain, and her vision blurred. Her inner clothes were soaked with sweat from the pain. Her mental and physical state were far worse than when she had not yet visited the Black City. If she were in her past condition, her senses would not be so dull now. What surprised her even more was the strength of the mysterious person, who was so powerful that they could directly resist her magic with their body. Alice remembered that during her fight with Professor Magic Stone, he had also directly resisted her special secret energy. Both of these people had incredible physical resistance to magic, much stronger than normal. Why did they attack her? Alice struggled to sit up. Her right hand, which had collided directly with the mysterious person during the fight, was still trembling slightly and tingling. That person's magic strength, physical resistance, and even their strength itself were not ordinary. Alice placed her right hand in front of her, stretched it out, then clenched it repeatedly. After shaking her wrist a few times, she finally felt her fingers become more flexible, no longer trembling, and her joints no longer stiff. She tightly held the command token. Thanks to its silver glow, Alice could barely see in the pitch-dark third-level cavern. Earlier, when she first entered the fourth forbidden zone, Alice noticed that the brightness there was several times lower than in normal areas. So, even with her good eyesight, she couldn't see clearly without a light source. According to her new magical knowledge, in this magical forbidden area where Alice was, there was a much stronger dark element than what could be found at night in other places. This was called black essence, which is a dark attribute element, a common type of magical element. For example, the dark spirit wizard Adolf was one of the main dark attribute wizards. So far, most of Alice's magic attacks have been based on light and fire elements. According to common sense, if there is enough magic power to use, Alice only needs to release a bright magic energy sphere, or a dark gold flame, to meet her need for light in the dark using her own strength. But Alice's magic energy is unusual. Besides its density and purity, it also has a strong, uncontrollable nature. When it erupts, her control weakens. So, each time she fights, the destruction is very powerful. To prevent her magic from exploding uncontrollably in her hands, the best way is to release it quickly. Normal magicians can stabilize their magic energy, but for Alice, this stability only exists in others and in magic textbooks. Alice can't create a long-lasting light source for herself, so this glowing pass token is very important. Because her eyesight is so poor, it's also crucial for her safety. After resting for a while, Alice stood up with her right hand on the ground. She raised the pass token and looked around with a faint silver light. The nearby dark space was illuminated for a few meters. The environment inside the hole felt strange, but also faintly familiar. If Alice remembered correctly, the ground at the center of the third subhole should have revealed a large hole from the explosion. This hole leads down thousands or even tens of thousands of meters to the mysterious Black City where she and Villet fell. First, she needed to find the explosion's opening. Alice took a deep breath and, relying on her memory and feelings from arriving at the third subhole, moved toward the center she remembered. It was so quiet here that she couldn't see or feel any monster shadows or presence. Normally, after the magical creatures in the Forbidden Zone are cleared, new monsters appear again at irregular intervals. The reason for this is still a mystery. Anyway, the senior students in the 4th Magic Guard team don't seem to know about it. Perhaps their authority isn't enough to know the secrets of the Forbidden Zone, just like the principal said, an absolute secret. Even if the monsters in the third subhole were cleared yesterday or the day before, it's incredible that she can't sense even a trace of their presence. It's so clean, it's almost unbelievable. Alice's footsteps echo in the quiet space. On the ground inside the cave, there are still marks from her past battles with monsters. The dents and holes remind her of the time she fought alongside Verliet. During the explosion, she was caught off guard and almost thought she would never return to Credo. Now she is safe, but everyone keeps her situation a secret. She wonders if she will be pulled into the deep underground cave again when she sees that dark entrance once more. Alice feels uncertain, so she walks slowly. The path feels strangely calm, like walking through a tunnel. According to her memory, she should have reached the center of the cave. However, although the ground is full of pits from past fights, the huge underground opening she remembers is nowhere to be seen. Instead, there is only a large round hole about 15 meters wide. The light from her magic token can't illuminate the entire hole. She can only see a small part of it. It's clear that the hole isn't very deep, no more than half a meter. This is very different from her memory of a deep, 1,000-meter-long tunnel leading to another world. The difference surprises her. She opens her eyes wide, feeling shocked and confused, and she blurts out, "Where is the hole? Where did it go?" Of course, no one answers her. Right now, Alice is the only one inside the third small chamber. The mysterious person outside the cave has disappeared long ago. Alice is sure she entered the underground world. Verliet's memories probably match her own. They both saw the purple light pillar in the Black City, and Verliet still has the lingering smell from being knocked out. There's also the little princess Mo Jianji, who treated her like a toy. If she could see Mo Jianji again, she might understand what really happened. The little princess took them back to Credo Magic Academy. Of course, only if Mo Jianji is willing to tell her what happened. When she left with Alice and Verliet, Mo Jianji promised to visit her soon. But weeks have passed, and the little princess has not come to see Alice even once. While Alice was carefully thinking about the stone pit, several small pebbles suddenly fell from above, hitting her forehead and causing some pain. Alice covered her face with one hand and used the silver glow from her permit to see what was above. There was a hole about 15 meters wide. Inside the hole, it was completely dark, but it seemed like something was lurking there, peering at Alice from below. When it saw her looking up, its eyes were cold and sharp, like a blade. Failed to retrieve content in the dim cave. Countless shadows danced and crossed each other. Some looked like chickens, some like spiders with wings, and others like large wasps about the size of a football. These strange monsters were all different types, but they all came from the mysterious cave that suddenly appeared here. Even though many monsters already occupied most of the space, the secret cave's tunnel exit kept sending out large groups of winged monsters. Alice was definitely trapped. The once seemingly empty and dark third section of the cave became crowded after these monsters arrived. Amid the chaos of flying monsters, Alice gradually lost her sense of direction. She couldn't even find the entrance anymore. All she could see were shadows of flying monsters and falling feathers everywhere. Her limited view became even narrower, and she had to distinguish attacks coming from all directions, dodging quickly whenever possible. One careless move could leave her with a new wound. Alice wasn't wearing the magical guard uniform. She was dressed in Clito's black magic school uniform, which made her defenses weaker. The uniform was also torn in several places. She could already imagine that once she left, her uniform would probably look like a beggar's rag. As the owner, Alice was still worried about her magic school uniform in such a dangerous situation. It's important to note that the two school uniforms issued by the school, the first was already torn during her imprisonment in the cage, and the one she was wearing now, the last one, was also about to be ruined. The new clothes were torn and bitten by the crazy monsters attacking Alice. While feeling sad about the fabric, a surge of anger also rose in her heart. When she was at the orphanage, she never wore such fine clothes, so she usually treasured what she had. When something she cherished is destroyed, it can make even very patient people angry. Alice's personality is not gentle and calm. She is not a meek little lamb who always accepts everything quietly. In the human world, she endures and keeps silent only to avoid hurting others and to prevent herself from becoming a bad child who makes others sad. Even there, she never had many friends. Although her secret energy attack can push back flying monsters within a certain range, it cannot handle hundreds of monsters at once in a short time. Using magic skills takes time, and drawing energy from her body is the same. But there is one type of wide-range attack that is an exception. Angry Alice opened her mouth, and her beautiful amber eyes seemed to sparkle with fire. A silent wave of sound spread out from her, radiating in all directions. This transparent energy wave is another form of Alice's sound-based secret energy. It forms during her silent roar. The transparent sound wave, like a fierce windstorm or a mighty tsunami, surges and crashes outward instantly. Wherever the sound wave passes, whether it's a bee-sized monster, a giant flying spider as big as a mountain, or a fierce black-red magic bird, they all seem like driftwood caught in a tsunami, helplessly pushed back. Then, they crash hard into the cold, hard cave walls, making dull, booming sounds. In her angry state, Alice's roar is more than 3 times stronger than usual. All the flying monsters in the mysterious cave are pushed back. At this moment, Alice finally has time to catch her breath. After the chaos is cleared, the suppressed anger in her heart seems to be partially soothed by the silent wave of release. She picks up the magic pass, emitting a silver glow from the ground. The token she bit during her roar drops to the ground. Fortunately, this item was not fragile, or else her only defensive magic would have been wasted. The flying monsters, as if hit by waves on the beach, showed different reactions, some with stars in their eyes, some foaming at the mouth, and others wobbling as they tried to fly again, easily knocked over by the wind. Although there were many of them, most animals have much sharper hearing than humans. So, being suddenly hit by a wave of sound with secret energy was like dropping a bomb in their ears. Its damage was even stronger than dark gold magic attacks. The intense sound waves not only hurt the body but also affected the mind and soul, causing mental shock. Weak magical creatures could even collapse mentally or faint, or become confused and twitching. Alice, who was the one creating the soundwave attack, was unaware of this. She was more surprised that these creatures were weaker than she had expected. Her clothes were torn in several long cuts, but they could be repaired. Suddenly, her magic barrier token, shining with silver light, flickered and went out. Her view plunged into chaotic darkness again. Alice tried several times to channel magic energy, but all attempts failed. She had to believe her magic barrier token was broken. The fall might have shattered some delicate internal parts. She thought it was fine as long as the surface looked okay, but she was wrong. Without light, she couldn't see anything around her. Total darkness, where she couldn't even see her hand in front of her face. At this moment, besides the sound of wings flapping, a strange noise suddenly entered Alice's ears. It sounded like some creature chewing or swallowing food. Alice stayed calm and forced herself to stay alert. She was feeling sleepy again, and her mental stress was increasing, but she knew she had to stay awake. Her sense of smell was not as sharp as Verliet's, who was very sensitive to bad odors, but it was still decent. Soon, she detected a faint, very subtle smell of blood in the dark space. Within this tiny scent of blood, there was a unique smell of monsters. Deep in the darkness, something was happening. Alice became more alert and cautious again. If she guessed correctly, the owner of the chewing sounds echoing in the third tunnel was quietly eating the monsters that had not yet fully recovered, enjoying a private feast. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger, and the flapping of wings gradually slowed down. Although she couldn't see her surroundings, Alice could sense that the number of monsters around was now very few. In just a few minutes, the predators that had just been aggressive and ready to hunt her down were completely eaten by that unknown creature. Now, there were no sounds of chewing or swallowing. The third tunnel fell into a strange silence, as if no life existed there. Even the scent of monsters was gone. Alice could clearly hear her own breathing and heartbeat pounding in her ears. Without a doubt, the creature that had devoured over 100 flying monsters was lurking quietly in the darkness. It hadn't left. Its prey was the last survivor remaining in the cave. Alice quietly lowered her breath, staying alert and watching for any movement in the darkness, listening carefully. Although her mind was exhausted, she knew she couldn't relax for a moment. Otherwise, she might be silently killed like the other prey, then torn apart and eaten by the mysterious creature. Perhaps because she was careless, or maybe because it wasn't afraid of her abilities, the creature in the darkness didn't hide for long. It revealed a faint sign of itself. It was the faint sound of an arthropod crawling on the ground. If you weren't listening very carefully, it would be hard to notice such a faint sound in the darkness. And this sound was coming closer, without stopping, gradually approaching the last prey. After confirming the direction of the sound, Alice felt a bit more confident. But her current condition was poor, and she wasn't as quick or agile as usual, so she had to be extra cautious and careful. It would be great if there was some light. With light, I could see the true form of that creature hiding in the darkness and avoid the problem of not being able to tell what's around me in the dark. However, with Alice's current control ability, she cannot fully master her high-purity, high-intensity secret energy. In a disadvantageous situation, relying only on brute strength is clearly not enough. While Alice was thinking about this, it was as if her thoughts were sensed. On the back of her fingerless black and white gloves, a magic rune shaped like a small lion suddenly shimmered faintly. It glowed with beautiful, mysterious golden and blue light. The white glove emitted a golden glow, and the black glove emitted a blue glow. It was a strange and wonderful feeling, as the lights brightened and entered Alice's heart. Even the coldness from her scar seemed to be suppressed. Her feeling for the gloves was no longer just about wearing them. They had become closely connected to her heart. At the moment the light appeared, the small lion figures seemed to come alive, as if they were angry and ready to roar at the darkness. Alice could clearly feel their emotions. They were no longer just gloves. Now, they had transformed into her battle partners. With the light shining, And although the glow was dazzling and bright, it did not hurt Alice's eyes at all. Her disadvantage had changed. Alice thought seriously in her mind, "Thank you, both of you." It seemed the gloves sensed her feelings. The small lion's glow grew even brighter. Even in the dark, dense underground cave, they were determined to shine and light up the world. Suddenly, as the darkness pushed toward the edges, a semi-transparent white silk thread shot out like a sharp sword straight toward Alice. Alice never let her guard down. She quickly dodged to the left. The thread nearly brushed her cheek and flew far into the darkness behind her, where it hovered and emitted a faint glow, unmoving. Alice looked at the glowing white thread. Could this be the reason that creature could instantly kill flying monsters? The opponent clearly didn't give her time to think. Almost immediately after the first shot missed, 3 more threads shot rapidly from different angles toward Alice. Alice moved her ears to listen carefully, then quickly tilted her body backward. The first thread brushed past her hair, then Alice clapped her hands on the ground and rolled to the right. The second thread deeply embedded where Alice had just been. If she hadn't dodged, she would have been hit with a bloodied wound. After rolling to her feet, Alice stopped and stood still. The third thread fell from the sky. It pierced less than a centimeter in front of her foot, almost piercing her foot. If it weren't for her gloves suddenly shining and lighting up the surroundings, Alice might not have reacted in time and could have been struck in the heart by the fast and precise thread. Now that she dodged, her mind was still struggling to stay calm. The exhaustion from walking the edge of life and death was eating away at her willpower. She could no longer control her breathing. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, as if it might burst out. A strong warm flow came from her black and white gloves. 2 small lions seemed to be roaring, as if encouraging Alice to keep going. They looked even more anxious than Alice herself. Alice wiped the sweat from her forehead, her beautiful amber eyes becoming firm again. It was impossible to leave the third trap. If she turned her back to the hidden monster in the darkness, she would be lost here. Besides, in Alice's mind, there was no retreat, and she would never give up. No matter what kind of monster, demon king, evil ghost, or beast it was, she was not afraid. Since she couldn't run, she would fight. In Alice's amber eyes, a fierce fire seemed to ignite. That was unstoppable courage, a firm resolve not to back down, and a belief to burn away all darkness. Let it burn. Alice took a deep breath, then suddenly stomped her right foot on the ground and leapt into the air. Her mind raced, and she poured her secret energy into her black and white gloves. 2 lively little lions opened their mouths and roared simultaneously. The light from them instantly pierced through the darkness. Like straight flying swords, they shot in all directions, leaving no place for the hidden monsters and demons in the dark cave to hide. Alice's amber eyes quickly locked onto the dark hunter, who was exposed under the bright light and unable to escape. That creature finally revealed its true form. It had 8 tough spider legs covered with sharp spines like a hedgehog's back. Its black-purple shell was almost completely blended into the darkness, and its back had irregularly arranged eyes, more than 12 in total. Its fierce fangs, like those of a tiger or a leopard, were exaggeratedly exposed, reflecting cold glints. A long, curved scorpion tail hung above its head, with a purple-red hooked stinger that seemed sharper than a sword. At this moment, the 12 eyes twitched constantly under the intense light, and the strange beast let out a painful howl. Its voice was hoarse, like nails scratching a blackboard, harsh and unpleasant. Alice wouldn't miss this chance. She quickly gathered secret energy in her right hand. During the brief moment when the spider-scorpion creature couldn't see, she swung her hand, releasing a blast of dark golden secret energy. The Silver Pass token had already been taken away by Alice, making it easier for her to fight with both hands free. After releasing the dark golden energy, Alice didn't stop. Her magical power was boiling wildly. In her hands, a growing dark golden sphere of magic was rapidly brewing a storm of destruction. Dark Gold Secret Technique. Little Sun. This was the first time Alice had triggered such a large amount of internal secret energy in the real world. She had used this move before in the underground Dark City, but due to the special environment there, it was difficult for her to control such a large amount of energy. In the third-dimensional space, a sun rose. The dark gold and shining gold flickered like a vast starry river, with dazzling light burning the air, tongues of flame spitting out, and an overwhelming presence. Alice held up a huge, sun-like golden fireball with both hands. Compared to the last time she used the sun technique, she felt much more strained, without the special environment. Although this small sun was not as large as before, she gradually sensed that the violent magic within was rushing around, tearing and trying to break free, as if it wanted to escape Alice's control. Alice was now in a difficult position, but given her personality, she would never give up halfway. The blonde girl struggles to hold up the golden sun. Her slightly torn magic robe flutters in the hot flames, and her dazzling long blonde hair whips around. Her slender hands and small arms tremble constantly. Spectators can't help but worry for her. Under the huge fireball, her tiny body might be swallowed by a sudden explosion. Right now, Alice feels as if the fiery ball above her is about to crush her body at any moment. Her palms and arms are numb, as heavy as solid iron, but she still tries to stand straight. While hanging in the air, she feels breathless from the intense burning of oxygen, as if she might suffocate at any second. Though the light before her is bright, her vision darkens as if she is sinking into darkness. She refuses to give up. Alice gasps for air, sweat evaporating instantly in the intense heat. The oxygen in the air is running out, making it harder to breathe. Her amber eyes reflect the firelight. Her eyelids feel heavy, like two small mountains pressing down. Her body, suspended in midair, keeps falling. Has she reached her limit? A magician. Someone who can create miracles. She hasn't yet fulfilled her dream. How can she stop now? Alice clenches her teeth. Darkness surrounds her more and more, as if trying to swallow her whole, trapping her in eternal sleep. She begins to see hallucinations. The past 9 years flash before her like a revolving lantern. She was adopted by the Love Heart Orphanage and loved watching magician performances. She played with Edward, but later was seen as a monster by all the children. As a child, she saved a milk-colored, middle-parted kitten with her superpowers on the street. People looked at her with fear and panic. She was invited by Mr. Mondries and met Brenda Vellet, the Ice Queen at Crito Academy, the greedy and sleepy Dorothy, the elegant flying instructor Sir Knight. There was Bivis, a demon trying to gain acceptance, Uncle Bard, the mischievous troublemaker Black, the boy Andrew who often vomited, and the gentle, refined principal. Alice misses them all, watching the scenes flash before her eyes. As her heart gradually warmed, a strong feeling of reluctance pulled at her beating heart. The faint, slow heartbeat seemed to signal the approach of death. Suddenly, she remembered when she was only 4 years old, sitting alone high in a tall tree, gazing at the clear moonlight in the night, smiling as she spoke to the moon. "I have a dream." Alice suddenly felt a surge of power burning inside her. Her closed eyes reopened, and her once amber eyes turned into bright, pure golden ones. At this moment, her left hand, wearing a black glove and sensing her change, suddenly emitted a blue glow. Like ocean water, it surged out and wrapped around the flickering sun. A belief in controlling everything filled her heart. With her golden pupils, Alice stared directly at the spider-tailed scorpion demon, who was trying to attack her after regaining her strength. The 12 eyes of the demon trembled and seemed to fall into an unprecedented fear the moment they met her golden gaze. Controlled by a fear from the soul, Alice's bright golden eyes shone with light. The sun, once supported by her hands, was now surrounded by a water-like blue glow. But this did not weaken its original power. If there was any difference from before, it was that now it was completely under her control. No matter how fiercely the dark gold flames roared and exploded, under the help of the blue light and the golden pupils, they became gentle and harmless like lambs. But this gentleness was only for Alice. For her opponent, the dark gold secret energy, fully controlled, became even more fierce and aggressive, fighting with all her might. Alice withdrew one hand, leaving only her index finger of the blue glowing left hand resting just below the dark gold sun. It was like supporting a nearly pressureless balloon, easy, relaxed, effortless. She used one finger to lift the dazzling, alternating golden sun. Her shining, flowing golden hair seemed to emit light, and her black magic robe danced fiercely in the wind. Her expression was calm and confident like never before. The girl's fair face was beautiful and full of authority, as if a goddess had descended. All evil demons at this moment had nowhere to escape. They vanished into nothingness, disintegrating into dust. Under the impressive presence of such a majestic creature, the spider-bodied, scorpion-tailed demon seemed too frightened to stand properly. It trembled all over, its 6 pairs of eyes on its back shivering and rolling, constantly shedding faint red tears of fear. Clearly, it was extremely scared. Alice floated in midair. She moved her index finger above her head and gently pointed at the spider-bodied, scorpion-tailed demon. The golden sun, shining like a galaxy of stars, flickered and turned into a shooting star, crashing down into the area where the monster was. An explosion followed, with loud roaring sounds. The powerful blast made the entire underground cave shake, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The third subcave seemed ready to collapse at any moment due to the strong impact and explosion. Large sections of the cave started to fall apart, with broken stones piling up on the ground, growing more and more. The core area that was hit hardest was obscured by rising smoke, making it hard to see clearly. Alice raised her left hand, wearing a black glove. She pressed her hand in the air and moved it to one side, as if opening a window. The thick smoke and dust in the core area were swept away as if a strong wind had passed through. All the debris and broken stones were pushed aside with great force. The chaotic scene gradually became clearer. There was a new crater, as big as a mysterious cave. But instead of endless darkness reflected inside, it showed a vast blue sky like the sea. Alice landed at the edge of the new opening. Her golden pupils dimmed slightly, and her once powerful aura softened, returning to her usual calm. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the blue sky inside the hole, puzzled. How could the sky be underground? But it felt so real. Even if it was an illusion, it was almost too real. Just as Alice leaned forward, about to jump down for a quick flight around and then come back, a steady and clear footstep sounded from inside the third subcave. Alice's ears twitched slightly. She was sure that someone was standing at the cave entrance and had seen her. Who could it be? Alice became alert. Her beautiful, bright golden eyes lit up again, but she didn't know what exactly had changed in her eyes at this moment. If it was that mysterious person who had thrown her into the third subcave, then she knew she was facing a strong opponent. However, Alice has now discovered the secret hidden in her black glove on her left hand. This played a very important role when fighting the spider-tailed scorpion demon. The feeling of controlling everything was very real and impressive. The black glove did not increase Alice's attack power directly, but it helped her control the secret energy she drew from within her body at critical moments. The fierce, surging power collided with the strange energy released by her left hand, but it was like punching the air, no effect. Instead, the air seemed to take control of her punches, allowing her to maximize her attack control and strength. Alice believes that the power of the black glove is mainly about control. This control allows her to freely manage high-purity secret energy without being overwhelmed by pressure. It also makes her magic more stable, which is very beneficial. Every time she releases her inner black hole's power during a fight, it feels like she is trying to control a wild horse trying to run free, very difficult and easy to lose control. Now, with the control power of the black glove on her left hand, both daily life and battles have become much easier. It also reduces the risk of accidentally hurting allies during fights. However, Alice is still not very familiar with this control power and needs more time to adapt and learn to use it fully. When she was caught off guard and kicked into the fight, she struggled to handle her opponent's punches and kicks. But now, things are different. Although she has been fighting for a long time, After seeing the flashback-like scenes of her past, the exhaustion and weakness that pushed her to her limits seemed to vanish quickly, as if they had run away on tiny legs. Even her mental state has become more refreshed, and she feels more energetic and confident. Her mind is clear, and her heart is calm like a still mirror. Her eyes shine with determination, bright and focused. It's like she has undergone a rebirth from a cocoon, but she doesn't know why. She is confident she can fight the mysterious person again. If that person secretly tries to ambush her, they are not honest or straightforward, and their true purpose is hard to understand. If they come looking for her again, she will fight them properly and then send them to Captain William for justice, punishing evil and promoting good. However, she had many thoughts inside, but Alice kept a calm face. She continued to stare at the sky through the hole below, not looking back at the approaching person. It was as if she didn't notice anything. The person standing at the entrance of the hole remained still, not making any sudden moves, even though Alice hadn't noticed their presence. After a few seconds of silence, the visitor finally moved. Although Alice was still looking at the sky, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her small ears twitched subtly. Her hand hidden in her sleeve was ready to use her secret power and strike back at any moment. "Alice, what are you doing here?" a familiar, magnetic voice asked. The voice arrived before the person appeared. Alice recognized it. It turned out that it wasn't the mysterious person looking for her. Realizing the situation, she awkwardly stuck out her tongue, feeling guilty, and turned her head with a smile. "I just came to see the place. I haven't been here in a long time." The visitor was dressed in a black magic robe, tall and elegant, standing there like a beautiful scene. Her long yellow hair reached her waist, and her face was stunningly beautiful and androgynous. Her silver eyes sparkled with charm, very eye-catching. With such a beautiful appearance, the only person Alice knew who looked like that was the vice principal of Crito Magic Academy. "Oh, I've never seen someone who takes a holiday and comes to walk in a forbidden area. I've never seen a casual stroll cause underground caves to shake," the vice principal said calmly, not intending to beat around the bush. However, when Alice looked back at him, his eyes flickered secretly. In that moment, the beautiful girl's eyes shone with a faint golden light. Compared to her amber eyes, these twin pupils were even more striking. This was not ordinary gold. It was pure gold, so perfect that no other gold could compare, and it made even the most composed person feel a slight shock inside. Indeed, she had awakened. To hide her distraction, the vice principal skillfully shifted Alice's attention with words. I know I made a mistake. I am willing to accept punishment. Sorry for causing so much trouble for you and Captain William." Alice knew she couldn't hide the truth anymore and no longer felt guilty. She obediently stepped in front of the vice principal, bowing her head sincerely to admit her mistake. "Yes, it is troublesome." The vice principal spoke honestly as always, making Alice feel like her head was about to touch her chest. "But you don't need to be punished." Unexpectedly, the vice principal not only spoke directly, but also seemed to be breathing heavily. Alice looked up in surprise, confused by this outcome. Then, as if she remembered something, she looked worried and asked, "Vice principal, are you going to expel me? Why? Do you want more punishment? If you want to be expelled, go see the main principal. Don't come to me. I don't get involved in this." The vice principal raised an eyebrow and left with an ambiguous remark. While Alice was stunned and puzzled, the vice principal waved his sleeve and gracefully turned around, walking away confidently. Left alone, Alice was now inside the third small hole. When she regained her senses, she saw that everything destroyed during her fight had returned to normal, including the new hole that revealed the blue sky. No matter what, the vice principal's actions helped her. Although Alice didn't understand why he did it, her good impression of him increased a lot. If the vice principal needed her to do anything, as long as it wasn't bad or against her principles, Alice was willing to do her best to help. Gratefulness was a basic principle. After thinking this through, Alice no longer wondered why he helped her. She looked around, making sure everything inside the third small hole was the same as when she first arrived. She finally felt at ease. After coming out of the underground cave, Alice touched her stomach, which was growling loudly, and remembered she hadn't eaten yet. Just as she looked up, she saw the familiar figure of the ice girl. She scratched the back of her head, waiting outside the forbidden area. When Verlet turned to look at her, her icy blue eyes showed no emotion. "Hi, President." Alice reached out her hand to greet Verlet. "I never expected that my good friend would be so clever and perceptive." As soon as she came out, she guessed everything correctly. Although I didn't want to cause worry, I think Brenda probably wasn't influenced by the small note I left. Still, the person who should be worried was definitely worried. As for Dorothy, she sleeps very deeply. Brenda must have spent a lot of effort trying to wake her up. I don't know how long Brenda waited for me. Even though she often says I am her best friend, making her wait so long and worrying for me makes Alice feel a bit guilty and uneasy. "Don't worry, I didn't make you wait too long. The noise you made makes it almost impossible not to know where you are." Seeing Alice's guilty eyes, Velvet felt uncomfortable. She couldn't stand seeing Alice with her big, watery amber eyes, looking so expectant. Honestly, others might also soften and not want to blame her. After reading Alice's note, Velvet vaguely knew where Alice was going. Although she said she didn't wait long on the surface, Velvet had already been standing alone at the cave entrance for quite a while, reading a book. Her legs were starting to ache, but she kept a calm face. Deep down, she just hoped Alice wouldn't worry about her and didn't want her to see that helpless, adorable expression. Alice wanted to say more, but suddenly her stomach growled loudly, protesting the cruel treatment she was giving it. The sound was so loud that Velvet nearby could hear it clearly. Alice instinctively covered her flat stomach with her hands, trying to stop the noisy protest. It was too loud. "Why are you just standing there? Go eat." Brenda's icy blue eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Alice knew her temper well. She never backed down in a fight, but for various reasons, she could choose to go hungry and focus on other things. When she felt dizzy from hunger, she would finally realize she hadn't eaten yet, completely different from Dorothy, who had a voracious appetite. That was a very bad habit. But actually, Velvet also didn't follow a strict 3 meals a day routine. Although the school's meal system is 3 meals a day, Velvet, following his family's habits, only eats 2 meals daily, and at night, he only snacks on some fine pastries to satisfy his hunger. Later, as the Magic Guild president, he had many things to handle, and sometimes his eating habits became irregular, probably more irregular than Alice's. Because of this, he often scolded her with many moral lessons. So, Alice and Velvet went to the magic restaurant together. When they arrived, Alice realized that Brenda had already finished her meal. She should have thought of this earlier. After fighting for so long, it wasn't really that early anymore. Brenda came to the restaurant just to have breakfast with Alice. She was simply sitting nearby, reading a large, thick, hardcover book on magic theory, with no intention of eating more. She only ordered a strong coffee. Alice looked at her own plain magic milk, then at Brenda's dark, bitter coffee. At some point, her friend's taste had become much stronger. Just looking at that coffee made her feel it was too bitter to drink. Milk was better, cheap, affordable, and good for growing taller. Alice finished her coconut-flavored, night-shaped magic bread happily and took a big sip of her milk. Meanwhile, Velvet kept his eyes on his book, holding a coffee cup in one hand. In Alice's view, he didn't even frown while drinking the remaining half of his strong coffee. Finally, the Genius Guild leader's gaze left the magic book and noticed Alice's expression, which seemed to say, "It's so bitter." He reached for a napkin, elegantly wiped his mouth, and spoke in a calm, serious tone. "I will change." Alice was momentarily stunned, tilting her head and opening her beautiful amber eyes, confused, and asked, Change what?" Velvet paused for a moment after hearing her. Most of the time, Alice responded quickly, but sometimes she was slower than a turtle. "My taste. When I feel better mentally, I will change it. My original taste wasn't this strong. I'm telling the truth." Brenda looked very serious, like a little adult. Everyone who saw her would show respect, but Alice thought her awkward, serious attitude was quite adorable. Seeing Alice with a funny expression looking at herself, the Snow Queen rarely had her usual blank face, but instead glared with her bright blue eyes and tilted her head to look at Alice. "Don't you believe me?" Clearly, Brenda misunderstood Alice's meaning. Alice didn't explain directly, but picked up her large glass of milk and took a big sip. After drinking, she let out a small, satisfied burp. "Milk is so good. So let's drink milk together. It can help us grow taller." Alice reached out and tapped the empty glass in front of her. With a clear, pleasant sound, she playfully winked at Willett. With Willett's intelligence, she naturally understood that Alice wasn't doubting her. At least, when Alice asked Brenda to drink milk together, Brenda understood her meaning. Of course, Willett happily agreed. Sometimes, changing the taste is also nice. She used to drink high-quality goat milk and premium milk when she was a child. But later, she switched to drinks like honey and passion fruit. As they left the restaurant and were about to return to their dormitory, 5 or 6 magic students appeared in their path. After Alice recovered her mental strength and gained better control, her observation skills also improved a lot. Sharp-eyed, she recognized a familiar figure among the 5 or 6 boys, Andrew. Andrew looked a bit off. He was surrounded by 5 male magic students sitting on the ground, holding his nose. His brown eyes looked down with an unreadable expression, and his lips were tightly pressed. This was definitely not a happy situation. Alice looked at those boys. They clearly seemed to be a group. One of them was holding a black magic wand, poking Andrew's temple repeatedly and speaking arrogantly. Some of them were kicking at Andrew playfully with their feet. That clumsy boy was being bullied, but he was Alice's friend. When a friend is bullied, Alice wouldn't just stand by and watch. Back when she was with Edward, when he was bullied, Alice would stand up for him. Of course, the result was that both of them ended up being beaten by a group of kids. Alice didn't use her abilities, but even without her secret powers, she would have stepped forward without hesitation to defend her friend. This is the extraordinary courage Alice has had since she was young. Now, the same situation happens to Clito, and of course, Alice won't stand by and watch. It turns out that bullies are everywhere. Alice exchanges a quick look with Verliet, nods, and the two of them continue walking forward. The group of people soon notices someone passing by. One of the gray-haired male witches doesn't even bother to look up and says impatiently, "Move aside, you good-for-nothings. Don't stand there blocking the way. What are you all doing blocking the path?" Hearing this, Alice doesn't get angry. She blinks her big eyes and asks innocently, as if pretending to be surprised. The gray-haired male wizard raises his wand and pokes at Andrew, stopping his action. He clearly realizes that Alice is using his own words to mock them. His already bad mood instantly explodes. He turns his head, and the other 4 boys bullying Andrew also look over. The group looks like a pack of fierce wolves facing their enemies. That girl with shiny long blonde hair, beautiful amber eyes, an innocent but charming expression, like a lovely passerby witch. Everyone's mood seems to improve a lot because she is so pretty. The male wizards instinctively swallow the rude words they almost blurted out. In front of a beautiful girl, boys almost automatically want to keep their image and manners. "Are you Alice?" The gray-haired boy's mood swings quickly. Especially when he sees this girl, who is famous in the wizarding world. He tries hard to act polite and gentle, no matter how annoyed he is. But Alice sees through this fake smile as worthless. She doesn't say clearly why her friends are bullied, and she refuses to let it go unnoticed. She won't accept that. "Yes, I am," Alice replies cheerfully, then points to her cute nose and asks, "You haven't answered my question yet." The gray-haired boy's gentle expression stiffens. This girl looks innocent, but she enjoys mocking others. But if he doesn't answer, his gentle facade will be exposed as a disguise, right? "We're just playing a game with this classmate. If we're blocking the way, we can go somewhere else to play. Everyone is having fun, so they forgot this is a street. Can I join too?" Alice showed a hopeful expression, her eyes wide open. "Of course, no problem." Another short-haired male magic student spoke first, with a cheerful and happy tone. But in the next second, he wanted to back out, yet it was already too late to refuse. So, Alice joined the game. Alice raised her hand, wearing a black toe glove, and moved her body slightly. She gently patted the male magic student's chest. With the help of her black glove, her strength increased by several degrees, and combined with her natural strength, it was quite powerful. This seemingly gentle tap concealed a very clever and strong force. The male magic student felt a small hand pressed against his chest. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery sped forward rapidly. The high-speed flight made him scream in fear. His voice changed pitch because of the speed. Then, he was knocked 10 meters away. Just as he thought he would hit the wall behind him, a gray magic circle suddenly appeared behind him. The spinning magic circle created an opposite force, easing the impact and preventing him from crashing into the wall. He fell face down on the ground, covered in dust, and was about to turn around and thank the person who helped him. But when he saw the kind magic student, his expression froze as if turned to stone. The person who helped him was not an ordinary passerby, but a famous young genius in the magic world, also the youngest Magic Guild president in history and heir to the Velvet family, Brenda. If he made a mistake in front of the guild president, especially if he bullied other magic students publicly, it would be seen as a blatant challenge to the guild leader. In serious cases, the Magic Guild would strictly control him. He would be monitored during school, meals, classes, and after school. Skipping classes or sleeping during lessons would be recorded. Once it reached a certain limit, he could be expelled from Credo. The Magic Guild has such authority. Moreover, the guild leader's swift and decisive actions were well known. Everyone who saw the guild leader would behave properly and not dare to act presumptuously. And now, he looked like a mouse seeing a cat, still trying to show off in front of the cat. Today, he should have done some fortune-telling before going out, but he ended up in this difficult situation of being stuck between two choices. The short-haired boy's face looked very worried, pale as a ghost, and he was sweating coldly. Finally, he clenched his teeth and suddenly knelt in front of Verlight, desperately begging for his life. "Thank you, President, for saving me. I know I made a mistake, but please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again." Verlight, who was about to yawn, was startled by the boy's sudden kneeling and felt her sleepiness fade away. "Get up first. Don't kneel there," she said in a clear, icy voice, sounding emotionless. The boy became even more nervous, crying as he shouted, "Don't fire me. Please give me another chance to change. I beg you, President." Verlight sighed silently. This is in ancient times. Kneeling like this just makes people tired to watch, and she didn't like it when people didn't listen. Is she really that scary? Meanwhile, the game had already ended. Alice was standing, smoothing the little hair standing up on her head from the fight. The other four were lying on the ground, some holding their arms, others hugging their legs and crying in pain. Andrew stood quietly behind Alice, clutching his magic robe tightly. The robe was wrinkled from his grip, and he kept his head down without saying a word. According to Clito's school rules, if a villain hurts other magic users and is defeated by force, they won't be punished, as long as it doesn't threaten their life. Now, Andrew, don't be sad. Tell me what happened, okay? If we're friends, Alice turned to face Andrew. The boy, who usually seemed a bit clumsy, looked different now, silent and distant, like someone else. Thank you, Alice, for helping me. Actually, I've been bullied like this often and I've gotten used to it. But I still want to thank you. I'm weak and sad, and I've been isolated, but having you as a friend makes me very proud. Even if I get hurt or disliked by others, just thinking of you, the president, and our friendship makes me really happy. Alice never expected that Andrew had been lonely and isolated all along. And also, this group of male magic students had been bullying him for quite some time. In fact, even before Alice Velvet met him, he had been living in such a terrible way. I am a descendant of a fallen wizard, and in the magic world, no one would have a good opinion of me. Except you and the headmaster. No one wants to be friends with a descendant of a fallen one. That's why I am bullied. I am the child of a sinner, and I can only atone for my family's past. Alice didn't know what a fallen wizard was, but it sounded like something not very good. She didn't expect that Andrew was being bullied because of his family. Because, in his family, there are fallen members and as their children, They can't choose where they are born. They are born carrying a heavy shame, always unable to lift their heads, always isolated. It's like the demon race, who are treated specially by all magic citizens. Knowing my identity, will you still be my friend? I was actually thinking about this just now, but I knew I had to be brave and say it. Otherwise, I was afraid I would keep lying to myself and hiding the truth. Because I don't want to lose such a good friend like you. How could that be? You're a fallen wizard? Alice didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, my ancestors were, but I am not. I won't be like them. Andrew clenched his black magic robe tightly with both hands, but his tone showed rare determination, mixed with feelings of shame, sadness, and regret about his ancestors being fallen wizards. That's exactly it. You're not a fallen wizard, and you didn't ask your ancestors to do bad things. Why should I mind? You are you, Alice's friend Andrew, not anyone else. No one can replace you. Your identity, forget about it. Who cares? Alice comforted him by gently patting Andrew's shoulder and shrugged casually. His big amber eyes looked sincere and calm, bright like the morning sun in spring, able to dispel all gloomy feelings of unhappiness. His golden hair danced in the breeze, shining beautifully, as if glowing. At that moment, Andrew deeply engraved this scene into the very bottom of his heart. That light will become a warm comfort for him during cold days and nights in the future. George never thought he would be beaten down on the ground one day. He and his 4 brothers lost their fighting ability before they could even fight back. Although he had heard of the little lion's reputation before, he never imagined the gap in strength between them was so big. The opponent didn't even use magic, a small witch easily knocked out several boys with just a few punches and kicks. The force behind her punches made George believe he was less than half as strong as her. George enjoyed teasing Andrew, but he was not someone who bullied the weak. He just disliked fallen wizards or the children of evil wizards. He had hated these people for a long time because his family had been hurt by malicious fallen wizards, leaving them blind. So, he had disliked everything related to fallen wizards since he was young. Harming their descendants gave George a sense of revenge and satisfaction. Whenever he heard about someone or something related to fallen wizards, he would get angry. Today, a fallen wizard in the magical world killed a student from Crito Academy. Although this student had little to do with George, he felt very angry when he heard the news. Coincidentally, he saw Andrew on the street and used him as a target to vent his frustration. This led to Alice and the headmaster arriving. If this incident hadn't happened, he and his brothers wouldn't have been so impulsive and bullied Andrew on the street. Now, they had just encountered a problem, and George experienced what it felt like to be beaten up for the first time. George's family is a long-established magical family. Although they are not as famous as the Velvet family, they still hold a significant position in the magical world. Because of this, his brothers looked up to him and made George their leader. George knew he was wrong for doing this, so after being beaten, he clutched his stomach, sweating coldly, and didn't threaten Alice arrogantly. Because at Crito Magic School, the authority of the Magic Council is above that of the magic families. Any student of Crito Academy must obey the rules of the Magic Council. Those who seriously violate the rules, regardless of their status, whether heirs or descendants of powerful magicians, can be ignored under the sanctions of the Magic Council. Even if Velvet is lively and cute, no one would show too much disrespect to her as the head of the Magic Council. If you don't want to be targeted by the members of the Magic Council, you should behave well and be a good student in front of her. Being too lively, cheerful, or friendly might scare other students, making them think their secrets have been discovered. When facing the risk of expulsion, everyone feels nervous. Although not many students are actually expelled or asked to leave, the authority of the council remains strong. After getting up from the ground, George didn't look at Alice. Instead, he led a few other students to Brenda. George bowed his head, hands at his sides, and respectfully apologized to the Magic Council president. I believe the president has seen what we did. I know I broke the school rules. As the heir of the Pak family and the leader of this group, I am willing to accept the investigation and control of the Magic Council. However, I do not change my view of the descendants of the fallen. I ask the president to handle this fairly. My friends and I are very sorry for our reckless actions. Velvet, facing the bowing young man, was about to listen to the apology from George and his group. As the head of the Magic Council, she deals with many troublesome matters every day, which is part of her daily life. Brenda, the youngest genius to become the Magic Council president at Crito, faces much more pressure than others her age. The Magic Council is not just me. I will discuss this matter with the other members. As for fairness, it will be judged by all members of Crito. Also, no matter the reason, students admitted to Crito Academy have the right to freedom and protection by the Magic Council. That is our duty. Regardless of background, bullies must be punished. George, you should know this better than many others. Virolite spoke calmly, answering all the questions he was asked. He showed no signs of dissatisfaction or displeasure, nor did he suggest a lenient punishment. His responses were thorough and flawless, leaving no room for criticism. George also knew that Brenda wouldn't immediately share her plan for handling the situation, so he wasn't surprised. The important thing was that everything that needed to be said had been said, and his attitude of apology was sincere. George and his fellow magic students all appeared genuine. This matter was about whether they would be placed on the list of students to be dismissed. Since everything had been addressed, after this, they would focus on finding Alice. Alice was waiting for them. She didn't notice Andrew staring at her for a long time. Instead, her gaze was fixed on the group of 5 people approaching her, led by a boy with gray hair.
You're stronger than I thought, Alice.
At least in fighting, you're better than all of us. I admit I lost this game. The gray-haired boy stopped, and the others behind him paused as well, clearly indicating he was the leader of the group. In Alice's eyes, he was the main culprit bullying Andrew. But I feel this game is boring, and the worst part is that people who don't want to play are forced to join and become victims. Don't you think so? Alice crossed her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and looked at George and his friends with amber eyes, raising one eyebrow. Her tone was serious and earnest, not relaxed at all. From now on, I will consider the wishes of the players before participating. Your punch impressed me. I hope we can spar with magic in the combat class. My name is George. Nice to meet you, little lion. I'm sure we'll see each other again on the field, right? The gray-haired boy said this politely, but it was not just a formality. As a magic student and heir of the Bach family, George wouldn't let Alice's punches go unanswered. Whether the little lion's reputation was well known in the magic world or not, he wanted to fight to restore his lost dignity today. As for winning or losing in a fight doesn't necessarily mean anything. They are not warriors. They are future generations of magicians. Naturally, using magic in battles is the best way to demonstrate and solve problems. Alice blinked her big eyes with long eyelashes upon hearing this, and nodded generously, saying, "Want a duel with me? Of course, if you want to compete in the combat class, I am happy to join." Although George's stomach was slightly hurting, Alice's cheerful reply made him feel much better. Perhaps because she looked pleasant and not pretentious, the frustration caused by the incident of the fallen person harming the magician was instantly gone. "See you on the field, Alice," George said loudly. "Remember, win or lose, accept the outcome." A boy nearby interrupted. George glanced at him, and the boy shrank back, not daring to speak. "Of course, it's a deal." Alice didn't mind others' rudeness and nodded happily, brushing her golden bangs on her forehead with a relaxed tone. "It's a deal." After giving Alice a deep look, George turned to say goodbye to the president and strode away with a group of young wizards. When Alice refocused her attention, she found many magic students had gathered around. Some of the spectators, noticing Alice looking at them, gave her thumbs up, waved hello, or looked at her with admiration. But some appeared expressionless. With all kinds of eyes and different people, Alice simply smiled indifferently. She waved back at her enthusiastic new friends. She, Andrew, and Villet walked side by side, chatting casually, gradually disappearing from the crowd's view. Since helping Andrew that day, Alice hadn't seen George and the others again. She kept the duel between them in her mind, never forgetting. If this incident hadn't led to their expulsion, soon they would face each other in the magic combat class, openly and fairly, one-on-one, with everyone watching. Because of Alice's act of punishing evil, behaviors like secretly bullying students with poor backgrounds or low status also decreased significantly. One day, many people witnessed the confrontation between Alice and George. No one likes to see bullying happen at their school. As a result, whether intentionally or not, students shared what they knew about the incident. Within a day, news spread throughout the entire Magic Academy. Alice's name was mentioned more and more often during meals and free time. Even newspapers like the Magic Daily, Academy Express, and Magic Headlines published stories about it. Soon, Alice and George became hot topics on the front pages. Some said Alice had made a big impact and had fought for the rare right of students who are bullied in secret to live freely. Andrew, who benefited from this, became more eager to learn after Alice spoke those words. He finally became one of the few new students who truly learned how to clean properly. Because of this, he was no longer afraid of getting sauce on his books while eating. His rapid progress in studies surprised many classmates. Even the usually grumpy summoning teacher changed to a stricter attitude toward him. It was like a transformation from a cocoon into a butterfly. As for Alice, the key person behind these changes, she didn't realize how important her words were to someone else who was in despair. Alice was about to learn real summoning magic. The theoretical lessons had 4 times the homework of others, so she put in a lot more effort. But a life-and-death experience in a cave made her mind much stronger, allowing her to focus better on her tasks. With her improved mental strength, she no longer found the 4 times homework so hard. Moreover, this large amount of work made her theoretical foundation very solid and strong. Once her basics were in place, the next step was summoning practice, which was the most important part. Basic summoning magic is not just about reciting spells or memorizing formulas. You need a good wand to help create a summoning circle. Teacher Imangini once said that big summoning circles and large summoning spells require a good wand as support. Because the wands that Alice and her friends currently hold are basic, compatible, but not very versatile, their carrying capacity is very limited. However, for new magic users, casting simple spells is still manageable. Summoning magic is not a common, simple spell. It requires much higher standards for the wand. A good wand can make the summoning circle more precise and clear, greatly reducing the chance of errors during summoning. The more advanced the summoning spell, the more it depends on the wand's quality. If someone tries to use a normal wand for a large summoning, the wand might explode instantly because it cannot handle the powerful magic, and it could even harm the caster. This is very dangerous. Because of this, after entering the 2nd year, Alice and her friends will need to find their own unique wands. These are called true soul wands, which often accompany magicians throughout their lives. Basic magic circles involve injecting your magic power into the wand, then calculating and drawing the magic based on different circle patterns. After drawing the summoning circle, you recite a spell to activate the circle's power and summon the creature that responds to the magic. Being able to summon a creature is a success, but it's not the true goal. Teacher Imangini once said, "True success in summoning isn't just about being able to call forth a creature. More important is how well you control your summoned creature. Make it obey you, serve you wholeheartedly, and even be willing to sacrifice for you. That is true success." Also, the first creature a magician summons has more potential than any future summons. The initial summon holds incredible potential that can be explored, making it one of the most important moments in a magician's life. So, everyone should take this summoning seriously. It will be the most loyal companion you'll ever have, and in life and death battles, it will be the bravest and most fearless. Alice has often wondered what her summoned creature will look like. Like all new students at Crito, she was full of hope and even more excited about the appearance of her summoning beast. Because she kept dreaming about it, dreaming of drawing the summoning circle repeatedly in the air in a wide, empty space. For Alice, the patterns of the beginner magic summoning circle were engraved in her mind like a mark. After learning the incantation, all students in the same grade had to go to the summoning tower to practice summoning. Of course, not everyone could successfully summon their first creature. During the summoning process, even a small mistake could cause failure. Students with weak foundations often couldn't even draw the circle and would be declared unsuccessful. They needed to focus carefully. Any distraction could ruin everything. This required very strict concentration. It wasn't enough to just memorize the steps. Students had to be skilled at drawing the circle, practice until it became natural, stay fully focused, and control their magic power output and stability. All these requirements had to be met to complete the initial summoning circle. Because it was the most basic step, all summoning was built on this foundation. If you didn't learn it well, you couldn't succeed. There were no shortcuts. Only through repeated practice, patience, perseverance, focus, memory, and control could students meet the basic standards. For first-year magic students, these demands were undoubtedly very difficult. Without a strict teacher to constantly supervise and push students, most wouldn't even be able to draw the circle on their own, unless they were geniuses. Amin Janir was a strict but good teacher. Alice was very grateful for her strictness during her childhood, thankful for the 4 times more homework, and for those busy but rewarding study days. Today was a bright, cloudless Friday. All first-year magic students were told to go to the Summoning Tower. This was a place Alice had always dreamed of visiting. She was very excited, full of hope and anticipation, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Just this morning, she got up quickly. The excitement made her not want to stay in bed for a moment longer. Virelite and Alice were also awake, both feeling completely alert. Dorothy is still sleeping soundly on this very important day, despite the fact that she had promised to wake up early to join Alice and others for breakfast before the first summoning ceremony. As scheduled, Alice gently woke Dorothy, who was yawning all over the place. Dorothy was forced to get up early, wash, and get dressed, but she still looked sleepy and kept dozing off while standing. The milk-loving cat, for some reason, also refused to sleep in. It seemed to sense something and jumped onto Alice's magic hat, refusing to stay in the dormitory, even though Alice had prepared fresh, tasty fish snacks for it. The cat was determined to follow Alice. Helpless, Alice agreed and hid the cat inside her magic hat. It was rare for her to take her pet to class, since getting caught by the teacher would be no fun. Before bringing the cat along, Alice made a strict rule. It was not allowed to run out freely. The very obedient cat reluctantly agreed, and Alice, along with her adorable pet and 2 other friends, headed to the magic restaurant for a delicious breakfast. On the way, they met Beavis, who was not in the same grade as Alice. He was a year older. Beavis didn't walk with Alice and her friends, but said he was going to another city for a magic class task. He smiled and wished them good luck with the summoning, then hurried away. It seemed the time for the task gathering was near, so Alice and her friends quickened their pace. Since they had woken up early, they naturally arrived among the first 10 students at the Magic Summoning Tower. Teacher Aminjan had already arrived. Seeing Alice and her friends, he didn't look stern but instead offered a rare gentle smile and nodded at the 3 students. The student who arrived even earlier than Alice was Andrew. When he saw Alice and her friends, he waved enthusiastically, holding a book wrapped in brown paper titled Basics of Summoning Class. It was clear that before Alice and her friends arrived, Andrew had been studying this book carefully, probably to prepare thoroughly and avoid missing any important details. Alice's sharp observation skills quickly noticed subtle changes in Andrew. Besides his silly-looking appearance on the outside, there was a faint, resilient spirit like wild grass emanating from within. Although it was clear that he didn't intend to show this to others, Alice's bright and clear eyes caught every detail of the change. "Good morning, Alice, the president, and Dorothy's." Andrew smiled awkwardly, seeming more cheerful and confident than before. Alice was happy to see her friend smile like that. "Good morning. Everyone is working hard. Now is the time to see the results. Let's keep going." Alice reached out her hand. Velvet was the first to put his hand on top, followed by Dorothy's and Andrew. Their 4 hands stacked together seemed to gather all their confidence. The boys looked at each other, and confidence was shared in their eyes. They looked like brave warriors about to go into battle, full of fighting spirit. "Let's go." Early in the morning, energetic shouts came from in front of the Magic Summoning Tower. The 4 hands, each representing one person, were raised high like flags flying in the sky. It felt as if their dreams and hopes were within reach, wonderful and incredible. Each person's fate was connected, shining brightly together. Their smiling faces froze into a colorful photo, which appeared on the front page of the Magic Daily newspaper. This was definitely a memorable moment, whether for Alice and her friends or for the famous school that has trained generations of magicians. Today was a special and sunny Friday. After a long wait, all first-year students had gathered. Now, everyone is here. Make sure to check your tools, whether it's your magic wand for the ceremony or your knowledge-filled mind, ready to give your best. Professor Amini Jr. stood at the entrance of the summoning tower on a staircase made of fine marble. Looking down at the young students below at Crito Academy, who are full of fresh energy and potential for the future, she smiled and reminded them kindly. Now, everyone, follow the instructions and enter the magic summoning tower in an orderly way. There will be staff inside to guide you to the summoning ceremony area. Keep quiet and follow the rules. If you don't want the guards to grab you by the neck and throw you out, just behave. After the ceremony, go back to your classes and wait for your homeroom teacher to announce your results. Then, I will group you based on the type of summoned creature and the summoning time. Those who successfully summon magical creatures will participate in the summoning competition. I will grade each of you based on your performance in the contest. For those who fail to summon or are lazy during practice, go back and reflect. Your homework will be doubled. Do you all understand? Amin Janir looked around at the magic students present. When they heard about the punishment, they couldn't help but look worried, but under the stern warning from the summoning teacher, they all shrugged their shoulders and nodded obediently. Even those who had been dozing off stopped sleeping. Everyone answered loudly as if in class. Understood. Of course, the harsh double homework didn't seem to scare Alice and the others much. The problem was they each had to do at least triple the homework. So, for students like them who had already been worn down by heavy assignments, double homework was nothing more than a breeze. Alice's sixth sense was very sharp. She could feel someone watching her coldly. This was definitely not a friendly gaze. Alice subtly tilted her head and looked to the side and back. That unfriendly person clearly didn't expect Alice to notice his gaze. You should know, lower-grade magic students don't have very strong mental powers. Especially in such a crowded scene, their senses are easily dulled. In some ways, Alice's mental strength now far surpassed many of the students here, easily leaving them behind by a wide margin. She recognized that person. If he hadn't been watching her, Alice wouldn't have paid attention to him at all. This person has short chestnut hair that looks much longer than before. His deep brown eyes are darker, like a sunset fading into night. He coldly looks at Alice, arms crossed, with tight, pale lips that form a straight line, giving off a strong, tense feeling. This is Edward, the heir of the White family, the boy who betrayed Alice and called her a monster. He was also Alice's former best friend, her only friend. But now, Alice is no longer the little girl who used to follow Edward everywhere. She is 9 years old now, has many good friends, and has met kind teachers who want to help her become a magician. Alice doesn't understand why Edward keeps staring at her, and she's not interested in knowing. Since the day Edward called her a monster and betrayed her, Alice has already drawn a clear line between them. All her sadness and reluctance can't compare to her determination to see the truth and be clear about her feelings. Alice nonchalantly sticks out her tongue at Edward, doesn't want to look at him anymore, and turns away without any regret. She says something to Velvet beside her and simply ignores him. From Edward's point of view, this is a huge insult, and he feels a deep sense of being forgotten and ignored, which makes him feel empty. Alice is his enemy, and Edward would never admit that besides feeling angry and upset, he also feels a faint sense of disappointment. But he quickly dismisses this strange feeling. Core, from now on, your uncle won't let you be hurt again. You are my only family. I can't undo what I did wrong, but I want you to be truly happy. I want my sister to see her daughter living happily. I won't let you suffer anymore. Moe's words made Chengku also tear up. She never imagined her mother had suffered so much, and she didn't expect that plate to be connected to so many things. Mr. M.O. I am your uncle. For the first time in many years, Shun Ke felt truly touched. Uncle, I actually have a family member, someone truly— The magic students around Edward guess various reasons, but dare not speak. Alice doesn't know what Edward is upset about. Right now, her attention is on Velvet. She could sense that Willet's spirit still seemed to be a bit unwell. Although others saw Brenda as a genius and the widely admired head of the Magic Guild, in Alice's eyes, these titles and fame were secondary. First and foremost, Alice regarded Brenda as her close friend, someone she needed to help and care for, a person who had shared life and death struggles with her in the magical world. Therefore, Alice valued their bond more than anything else. Are you okay? Believe in yourself. We can all succeed. I know we will. Alice reached out and held Brenda's hand, as if to pass on confidence and encouragement to Willet. Willet's body temperature was cooler than normal, but Alice's hand was warm. Although she didn't like physical contact, she didn't feel uncomfortable with this warmth. Instead, Brenda felt more relaxed inside. The fog over those icy blue eyes seemed to be clearing, revealing a bright, clear light, as if the clouds were parting to reveal the sun. It was beautiful. Alice was amazed, but they didn't have time to talk further. The team ahead had already entered the summoning tower. Alice released her grip on Willet's hand. The two of them followed their teams, one after the other, silently entering the magic summoning tower. That tall, six-sided stone gate, opening from the middle and spinning. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. Hachiro Lan quietly took a deep breath, suppressing her dissatisfaction. She didn't want to admit it, but in terms of age, she was far behind the young lion in front of her. She didn't even remember her own exact age, nor how long she had been alive. She hadn't reached the point of being bored enough to calculate her frighteningly old age. After all, as a girl, no matter how old she was very sensitive about her age. Alice was only 9 years old this year, and such a small age was the most adorable. Hachiro Lan had a quirk. Whenever she faced a cute and pretty girl in single digits, she would try to imitate her, to experience a bit of the youthful beauty from someone so young. Faced with Alice, a beautiful young witch, Hachiro Lan couldn't help but feel curious. Relying on some magic, she secretly took Alice while the summoned servant was watching. Although this broke the rules of the Magic Mirror Tower, which requires mirrors to follow strict guidelines, she was very lonely. The other mirrors either stayed silent or couldn't produce any thoughts for a long time. As a mirror that loves life and has a bit of vanity, Hachiro Lan felt very bored and lonely being stuck among these wooden dolls. If even the power to imitate or play tricks on the young witch was taken away, being a mirror would be too dull. Besides, she wasn't the type to eat people or do anything harmful. Unlike the other dull mirrors around her, which only drooled over the young witches and did nothing else, she found that boring. The Tower Master understood her personality and knew that Hachiro Lan was not greedy or malicious, just playful and lively, as long as she wasn't angered. Alice kept wondering why she was brought here despite following the rules. In fact, the magic mirror doing the testing was Hachiro Lan herself. With her position, it was easy to play tricks and keep Alice close. When Alice was first summoned for testing, Hachiro Lan was already eager to act. Alice was so striking that she stood out in the crowd. Such beauty hadn't been seen in years, so Hachiro Lan didn't hesitate and brought her into her little circle. After bringing her in, she realized that the information on this young lion was not simple at all. Several very different auras lingered on her, but Alice couldn't notice because the owners of these auras kept them hidden. The Duke told her about this earlier. She had met Donald once before in private, so she had a little impression. As for Donald, Yu Zhizhi felt unfamiliar with him. She had never interacted with him privately. She still remembered the day she went up to the high platform and the two white wolves standing at the door, exactly the same. Donald is the acting head of the K family, handling all their affairs. Nair is his twin brother. Although they look alike, their personalities are very different. After drawing the summoning circle, you recite a spell to activate the circles. There was no sign of weakness or torment from the dark energy she had been suffering from. This alone made Roland curious about Alice. But she also knew that if her own aura was detected by the mysterious energy on Alice, it might cause trouble. Still, Roland was bored and thought playing around with them might be a good idea. But she reminded herself to be careful and keep things in control. One treated her like a toy, and the other liked to chat with her during others' exams. However, her interactions with Mo Jianji were forced, while her interactions with Hachi Roland were voluntary. Earlier, you said many people were watching me. Can you tell me where they are from? If you can, maybe we can chat more in the future. Alice didn't want to discuss the story about Hachi Roland and the husky anymore. Right now, she only wanted to find clues about the black-robed person who attacked her. Why did they go into the underground cave? And how could they pass the gate token verification? Or did they break in without permission, just like Alice did at first? Was the mysterious cave in the third tunnel connected to that person in some way? Alice had many questions waiting for answers. She knew her urgency might not help solve everything quickly. She also felt that Professor Mo's death hadn't fully exposed the evil plot behind the scenes. Instead, it seemed like only the tip of the iceberg had been uncovered. The mystery was growing like fog. More and more questions appeared as each was solved. Unraveling one mystery would reveal more, and only by solving all of them could the true purpose behind it all be understood. Just chatting with me isn't enough. I'm not a 3-year-old. I have a big appetite. Hakarilyn patted her stomach, stuck out her pink tongue, licked her lips, and ground her teeth. A pair of light brown eyes looked at Alice, and her eyebrows raised as if hinting at something. I'm not tasty, and I have sensitive teeth. That won't do, Alice said firmly and clearly, refusing outright. Who wants to eat you?
Huh.
I just want you to take me outside. Hakarilyn angrily hit the back of her magic mirror, making a sharp, snap sound. No one will eat you either. Alice interrupted Hakarilyn, still serious and refusing. She remembered that the summoned servant had said these magic mirrors were dangerous and could swallow disobedient magical creatures. Although she didn't know the exact relationship between the girl in the purple coat and the mirror, it was definitely connected. Alice didn't want to take her out and cause trouble. She could imagine the headlines on the magic news. Certain magical creature mysteriously disappears in the bathroom, or Krito spotted with a strange creature, only eats girls who look in mirrors, or late-night outings are risky, mysterious chewing sounds heard from the dorm bathroom. That wouldn't be fun at all. While Alice wanted to find clues about the black-robed person, she also wouldn't hurt innocent people just for her investigation. That's her basic principle. I don't eat people, okay? I just want to go out and eat at the cafeteria. Hakarilyn, feeling misunderstood and close to tears, made a weak sound. Does she look that scary? Does her face say, I like to eat people in big letters?
Come on.
It's been years since she's been so humiliated, and now this young girl, not even a teenager, makes her feel this way? If she weren't desperate, Hakarilyn wouldn't need to lower herself to such explanations. If she weren't desperate, longing for freedom outside, Hakarilyn clenched her teeth, swung her long sleeve, and a beautiful, magical vintage chair appeared behind Alice. The magic mirror behind Hakarilyn also transformed into a matching vintage magical throne. After sitting down, she said in a deep voice, Let's sit down and talk properly. Alice politely said thank you without any fuss and sat on the magical throne prepared for her by Hachiro Lon, although the seat was a bit high. When Alice sat down, the magical chair adjusted itself to fit her height and size, making it very comfortable. It was very thoughtful. I've been in this summoning tower for many years. I was tricked by the tower master and signed an unfair contract, so I ended up here with no chance to leave and get some fresh air. As the spirit of the magic mirror, the others who were tricked with me spend their days either sleeping or thinking about eating the disobedient magic creatures. Of course, not all at once. Some are steamed, some are braised, and some are fried. As she spoke, Hachiro Lon felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. It was understandable because the ingredients she mentioned were magic creatures like Alice. Hearing about her friends being cooked in various ways might leave a psychological shadow on such a young child. Is she afraid? That wouldn't do. If the little lioness was afraid of her, who would take her on adventures around the world? So, Hachiro Lan cleared her throat and quickly changed the subject. I actually want to say that I am tired of their boring lives and their quiet personalities, where they can't even say a word. I really can't stand it. Think about it. I am so beautiful. No, I should say I am a stunning mirror. How can I spend the rest of my life in this prison-like place? Isn't that pitiful? Alice thought for a moment. She would never sign such an unfair contract. But being trapped here, with a group of silent, tree-stump-like magic mirrors, was quite sad. For a talkative spirit who fears loneliness, it was indeed quite pitiful. So, Alice nodded in agreement. Enduring this loneliness alone, while also suffering the Tower Master's nagging, makes me realize how wonderful freedom is. And I'm not just anyone's food, really. My previous owner was a hero who never made me eat whatever he wanted. Other magic mirrors eat all sorts of things, but to save money, he cruelly made me eat only cabbage. I'm not a little rabbit. However, I must say that those times were very happy because I could travel everywhere with my master, going to the sky and the earth, so free. As she spoke, Hachiro Lan's voice grew softer, as if she was returning to her life of exploring the world with her master. But she suddenly stopped talking. Alice saw that the girl who had been so confident earlier was now hugging her knees and curled up inside a large magic throne. She looked small, yet from her long, drooping eyes, Alice could sense a feeling of sadness and disappointment. Something bad must have happened, Alice was sure. It was related to Hachiro Lan's master. That was her gut feeling. Although I really want to take the exam, I now realize that listening to your stories is also fun. If what you say is true, that you only eat cabbage and don't harm anyone, I can take you out to play. But first, you need to give me a promise. Words are not enough. I won't agree to anything uncertain or risky. Deep down, Alice still felt a little reluctant. Having seen the scheming among children in the orphanage, Alice knew she wasn't a person full of sympathy. But she was still touched by this sad mirror spirit girl, feeling a soft spot in her heart. I've already decided that after we go out, I will find everyone who left their scent on you, just as we agreed. Of course, before we go out, I will sign a contract with you. During our time outside, you will be my new master. How about that? Hearing this, the girl who had just looked so sad immediately brightened up, smiling charmingly, with no trace of sadness left. Once again, Alice marveled at how quickly girls can change their expressions. Truly amazing. But she didn't expect that her first magic tool would come looking for her. Still, whether to agree or not, she needed to understand the situation clearly. Their master-servant relationship was only temporary, so she had to be careful. Who knows if this master of changing faces might turn against her someday, refuse to obey, or cause trouble by eating everything indiscriminately. Although Alice's gold coins were still enough for now, as a guardian of the magic barrier, her allowance was decent, but she still needed to spend money carefully. Hey, if I become your master and I disobey orders, I will be punished by the heavens. Isn't that a good guarantee? Hachiro Lan knew Alice's worries. She waved her hand in the air, and a semi-transparent contract glowing with a faint blue light appeared between them, covered in magical writing. How about it? Deal or not? The girl in the purple wool coat couldn't help but fidget nervously, asking eagerly. If I take you away, what about the classmates taking the exam? Alice didn't answer immediately. She thought for a moment, and then asked. Don't worry. My main body is here so they can still take the exam. I'm just using my mirror spirit form to go out with you. If I take my main body out, the Tower Master will give me a good scolding, and I'll get beaten up too. So, have you made your decision? I can't wait to go outside and see the beautiful sky, breathe fresh air. It's so interesting to have a master who's only a few years old. Chasing the scent to find the mysterious truth. That sounds so exciting. Hachiro Lan's mirror spirit, excited, pulled her big black blue hat and tilted it on her head. She bumped her fists together with a loud crack. Then she pulled down her plaid scarf, swinging it in the air like a whip, dancing happily. Alice was amused by the contrast of Hachiro Lan's lively antics and her serious side. The feeling of being free again, so wonderful. Seeing Hachiro Lan so happy, Alice felt a small sense of achievement. With her magic mirror, finding clues became much easier. After Alice left the mirror spirit space, she finally entered the exam area. She was the last magic student to perform the beginner summoning ritual. Fortunately, even though she spent a lot of time chatting with Hachiro-lan, she managed to arrive before the exam system closed. However, because the tower's summoning time was limited, Alice was informed by the tower's time manager, a male mage who called himself Ada, that the new student summoning ceremony was about to end. She had to complete the test quickly. If she couldn't finish within the open hours, the tower's magic restrictions would forcibly remove her, and she would have to leave the exam area. There wasn't much time left for Alice. Time was tight. She suppressed her chaotic emotions, forced herself to stay calm, took a deep breath, and quickly entered a focused state. If we compare her to the old Alice, it was indeed hard for her to adjust her mindset in such a short time. But now, after regaining her spirit and having her senses sharpened several times, reaching her best mental state in a very short time was no longer so difficult. Alice concentrated deeply. Her amber eyes looked like a clear, smooth mirror or a tranquil pond with no ripples. She walked to the center of the hexagonal magic summoning platform, took out her wand from her sleeve, and held it in the air in front of her. Alice focused all her attention on the tip of the wand. Her thumb firmly held the end of the wand, making sure it was secure so that no errors would occur during the drawing of the summoning circle, which could ruin all her preparations. Then, as if the magic circle was engraved in her memory, it became very clear and solid under her heightened focus. Alice's mind was unified, her mood became pure and calm, and she poured her secret energy into the dark wand. The wand sensed her secret energy, and its tip emitted a flowing golden glow. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Alice's mouth, showing her confidence. She moved. The wand, guided by her thoughts and wrist movements, spun around in the purple void and reflected in the magical mirrors around the platform, tracing a beautiful, mysterious, flowing line. The line shone with a lovely golden light, dazzling against the purple void. Drawing the magic circle was a continuous process that tested the summons control, so it was not friendly to new students. We won't detail the drawing process here, but even ordinary students spend a lot of time on it. Now, Alice needed to finish everything before the summoning tower's magic mirror closed, ending the ritual. There was no way she could avoid feeling pressure. But everything has its ups and downs, good and bad. It was this pressure that gave Alice greater awareness. She understood she had no retreat. If she wanted success, she had to give her all. She transformed all the pressure on her into courage and confidence to rise. This change happened in a split second, in a single thought. Magic power continuously flows through the magic wand, with the amount of flow controlled precisely to the second. Alice wears a confident smile as she draws intricate and beautiful mysterious patterns in the air, fully prepared and focused. Her long golden hair sways with the magic waves, gently spinning. At this moment, she is the center of attention. During the drawing, the magic lines are smooth and graceful, with a rhythmic flow. The lines start and end perfectly, shining as the magic power is steadily injected, completing the last arc. The starting point and the end point meet and connect at the tip of the wand, forming a unified whole. The beginner summoning circle is successfully drawn. Alice does not relax yet. The first step is done, but she still needs to keep working hard. Time is limited, so she must seize the opportunity and stay alert without any slack. Then, spells and chants flow from her beautiful lips, echoing in the purple space and on the hexagonal summoning platform as Alice recites. As she chants, the golden summoning magic circle emits a bright, dazzling light like the sun. Meanwhile, Hachiro-lan, the mirror spirit, stands in front of a large magic mirror. The scene in the mirror shows Alice performing the summoning ritual, and her chanting can be heard from this side. Hachiro-lan crosses her arms over her chest, tense and tight-jawed. Time is almost up, but Alice hasn't finished her spell yet. She's about to go crazy with worry. She even manages to smile, but blind confidence is not good. Just as Hachiro Lan is about to rush over to help, Alice's chant finally ends and the golden beginner summoning circle shines with a bright, sun-like glow. Hachiro Lan can't help but gape in surprise, nearly dropping her jaw. Who has such a powerful beginner summoning circle? The magic energy of the circle is comparable to that of an intermediate-level magic circle. But she clearly saw that the summoning circle drawn by the little lion was definitely not an intermediate circle. She watched her master draw the circle from start to finish, and it was clearly just a basic beginner summoning circle like all other magic students draw. So, where did the problem come from? Even the knowledgeable Hachiro Lan is completely confused. She has lived many years, but has never encountered such a strange situation. Even her former hero master couldn't produce the effects of a mid-level summoning array using a basic one. This is because a summoning array is limited by magic rules, and Alice clearly isn't bound by those restrictions now. She simply ignored the limitations of the basic summoning array. When Hakairan realized this, a figure had already appeared silently to her left. It startled her. Of course, her surprise wasn't just because she was timid, but also because she felt guilty about secretly making a contract with Alice without the Tower Master's knowledge. The person beside her, though not the Tower Master, is only one level below. The visitor had short white hair, and from the side, his sharp features and handsome face were noticeable. He wore a gold and purple earring on his ear. As a regular resident of the Summoning Tower, Hakairan knew this unexpected guest was the one in charge of time control in the entire magic summoning tower, Ida. Ida didn't look at the startled Hakairan but focused on the new summon being created in the magic mirror, Alice. She has set a new record for the amount of magic energy used in a basic summoning array since the founding of Crito. Maybe that saying will come true. If she makes the little lion her master, it would be wonderful, right? Ida smiled faintly, speaking cryptically to the girl in a purple wool coat beside her. Hakairan's face stiffened. Why did she have to mention that? Could it be that Ida already knew about her secret contract with Alice? Was she here to punish her for breaking the rules? Or to find a reason to stop her from seeking freedom? But since her intentions weren't clear, Hakairan didn't dare act rashly. What if Ida was just commenting without knowing their secret? If she revealed their secret, it would be like shooting herself in the foot. Ida didn't keep her waiting long. She broke into a bright smile and turned to the shy girl in the wool coat, speaking cheerfully. I was joking. Don't be nervous. I quietly let out a breath of relief, secretly glad I didn't foolishly reveal my secret. I replied casually. Who's nervous? Which of your eyes saw me nervous? This is called modesty. Girls' modesty, understand? Ada didn't mind Roland's attitude and turned her gaze back to the magic mirror, toward Alice. Let the shy girl be modest. The time for summoning is up. It's time to clear the area. The last student had finished their summon. Hachi Roland waved his hand, and the control tower of the summoning device suddenly exploded with a loud bang, like a burst balloon. It was a very loud way to leave, and Hachi Roland couldn't help but roll his eyes. They're already quite old, yet still so playful, so childish. Of course, these thoughts could only stay in his mind. Thinking about finally escaping the clutches of the summoning tower's master, Hachi Roland felt a wave of relief in his heart. The building of the magic summoning tower blurred into a vertical line as it disappeared into the distance. Alice learned from Dorolus that the president had been called to the office for some matter. Alice wasn't sure what exactly happened, and neither Dorolus nor Andrew knew either. So Alice planned to ask Vellet directly when she saw him next, to find out what was going on. As long as it wasn't something bad. After all, Alice knew that Vellet had a very terrifying power within him, an extreme cold that left a deep impression on her. Because during the exams, everyone was isolated in their own space, and no one knew how the summoning process went for others. But the magic mirrors that recorded the process stored the videos in the tower's information archive. So, after the ritual, if someone wanted to see their own summoning process, they could ask their homeroom teacher. The teacher would retrieve the backup of the video and make a keepsake album of the first summon, which would be given to the students. Of course, this wasn't free, but there was no need to worry about losing the recordings. For magic students with limited funds, They could just retrieve their summoning keepsake before graduation, or around that time. Of course, if the student didn't care much, then whether they took it or not wasn't very important. Alice definitely wanted to retrieve hers, but now wasn't the right time. She still has many things unresolved. Instead of taking out the scrapbook, she decided to leave it with Cleto for now. Dorothy, Andrew, have you successfully summoned it? Alice asked as she walked. The three young wizards walked side by side, feeling relaxed. Today's magical sky was also very clear. The blue sky was cloudless, bright, and beautiful, wide and open. Alice tilted her head to ask her two friends on the right. Her golden hair fluttered gently in the sunlight and breeze. Her bright eyes were even clearer than the sky, cheerful and charming. Even though Dorothy and Andrew were familiar with Alice, they couldn't help but stare at her, feeling a little stunned. It's not their fault. Alice is just too beautiful, with very attractive features. The more they looked, the more beautiful she seemed. Despite this, Andrew couldn't help but swallow nervously, his ears turning red. When he looked away, his heart still pounded loudly, like a little deer bouncing around. As a girl, Dorothy's resistance wasn't much stronger than Andrew's. Anyone who saw her would be unable to resist her charm. It didn't matter their gender, age, or status. Even the usually cold and distant headmaster Brenda would be distracted by Alice's good looks. Virelite was just more disciplined and emotionally controlled, often hiding his feelings because of strict upbringing, so he rarely lost composure. Dorothy also swallowed nervously, but she was better at hiding her feelings than Andrew. After a moment of stunned silence, Dorothy immediately smiled broadly in return, turned to Alice, and said in a clear voice, "Of course, I succeeded. Guess what I summoned?" Seeing Dorothy's relaxed expression, Alice already guessed that the summoning wasn't a failure. After hearing the answer, she smiled slightly and tilted her head, her amber eyes shining. Chocolate strawberry cake monster? No. A pink rabbit? Not that either. A big dog bear that meows. Hey, does your dog bear meow? Wouldn't that make other bears laugh to death? Haha. Dorothy burst into laughter, completely ignoring her image, causing the nearby magic students to turn and look. Alice was at a loss. Neither this nor that seemed right. She didn't know how to predict the future or see into the past with magic, so it was hard to guess. Forget it. Don't guess anymore. The more you guess, the more wrong you are. I'll just tell you. My summoned beast is greedy, eating, bear. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Teacher Amin Janier had explained the basic types and levels of beginner-summoned beasts in class. Alice had the most homework and was quite familiar with the knowledge. So when Dorothy mentioned the greedy, eating, bear, Alice quickly remembered what was in her textbook and what the teacher had said about bear-type summoned beasts. The first bear they discussed was the greedy bear. The name already shows its love for food. Among bears, the greedy bear is known for its obsession with delicious food. No other bear can match it. Some magicians even said that the greedy bear's appetite could rival that of crawling snakes. Of course, teacher Amin Janier thought this was an exaggeration. While it might not be able to compete with the top crawling predators, such talk shows just how much this bear loves to eat. People need food to survive. Skip a meal, and you'll feel hungry. Food is very important for life. Those who can eat well often grow bigger and are stronger. Animals are no different, and most don't care about looking good enough to skip meals for a better figure. If they did, that would make them quite a rare and interesting kind of summoned beast. As summoned beasts go, magicians usually care more about their strength and potential than their appearance, except for special ones like foxes, which are known for their charm magic. Magicians focus on a summoned beast's power and potential for growth. To be precise, whether a summoned beast is valued depends on its attack, defense, speed, agility, mental strength, and attributes. Potential for growth means how much the beast can develop over time. Even if it's weak at first, a beast with high growth potential can become very powerful later and dominate many others. So, this is very important. The same applies to magicians and their summoned beasts. Because the greedy bear can eat a lot, its fat is thicker than that of ordinary summoned creatures, making it more resistant. Its strength also comes from food, so eating more naturally makes it stronger and more powerful in attack. It is a well-rounded creature in both offense and defense. Regarding growth potential, the greedy bear is very greedy, so it grows quickly, and its potential for growth is quite large. Many powerful wizards have a greedy bear as their summoned creature, which shows how popular and valuable this beast is in the magic world. However, its weakness is that the greedy bear is not very agile or fast. This can be improved through training by the summoner. The greedy bear has many different types, but teacher Mini Genie didn't go into detail about them. It is said that after each magic student obtains their own summoned creature, there will be a summary explanation based on different categories. There are also many books about summoning in the library which students can read to learn more. Great job! Alice gave Doris a thumbs up, feeling happy for her roommate to have such a wonderful summoned creature. My summoned creature looks quite ugly, and it doesn't have much growth potential. It grows slowly. It looks like a very ugly stone monster, with a rough surface and big stone eyes that are quite scary. When I left, I asked the magic dean, and she said my summoned creature is called Stone King, a type of earth element summon from the stone branch. Andrew didn't let Alice guess, and honestly explained his first successful summon, though he didn't seem very upset. Anyway, he had succeeded in summoning, and as long as he worked hard, nothing was impossible. Andrew believed he could make up for his shortcomings through effort, so he felt more relaxed. Plus, Alice was right next to him, so he needed to show his good side and not let her worry or comfort him anymore. Don't be discouraged. At least we all succeeded in our first summonings, so we don't have to do so much extra homework. That's something to celebrate. Alice patted Andrew's shoulder across Doris and smiled happily. Seeing her cheerful smile, Andrew's small worries and frustrations disappeared completely. Dorothy put her arm around Alice's right shoulder, smiling as she asked, "We both know what our summoned beasts are now. It's your turn to share yours." Alice smelled a sweet strawberry scent on Dorothy. She sniffed and couldn't help but sneeze. Just then, Dorothy turned her face, and luckily, she got a face full of the sneeze. Andrew beside them twitched his shoulders, covering his mouth to hold back his laughter. Dorothy's expression stiffened. Seeing this, Alice quickly raised her hands to block and said, "I'm sorry. Don't be upset. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me, Dorothy." She wiped her face, but Dorothy didn't listen to her apology. Like a fierce tiger, she suddenly pounced on Alice, rubbing her face against Alice's magic robe. Dorothy's hand, which had touched her face, also wanted to touch Alice's body, as if trying to return the liquid on her palm to her owner. Alice dodged and ran around, with Dorothy chasing her, both of them spinning around Andrew, who looked confused but tried not to laugh. Alice was very quick, and Dorothy, who didn't like sports, couldn't catch her. After chasing for a while, Dorothy was exhausted, panting heavily and feeling sore, but she still hadn't caught even a corner of Alice's clothes. She finally gave up, leaning on her knees and gasping for breath, completely tired out. The chase ended with Dorothy's defeat. Seeing that Dorothy really couldn't run anymore, Alice went over and gently stroked her pink hair, smiling as she said, "Hey, you really should exercise more. Don't be mad. I'll tell you what my summoned beast is." "Deal." Dorothy, too tired to get angry, slightly lifted her head and weakly said, "I give up. I'm not mad." "Deal." Then she grabbed the corner of Alice's clothes with her hand that had wiped her face, made a scissors sign with her fingers, and smiled brightly. "Oh yeah, you fell for it." After Alice and Andrew said goodbye, they returned to their class with Dorothy. Their homeroom teacher is named Lien, a very scholarly magic instructor who wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. A short, wavy, light brown hair, fluffy like a bunch of dry straw. It gives a friendly, gentle, and refined impression. Alice and all the students in this class have good feelings and respect for their head teacher, Lien. His elegant face always makes people feel safe and comfortable. Of course, as the leader of the class, Lien usually takes good care of the young wizards. But when they make mistakes, they are called to the office for a talk until they realize their errors and willingly accept punishment. So, the class atmosphere is very good. Although Edward has always disliked Alice, he doesn't dare openly challenge her under Lien's supervision. At least, under Lien's watchful eye, Edward plays the role of a well-behaved and honest student. When Alice faces problems, she often goes to ask the teacher Lien for advice, which usually helps her see things clearly. Since entering the magical world, Lien has helped Alice a lot. His sense of responsibility, patience, and extensive knowledge make Alice admire him. Although Villet's knowledge is not less than Lien's, and Brenda has read many rare documents, Alice considers Villet her best friend. Their relationship is more about friendship than admiration. At this moment, Lien stands in front of the podium, one hand behind his back, the other adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. He wears a gentle smile and says to the students sitting below, "Your results are out. As for whether the summoning was successful, you probably have a rough idea. Now, to help you better understand your strengths and weaknesses, I will announce your scores in front of everyone. Of course, those who didn't pass don't need to worry. I won't publish your records. But if you are aware of your progress, remember to come to my office after class for a chat. This way, I can give you better advice based on your situation, helping you grow and improve so you can succeed in the next retake. Finally, a reminder. If you don't pass the basic summoning ritual this semester, you'll have to retake the magic summoning class." Lion's voice sounded gentle and elegant, yet it carried a subtle aura of distinction that made every student afraid to lose focus when he spoke. Even Dorothy, who sat next to Alice, was holding on, trying not to doze off or get distracted. In the past, Alice simply thought that Teacher Lion had a unique charm that could influence people's moods. Now, because of her heightened senses, Alice's mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. She could sense a powerful presence hidden in the shadows behind Lion's refined appearance. The mentors at Clito Academy are all very strong, no doubt about that. But in Alice's perception, Lion's strength is even greater than many magic teachers. He has never shown his true power openly, and his gentle, scholarly look easily makes others feel less wary and distant from him. Alice doesn't know why Lion prefers to hide himself, but his strength is not malicious. Perhaps he hides for some unspoken reasons, so even though Alice sees through it, she doesn't reveal it. On the podium, Teacher Lion was reading out some students' grades. Since failing grades are not announced, only 3 levels are given: A, B, and C. Most magic students who get A, B are considered to have good results, because many students' scores in the overall summoning ritual are in the C range. The summoner profession relies heavily on the innate talent, luck, and focus of the summoner. For younger magic students, successfully summoning is already considered lucky. So, they don't feel too upset about getting a C. Instead, they listen carefully, eager to hear how the other qualified students did. Children are naturally curious, and in this quiet atmosphere, only Lion's voice reading the grades can be heard. Those whose names are called breathe a small sigh of relief. Those not called feel anxious or excited, holding their breath and listening carefully, afraid of missing their own names. However, after hearing most of the students' names and grades, Alice waited and waited. When Lion finished reading the grade list on the desk, she still didn't hear her name. Alice is sure she listened carefully, and the homeroom teacher indeed did not call her name. However, Alice is certain she summoned her battle partner. Although she doesn't know what kind of creature her new partner is, it should have some achievements. What exactly went wrong? Did Teacher Ryan forget to record her scores on the form? Or did Teacher Amy reduce her grade, making her seem unqualified? The more Alice thinks about it, the more this guess seems reasonable. After all, Teacher Amy once told her that, as the main person responsible for damaging classroom property, her grades were lowered by 1 level from her actual performance. If Alice's real grade was a C, after Teacher Amy downgraded her, it became a D. This means Alice would have to retake the summoning class next year. She would need to attend extra classes when others are free, taking up a lot of her time. If the attack by the black-robed figure involves more mysteries, Alice probably won't have enough time to investigate thoroughly. Meow. Just as Alice feels down, a soft, furry paw suddenly extends from under her magical hat. The paw gently pats her temple and softly meows. In the quiet classroom, even a small cat sound can be heard clearly. Alice suddenly remembers that earlier in the morning, the milk cat insisted on coming out with her. When she summoned her new partner, the cat ran around it, then jumped into Alice's arms, meowing happily. It seems to want to draw all her attention to itself. It's okay that the cat ran out during the summoning tower, but now, openly bringing her magical pet into the classroom during class is a different matter. In front of the homeroom teacher, the loud meowing of her magical pet drew everyone's attention. Alice carefully looks around. People are indeed still watching her, including the teacher on the podium. This is getting serious. She really shouldn't have brought the milk cat out. Last time, she accidentally trailed the cat into the department head's skirt and was turned into a mouse as punishment. Now, because of this cat, Alice has become the center of attention in class, openly bringing her magical pet into the classroom and disrupting the lesson. It seems she can't avoid punishment. Alice blinked her beautiful eyes in frustration. At this moment, the cat inside the magic hat could no longer hold back and pushed its head out. When it saw Teacher Ryan's gaze, it quickly slipped back into Alice's magic hat, hiding very carefully. But this isn't a game of hide-and-seek, and everyone can't be imagining things. Alice knew she was wrong. She heard Edward's cold snort behind her, but now wasn't the time to argue. Silently, Alice raised her right hand and said sincerely and regretfully, "Teacher, I know I was wrong. I am willing to accept punishment." Teacher Ryan, who usually is clear about rewards and punishments, didn't speak immediately. Instead, he watched the group of magic students quietly listening. Their sneaky expressions when they heard the cat approaching were quite adorable, like little mice. Especially Alice, who was the focus of everyone's attention, showing a cautious yet brave attitude in admitting her mistake and waiting for her punishment. Her expression was so cute it made you want to take a picture. It's quite a story that the famous little lion would also show submission in front of the head teacher. Though he thought this, Teacher Ryan kept a calm face. Just when Alice thought the teacher would get angry, Ryan finally showed a gentle smile and said, You don't need to be punished, Alice. At least not today, as long as you don't damage school property again." Alice blinked her eyes, still holding her hand up and a bit stunned. She pointed her raised right hand at her nose and asked, "You're not going to punish me?" "Did I hear that wrong?" Ryan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and asked back, "Do you want to be punished? Making mistakes should lead to punishment." Alice is brave enough to take responsibility, but she isn't a little girl who enjoys being punished. She doesn't have that strange hobby. But if she says she doesn't want to be punished, it would mean she knows she was wrong but refuses to change. Alice didn't speak. Instead, she shook her head, avoiding the dilemma of choosing whether she wanted punishment or not, and she didn't answer her teacher rudely. Even if the teacher scolded Alice for not speaking out of love, it didn't make the situation tense. He was good at adapting. Thinking this, Lien's expression didn't change at all. He still looked like a polite, approachable magic teacher. He slowly looked around at all the magic students present, finally focusing on Alice, and smiled as he said, "Now, I want to announce something to the whole class. Alice has achieved an S grade in this beginner magic summoning ceremony, breaking the highest record at Credo Magic Academy. According to school rules, the person holding the highest record at Credo has the right to bring a magical pet into the classroom. They will also receive a special record-breaking certificate and a high-quality crystal trophy from the Academy as encouragement." Edward originally scored a B grade, feeling good among many C-grade students. When he heard that Lien didn't call Alice's name, he even felt a bit happy about it. Bringing a magical pet into the classroom without permission and seeing Alice get punished made Edward feel like he had won a battle. Just as he was imagining Alice being punished, Lien suddenly announced something else. Alice remained the center of attention, but now it was because Lien praised her achievements, not because she made a mistake. This big contrast almost made Edward angry enough to punch the table with a loud bang. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was looking at the little girl with golden hair, that annoying witch, and under Lien's silent approval, they gathered around her. Even Edward's friends wanted to peek at that show-off lion, but after being glared at, they reluctantly looked away. Edward and his friends sat where they were, while others left their seats. The scene with Alice, suddenly surrounded and overwhelmed, looked very different. Lien glanced at Edward, whose face was dark, and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with his finger. A strange expression flickered in his eyes, but it was gone quickly. No one noticed. The little lion's score was actually not S grade. Teacher Imagineer is a strict and trustworthy magic instructor who keeps his promises and demands high standards from his students. Therefore, this score is actually above the S level, at the Z level. Of course, only Alice and her friends can guess this. Alice's real score is kept secret as an important file by Clito Academy. The principal of Clito Academy, Benson Ader, lifted his head from a pile of books. His beautiful light gold eyes looked at the visitor. The visitor was Ada, the time controller who had spoken with Hachiro Lan during the summoning tower. Ada wore a black magic robe with a hexagon symbol printed on the hem. Her white hair looked very striking. In this castle, Clarson Jotsley, which mainly features black, her pure white magic robe was spotless, just like the principal's. Are you saying Alice broke our school's record? Benson Ader couldn't help but reach out and rub his ears, doubting if he was hearing things. It's not that simple, sir. Alice's magic power is so strong that it ignores the strict limits of the summoning array. This is unheard of in the magic world. I immediately sealed the news. The Tower Master asked me to tell you everything in detail without missing anything. Ada stood respectfully in front of the principal's desk, explaining clearly and vividly, making it feel as if you were there. The vice principal happened to walk in and stood nearby listening. The door was opened by the principal himself, showing he trusted the vice principal a lot. Did you say that Hachiro Lan was watching Alice's summoning ritual? After listening, the principal thought for a moment, then suddenly asked Ada. His light gold eyes seemed to see through people's souls. Ada lowered her head and avoided eye contact, feeling as if she had been stripped naked and everything was exposed. This feeling was very uncomfortable. He dared not slack off and answered respectfully in a low voice. Yes, sir. Alice was surrounded by a group of people. Finally, after enduring until class was over, she could leave the classroom and breathe fresh air. Dorothy watched Alice being surrounded and felt tired for her friend. However, her stomach's hunger made her, a foodie, feel tormented. As soon as class ended, she greeted Alice and hurried to the cafeteria. Because she was in such a hurry, she even forgot that riding a broomstick could make her go faster. It was noon, but Alice didn't feel very hungry. Since the group assignments wouldn't be announced until the afternoon, everyone was gathered in the big classroom, waiting for Professor Imogen to announce the results so they would know who they were grouped with. As long as it wasn't Edward, she was fine with any group. The real excitement was the upcoming competition. As for the trophies and certificates she would receive, she planned to pick them up at the designated place later, so she didn't pay much attention to that. Alice was curious. Didn't Professor Imogen say she would lose points? Why was she not only not penalized but also awarded a record-breaking certificate and a crystal trophy from Crito? Could it be that Professor Imogen was just trying to scare her and didn't really intend to deduct points? Alice thought carefully. Although this idea seemed reasonable, her intuition told her things might not be that simple. Suddenly, she heard someone sneeze loudly nearby. From the sound, she recognized that it was Holly Rowland, the magic mirror spirit she had made a contract with today. After sneaking past Ida without being noticed, Rowland used their contract to contact Alice and successfully escaped from the old summoning tower that had been trapping him for many years. I feel a bit uneasy when I hear people talking about me behind my back, Rowland's voice sounded again, as if he was whispering right into her ear. Alice couldn't help but scratch her slightly itchy ear and lowered her voice to the air beside her. You're too close. Please keep some distance, okay? They were walking along a small marble path with fewer people around. Honestly, Alice didn't like being surrounded by too many people. It might look lively, but over time, it could become tiring to deal with. So, when breaking school records, she preferred to take less crowded paths to avoid most magic students. Now that she was walking peacefully, she seemed much more relaxed than before. Even when passers-by occasionally nodded at her, they didn't come over to talk. Then I respectfully accept your decision, Master. Where are we going now? Not to the cafeteria to eat cabbage. I would be very hungry. Can you bear to see me go hungry? The voice was a little farther from her ear. Alice casually moved her arms and wrists. After the nearby passerby walked away, she turned to the air beside her and said, "Of course, just wandering around. The academy is so big, I haven't been to many places yet. As for eating, I'm not very hungry. Don't you dislike eating cabbage?" Hakairan was currently invisible, but her invisibility only worked for wizards other than Alice. From Alice's perspective, she could see Hakairan's form. However, because she was invisible, Alice saw the girl Hakairan as a strange, semi-transparent figure. Her purple wool coat looked a bit pink due to the transparency. Through Hakairan's body, she could faintly see the marble floor behind her. "That's what you say, but I haven't eaten cabbage in a long time, so I miss its taste. I just want to try it. That's all." Hakairan quickly came up with an excuse, her purple wool coat revealing 2 long legs. Her skin was covered by black tight pants, but it didn't hide the slenderness and beauty of her legs. Because of the age difference, Alice was about a head and a half shorter than her new servant. "No problem. If you want to eat, I can buy a few cabbages for you to hold and enjoy." Alice crossed her arms and rested her head on her hands behind her. The milk-colored cat from her magic hat jumped out and sat on her shoulder, rubbing its fluffy head against her face, as if trying to please her. Alice's heart softened involuntarily, even though this cat had tricked her. But during the time in the cage, it also transformed into a black and white giant tiger at a critical moment and helped her. Moreover, the kitten didn't mean to trick her intentionally. Alice was just a little upset for a moment and then let it go. There was no need for the milk-colored cat to flatter her. Alice would still treat it as well as before, feeding it delicious dried fish, letting it sleep comfortably on the bed, and making a nest in the folded blankets. "How can a few cabbages fill my stomach? They can barely fill the gaps between my teeth. Listen, master, why don't you invite me to eat a whole box of cabbages? That way, I'll have enough strength to work. Don't you think?" Hachiro-lan kept trying to persuade Alice to give her more food. Back when she was a meat-eater, she looked down on those big cabbages and carrots. But habits are a strange thing. When she thought of her former master, she suddenly craved eating cabbages. It seemed that cabbages were more tempting than big fish and meat. In the past, her master kept trying to turn her into a vegetarian, but it never worked. During that time, she ate so many cabbages she almost wanted to vomit. Now that her master is gone and everything has changed, Hachiro-lan misses the feeling of eating big cabbages. It's really strange. Alice didn't expect Hachiro-lan to be so bold right from the start. If she had to eat a whole box of cabbages every day, it would cost quite a lot, although it was much cheaper than meat. As she was thinking about whether to agree to Lan's request, her left hand, wrapped in a black glove, suddenly felt a sharp, clear pain. Alice instinctively stopped walking and slightly frowned. She felt a tingling sensation, but no shock or other feelings occurred. She paused, raised her left hand with the palm facing up, and a faint red light flickered through the black glove, shining like the only bright red star in the night. The pain flickered along with the light, like tiny needles piercing her, but there was no other sensation. Maybe this red light was a reminder of something. Since receiving the mysterious black and white gloves from her friend, Alice's left palm's black scar had stopped bothering her. Until today, when this strange change suddenly happened. The split cat in her milk no longer used its head to nudge Alice. Its sharp instincts made it quickly notice that her condition had changed. So, it wisely didn't disturb her anymore. This cat is very intelligent. Hachiro-lan had never seen a split cat turn into a giant tiger, so she just thought it was a mischievous magical pet. Now, looking closely, she could sense that this cat's aura was subtly different from other cats. Not to mention, its intelligence must be extraordinary. Regarding Alice's situation, I won't go into details. Using Hachiro-lan's power as a mirror spirit, it was easy to see that the source of the abnormality was the left hand of the blonde girl, specifically, the black aura extending to her wrist. The black aura was dense, and through her bones, it was clear that it was trembling like a small snake. A magical force inside her fingerless black gloves suppressed the power of the black aura. When the two energies met, they pushed against each other. At the point of contact, due to the clash of magical energies, a strange change occurred, forming a flickering bright red that shimmered repeatedly. Fortunately, this red spot did not favor either side in the struggle, nor did it reject Alice's aura. Its purpose and meaning were unclear, even to Hachiro Lan, who had much experience. There were many mysteries and strange aspects about the new owner, which naturally piqued Lan's curiosity. Indeed, choosing the little lion as her master was a good decision. She wouldn't regret it. It would be even better if she could supply her with a box of cabbages every day. Alice's attention was focused entirely on her palm, unaware of her cute pet and Lan's expressions and actions. She tried to activate the control power within her black glove, gathering her secret energy into the spot on her palm that was glowing red. Feeling the secret energy gathering, the red flickered quickly. Surprisingly, it did not reject the energy, but instead attracted it to the center of the bright spot, beginning to merge at a visible speed. Since she felt no threat, Alice allowed the red and part of her secret energy to fuse together. At the same time, she remained alert, ready to forcefully separate them if anything went wrong. The fusion of the red dot and her secret energy was quick, just a few seconds, and they established a close connection. Nothing unexpected happened. Alice then tried to use her secret energy to draw on the power at the red spot. A bright red light, visible only to her, suddenly shot out from the center of a shining point. It sped forward at lightning speed, turning a corner from the roadside. Alice could feel that the light was guiding her, and the situation ahead made the thin red line tremble slightly, vibrating with a sense of unease. Something is wrong. Alice didn't bother explaining to Hachiro Lan. She leapt into the air and followed the red line, which was as thin and colorful as a strand of hair. The comfortable milk-colored cat on her shoulder almost got knocked off when she suddenly moved. Luckily, with quick reflexes, it grabbed the flying edge of Alice's clothes just in time. Its fur fluttered in the strong wind. The milk-colored cat didn't understand what its owner was up to, but based on their time together, it guessed that Alice was in a hurry. Most of the time, she was in a rush because of a fight. Are they about to fight again? Realizing this, the little cat's eyes widened, shining brightly as if ready to pounce like a fierce tiger, preparing to deliver a powerful meow punch to her opponent. The scene in front of her kept moving forward. Buildings of various shapes quickly receded behind her. Following the red line's guidance, Alice turned left and right, flying up and down. The tremor of the red line grew faster and faster. She forced herself to suppress her uneasy feelings and sped up again. Her speed was now pushed to the limit. Finally, she saw the end of the red line, at a trash can. Next to the trash can stood none other than Brenda Velvet, the magic President Alice wanted to see. Velvet was reaching out toward the trash can, as if to touch its dirty, stained surface. This action looked very strange. Alice knew that Velvet had a slight obsession with cleanliness and was very sensitive to bad smells. She wouldn't normally touch a trash can filled with messy, dirty stuff. Even when she saw something very dirty, she would instinctively take out her wand to cast a cleaning spell. Someone doing the opposite of her usual behavior was enough to make Alice alert. She didn't have time to think too much. All she could do was quickly lead Velvet away from the trash can that the red line was warning her about. Thinking quickly, Alice didn't stop. She kicked up a gust of wind and held tightly onto the milk-colored cat's collar, rushing straight ahead. The speed created a strong wind and loud noise. Even passers-by would have to stop and look back. Velvet, who was always sharp, didn't turn around. He focused only on the trash can. He saw the delicate, greenish finger about to touch the greasy surface of the trash bin.
Alice reacted fast.
She firmly caught Brenda's outstretched arm, wrapped her arm around the other's slim waist, and used the momentum and force to lift her and carry her 10 meters away before stopping. Before Alice could turn back, a loud explosion roared, shaking the ground, and a huge wave of fire and blast swept toward them. The intense heat evaporated the oxygen, and the flames almost touched Alice's clothes. The milk-colored cat quickly darted up, narrowly avoiding being burned black. Seeing this, Alice didn't hesitate. She pushed off the ground and dashed forward, distancing herself a few inches from the explosion's shockwave. Seizing this chance, she leapt again, flying dozens of meters away, narrowly avoiding the remaining blast. Neither Alice, Brenda, nor the cat was hurt. Except for a piece of Alice's clothes burned away by the flames, they had no injuries. But Alice didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Her brow was tightly furrowed. Who could dare openly assassinate the Magic Council president inside Cleto Academy? If she hadn't arrived in time, Velvet would have been swallowed by the huge explosion. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Alice's back. Where had those protecting the president gone? Anger burned in Alice's heart. Her amber eyes flashed with a glimmer of bright gold. Back to the moment when Velvet was called to the office. Velvet was told that earlier that morning, another magic student had been attacked and severely burned, barely clinging to life. The department head and several mentors suggested increasing security. The magic defense team was doing so, and as the Magic Council president, Brenda also needed to lead the members to strengthen their defenses. This attack was suspected to be carried out by a fire-type faller. Strangely, there were no signs of explosions or fires at the scene. Even when using cleansing magic, traces of physical modifications can still be left behind. Only abilities like Great Restoration Magic can fully restore a scene to its original state. However, very few people at the Credo Magic Academy possess such powerful skills. If someone has such great power, why would they bother to carefully restore an explosion site? What is their true goal? No one can know for sure. The clues left behind are too few. Their method of attack is clever, yet the victims did not die. It's clear that their goal was not to kill the victims. But this doesn't help much in understanding the truth. The clear sky just moments ago now seems to be shadowed by a faint, uncertain gloom. A long-planned scheme is quietly unfolding. Brenda steps out of the building behind her, looking at the increasingly gloomy sky, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. The joy of summoning her creature has been overshadowed by this incident, making it seem less important. Viralite walks down the stairs, deep in thought. She knows she must complete her task quickly and stay alert to unusual situations. To help more magic users avoid harm, she must do her best in investigation and vigilance. But for some reason, today, even after drinking a bitter coffee and leaving the summoning tower, or more precisely, when she left her office, her mind became sluggish and heavy, as if filled with cotton or glue. Her icy blue eyes also seemed to lose their usual sparkle, as if a faint gray film covered a glass surface. They looked empty and lifeless. Viralite felt something was wrong with her state. She saw her reflection in the glass window, and her eyes looked strangely unfamiliar. They were her eyes, but they didn't seem like her own. She saw her reflection staring back at her unmoving. Those eyes were cold and sharp like knives, stabbing into her chest and heart. The pain felt real, making Viralite suddenly alert. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing on a small marble-paved path. On her right, a little girl was standing there. This is not the place for a magic office building. Velvet widened her eyes alertly, scanning the surroundings to confirm that this was a remote area she didn't usually visit. Besides the magical buildings, the only other person nearby was a little girl standing to her right. Realizing the danger, Velvet clenched her slim black wand inside her sleeve, ready to cast magic at any moment. But as she looked at the girl, her suspicion and alertness suddenly shattered. The girl looked about 5 or 6 years old, with long silver hair, delicate features, and icy blue eyes. She looked like a mirror image of Velvet. The girl gazed at her with big, gentle eyes that seemed to overflow with kindness. She tilted her head slightly and held out her left hand as if inviting her. "Long time no see, Abu. Do you remember me?" Brenda stared blankly at the girl, her icy blue eyes trembling with long, delicate lashes. Compared to the gentle warmth in the girl's eyes, the Ice Princess's eyes revealed uncontrollable sadness. It was as if she had forgotten where she was, her focus solely on this person before her. Feeling the inviting gesture from the silver-haired girl, she slowly raised her hand, keeping her eyes fixed on the other. Their hands were gradually getting closer. The smile on the girl's lips deepened, But for some reason, the sadness in the Ice Princess's eyes suddenly disappeared. Her vacant gaze became lively and as cold as ice and snow. The girl softly said, "You're not her." The silver-haired girl's smile froze, and her eyes no longer held gentle water-like warmth, only a fierce, beastly rage. This was very out of place with her delicate, beautiful face. After being exposed, the girl showed no panic or nervousness, only a cold sneer. "It's too late now." Velvet was startled, realizing that although she had seen through the other's false mask, her hand reaching for her wand was completely out of her control. It felt as if a very strong force was pulling me, like a puppet being forced to shake hands. Violet tried to raise his wand hidden in his sleeve to fight against the little girl's control. But for some reason, the silver-haired girl squinted her eyes and saw through Violet's plan instantly. Violet felt an invisible hand grabbing his wrist, making it impossible to move his wand at all. His right shoulder sank a few centimeters due to the great force, and it looked like his hand was about to touch her fingertips. Suddenly, a figure broke through the barrier and rushed into Brenda's line of sight. Then, she felt her waist tighten as she was forcibly pulled away from the silver-haired girl's outstretched hand. Next, a deafening explosion shook the world. Amid the blazing fire, Alice's shiny golden hair danced wildly, and her presence felt as warm and reassuring as sunlight. Violet grabbed Alice's shoulders, trusting her completely amid the approaching blast. They managed to escape, but her friend's eyes flickered with anger like flames, so Violet had to speak up. "Please put me down." Hearing the president's voice, Alice finally loosened her hold. Her amber eyes looked around fiercely, showing a lion-like aura, proud and commanding. Violet turned around and looked at where the little girl was. Besides a charred trash can, the place was empty. But the signs of the explosion were still there. Remembering past incidents, Brenda knew that the other person would likely clean up the scene after the attack. So, that person hadn't left yet. A gentle breeze passed by, and the charred trash can instantly turned into dust and was blown away by the wind. Besides the two people and a cat, the road was empty, as if the danger had been lifted after the explosion. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was nothing else. The silence was very strange. The sky also seemed to clear up, with the shadow temporarily pushed back by the sunlight. The autumn wind was slightly cold, and the grass and plants along the road swayed gently, giving a feeling of bleakness. Unknowingly, the air grew colder than before, and Alice's heart finally found a moment to cool down from her anger. The two people's black robes fluttered lightly in the autumn wind. Alice was sure the other person hadn't left, not because she sensed their presence, but because of the sharp pain in her left palm, reminding her danger still lurked nearby. Through her black glove, a red flickered on her palm, and the light it emitted disappeared for a moment after the trash can exploded. Then, Alice saw the bright red line burst open in the air, turning into swirling red mist. This mist was semi-transparent, so it didn't block her view. The mist spread over an area about 100 meters around Alice. The autumn wind didn't affect it, and only Alice's eyes could see the transparent red mist. Because the red line was only connected to Alice's secret power, it could only serve her alone. The mist moved, some areas thick, others thinner. Alice guessed this indicated the danger level in different areas, or the size of hidden threats. From the distribution of the red mist, it was clear that the enemy had surrounded them and the space around them. Alice mainly focused on the areas where the red mist was thick. It was not impossible to rush through now. As long as she moved through the areas with less mist, there should be no problem. But Velvet was almost attacked and killed before, so how could Alice just let the sneaky, wicked magician go? That was impossible. If the attacker was the same mysterious black-robed person she saw in the underground cave, then she should catch him. Maybe she could also learn some secret plans or schemes from him. It is important to find out whether the attacker is a single person or a team. If they have any reason to harm the magic president or to put Crito's magic students in danger, Alice will not let them go. Finally, the quiet around them was broken. In Alice's view, The red mist was swirling faster and gathering quickly in one direction. The swirling red fog gradually formed into a human shape. Suddenly, a pale face appeared on the figure, as if it was made of plaster, with dull gray eyes staring directly at Alice. It turned out that this was not a real face, but a very realistic white mask. Behind the white mask, a dark figure appeared, with flickering crimson flames dancing within the darkness. This flame overlapped with the one Alice remembered, the same flame that marked the black-robed attacker who had previously assaulted her. However, unlike the attacker in the underground cave, this one was wearing a mask. From their matching clothing, Alice was sure that at least the person who tried to assassinate Villet and the one who attacked her were the same group. "Here they come," Alice whispered, warning. Before she finished speaking, the masked figure suddenly leaned forward, then rushed toward her with a loud whooshing sound. The masked attacker was very fast. In just a blink, they closed the distance to less than half a meter. Alice raised her hand from inside her sleeve, clenched her fist, and a dark gold flame ignited. With even greater speed, she charged forward. After increasing her agility and speed, Alice was no longer the same as before. Plus, with a control boost from her black glove on her left hand, her strength focused quickly on her fist, which struck the attacker's chest with solid force. When her fist hit, Alice felt as if she was pounding on a hard, hot iron plate. Fortunately, her secret energy quickly gathered at the contact point, fighting against the intense heat and energy, and she defeated her opponent with high-density, fierce flames. Alice's hand was safe, not burned by the extreme heat. For the masked attacker, it was not easy to withstand Alice's punch and the secret energy fire attack at the same time. The power contained in the fist caused the approaching masked figure to pause briefly. The fist struck the chest with a dull thud. A strong force, like a lion pouncing, made the masked figure uncontrollably recoil and shoot backward, crashing into the trunk of an evergreen tree. The tree trunk couldn't withstand the impact and broke directly. The masked figure was pushed several meters away before falling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. If it were Milk with a split cat or Velvet, the dust might block the view, making it hard to see what was happening inside. Because Alice had the help of the red mist, even though she couldn't see through the dust directly, she could use the human-shaped form formed by the red mist to judge the masked figure's condition and movements. When Alice knocked her opponent away, the red glow on the robed person visibly dimmed a little. If a deeper red indicates higher danger, then the fading red suggests the opponent took a hit from Alice and is now in a worse state. While Alice and Velvet's attention was drawn to the masked figure, the split cat sitting on Alice's shoulder suddenly let out a low warning growl. Alice quickly turned her gaze and noticed that the red mist around her was gathering again in midair, forming a human shape. So, it's not just one person? 45 degrees west in the air. Following Alice's command, Velvet swung her wand, and 3 icy swords materialized above. The sharp tips tore through the air, flying toward the gathering human-shaped figure in the sky. One sword was dodged by a sidestep, another brushed past the shoulder of the red mist figure, and the third struck the figure's neck, embedding into the body. Only the hilt remained outside, shimmering with cold light. Alice realized that after the summoning ritual, Velvet's ice sword had become even more powerful. The cold white aura emanating from the sword was visible to the naked eye. "Coordinate with me," Alice shouted loudly. Like a flash of lightning and a gust of wind, she shot forward directly toward the red mist figure controlled by the ice sword. The split cat meowed softly, jumped down from Alice's shoulder, and ran toward the masked-robed figure in the mist on the other side. It revealed a pair of sharp cat claws, fierce as a tiger. It wanted to prove to its owner that it was braver, more fierce, and cooler than that summoned beast. It is a cat that can stand on its own. After being caught, the unconscious red mist figure lost its hiding ability and revealed itself. Alice looked carefully and saw that this person looked exactly like the black-robed man earlier. Even their height and build were very similar. Although there was a secret fire protection around him, Alice was not reckless. Learning from her previous experience, she quickly threw out a secret energy attack. A dark gold magic energy ball formed from her secret power, shot out like lightning, flashing across the sky, and hit the black-robed man's white mask precisely. The mask couldn't withstand the power of the secret energy and shattered instantly into irregular pieces that flew everywhere, revealing a wooden face without any features. Seeing this, Alice immediately sensed that the black robe was strange. Without hesitation, she quickly stepped back. After the featureless face was hit and a deep hole was created, it seemed to trigger some mechanism. The entire structure of the body began to break apart, and the whole body trembled violently. A burst of power erupted inside, causing the external parts to collapse and the body to shake uncontrollably. Suddenly, the black-robed figure exploded like a triggered bomb, releasing a burst of bright flames. The shockwave from the explosion shattered nearby buildings and swept up strong winds and waves, rushing toward Alice. In the distance, Verliet was also blown by the blast, his hair and clothes flying wildly, showing how powerful the explosion was. Although Alice retreated just in time, the speed of the explosion suddenly increased, and the shockwave spread several times faster in an instant. Seeing the situation was urgent, she instinctively raised her right hand to block in front of her. She also tried to use a secret energy attack with her left hand to delay, but it was clearly too late. From afar, Verliet watched as Alice and the others kept their distance. Even if he wanted to help with all his might, he was unable to do so. Just then, the black-robed person near the milk division also started to shake, seemingly about to trigger a second explosion. Verliet called out to Alice to be careful, then swung his magic staff to control the other black-robed person about to explode using ice magic. Then she chanted a short spell to speed up time, and her whole body suddenly moved faster. A white magic circle appeared behind her. The moment the circle appeared, Verliet dashed forward, her movements light and graceful, yet incredibly fast. All she could do now was catch Alice and keep her from falling to the ground and getting hurt again. However, the expected impact never came. When Alice raised her right hand, she instinctively activated the secret energy within her. That energy resonated with the power in her white gloves for a brief instant. The magical patterns on the gloves began to glow, forming a golden image that looked like a small lion. A dazzling golden light burst out, blocking everyone's view. The light flashed, and a translucent golden shield, about 1.5 meters wide and engraved with a lion design, appeared. It stood firmly in front of Alice, protecting her small figure behind it. The golden shield shone brightly as it collided with the incoming shockwave. A wave of hot air spread out from the point of impact, but the area around Alice remained untouched. The marble floor cracked under the sudden heat, spreading countless fine lines across its surface. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, some hitting Alice's cheek and stinging sharply. But thanks to the golden shield, most of the force was blocked, leaving her with only minor scratches, nothing serious. The danger had awakened the power hidden in her gloves. The secret energy and the gloves' magic merged, forming the radiant golden lion shield that shone too brightly to look at directly. Its design was both impressive and powerful. Seeing that Alice was safe, Verliet quietly let out a breath of relief as her speed spell faded. Brenda stopped behind Alice, watching her put away the shimmering golden lion shield. Alice turned back with a smile and said softly, "I'm fine." The cat with the milk-colored fur also withdrew from the fight, as the ice crystals controlling the explosion's heat quickly melted away. Alice and Verliet exchanged a glance and stepped back in sync, with the cat following closely behind its owner. Finally, all the frozen ice that was controlling the explosion melted and evaporated completely. The delayed explosion was successfully avoided by Alice and others who were prepared in advance. However, the surrounding red mist did not disappear. Instead, it grew thicker. This also reminded Alice that the danger ahead would only increase. It seemed that because they saw through the enemy's tricks, it angered the creature hiding in the shadows. The two black-robed figures they faced earlier were not real people, but dummies filled with bombs or explosive magic. From the beginning until now, the enemy had never truly appeared. They kept using bomb dummies to mislead and distract them. The enemy could silently hide itself and also conceal its decoys. Finding the real one was not easy. Right now, the enemy was hidden in the dark while Alice and her team were at a disadvantage, always reacting passively. It would be great if the red mist could reveal where the hidden enemy was. While thinking of a way to defeat the enemy, Alice's peripheral vision caught a faint inconsistency in the swirling red mist, an unusual red spot moving against the flow of the mist, quickly flashing in the opposite direction. Alice didn't miss this chance. Her wand slipped out of her sleeve into her hand. She recited a spell, and a greenish blade of light sliced through the air, cutting through the autumn wind, moving swiftly against the wind like a shooting star. As it flew, the green blade grew larger, from less than half a meter wide to 3 meters long. It curved like a sharp, swift crescent moon, chasing after the fleeing red mist and slashing through it. Alice's eyes followed the movement of the green blade she released, focusing intently. This was a basic wind magic skill, known for speed and agility. Its advantages were high accuracy and quick casting. Its disadvantages were weaker attack power compared to fire blades, light blades, or ice blades of the same level. However, because of Alice's special internal energy, the weakness of the wind blade was compensated. Its attack effect was no worse than other elemental blades. Sure enough, the red mist didn't expect Alice to casually cast a wind blade, which accidentally hit its own target. Unable to dodge in time, the wind blade cut into its shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. Fortunately, her arm was not severed, but she was wounded. Perhaps because a young wizard under 10 tricked him, the hidden one showed a hint of hostility. Once there was hostility, the danger level increased. To Alice, the red mist seemed to be drawn toward that direction. Soon, a human-shaped figure formed from the red mist appeared in Alice's view. Even if the figure didn't reveal itself, once the red mist locked onto it as a target, Alice could ignore the opponent's hiding magic and directly locate him. Just as Alice was about to tell Virat the enemy's position, she saw the injured person suddenly give up his hiding magic and reveal himself. However, Alice misunderstood. When receiving external damage, hiding magic is hard to maintain in its original form. The magic's balance was broken, forcing him to reveal his position, not because he was arrogant or intentionally dispelling his magic. After being caught off guard and disrupted, the true opponent controlling the black-robed person couldn't help but show his emotions. His murderous intent was like the red bean filling spilling out of a sweet dumpling. Once it appears, it's hard to control. The original plan was to use continuous explosions to disturb Alice and her allies' vision, cleverly shifting their attention to create more chances to set up the formation. But just as the formation was about to be completed, like stacking the last few pieces of building blocks, the rhythm was suddenly broken. The blocks turned into a collapsing domino chain. Once fallen, there's no turning back. The person arranging the formation felt very upset. That little lion didn't know what luck was, as he was caught off guard and injured himself, breaking the formation and exposing his position. But since hiding was no longer an option, he decided to act directly. He aimed to eliminate these small enemies. Since they were so arrogant, he would take their lives in exchange. The true black-robed person appeared. His movements were more coordinated than the previous two. The red mist around him was even denser than the 2 dummy bodies embedded with explosive magic inside him, glowing with a blood-red, eerie light. This person was very dangerous, but Alice was not afraid. The little lion wouldn't back down because of a strong opponent. Instead, she would become stronger because of the challenge. Virat and Alice both faced the black-robed figure slowly approaching from afar. The edge of the black-robed person's cloak was billowing. At this moment, the autumn wind seemed to scatter away, yet the black robe still fluttered as if blown by a strong gust, dancing wildly without any wind. Constantly, red mist was gathering around the black-robed figure. Even though there was a considerable distance between them, Alice and Verlet could still feel a tangible pressure, like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. This person's strength was even greater than that of Professor M.O. Schur, whom Alice had fought fiercely before. Of course, Although the opponent was stronger, Alice's abilities had also made a big leap forward. If necessary, she wouldn't mind releasing her summoned beast to test her new partner's skills. But the condition was that Verlet could hold back the black-robed man. Alternatively, Alice could also try to hold the opponent herself and see what kind of creature Verlet's summoned beast was. Mainly, Alice was worried about the president and that person facing each other directly. After all, Brenda had previously fallen into the opponent's trap and almost lost her life. Alice didn't want to take that risk again. However, before Alice could give the order, the long-divided cat, which had been waiting for a long time, couldn't hold back and leapt forward eagerly, rushing toward the black-robed man. During the run, its form gradually grew larger, transforming in an instant into a giant black and white tiger, its roar shaking the forest. At a critical moment, the black and white tiger didn't forget to give Alice a quick look with its eyes. After turning its head, it used its signature move, an aggressive tiger pounce. This is illusion magic. The opponent is skilled in substitute and explosion magic and is an illusion-type mage. He can even read some familiar people to confuse his enemies. Manga, be careful. Verret's voice suddenly faded away at the end. Alice turned around, and the Magic Guild leader she was just talking to suddenly turned into a swirl of blue and white smoke and disappeared. It was like water vapor evaporated by high heat, vanishing in an instant. Alice quickly shifted her gaze. As expected, the black and white three-eyed giant tiger fighting the black-robed man also turned into mist and evaporated. She didn't expect that her opponent, even while fighting with Milk, could still find time to trap her and the guild leader with illusion magic. Their abilities are quite strong. Compared to Professor Magic Stone, besides having superior magic power and skills, does the attacker have any weaknesses or flaws that Professor Magic Stone doesn't? Alice stood still, not rushing forward, but her mind was racing fast, like a spinning top. She carefully recalled the fight with the black-robed man, scenes flashing quickly. She used all her strength to make sure she didn't miss any detail of the battle. Finally, the scene froze, blood splattering in the air, and the moment when the black-robed man first revealed his position. Now her eyes were clear and black, no longer showing the messy, computer screen-like gibberish from before. It seemed she was just verifying her blood components. She smiled sweetly and greeted Shinka. Hello, big sister. I am number 89757. I am in normal mode. Please choose to change my name. Wow, it felt so real, like a real girl. Shinka thought to himself that his uncle was truly amazing to give him such a big gift. But even without the red mist, her sixth sense could help her better avoid hidden dangers lurking in the dark. If not for the narrow path at Crito Academy, she could have let go and fought the opponent one-on-one. But the destructive power was too great. If she accidentally blew up a few buildings and hurt others, it would be a loss. This isn't a magic forbidden zone, so even if they fought, it wouldn't attract others. No matter how remote this place is, someone would pass by. However, this way, they could be noticed by the demon suppression group in time and come to support. Capturing the malicious assassin alive might also help us learn some key information about their secret plans. But before the demon suppression group arrives, Alice won't let that black-robed assassin run wild. The other person has murderous intentions toward her and Verlet, and now she can't watch over Brenda. It's impossible not to worry. For now, her main plan is to stay close with Verlet and the cute pet friends. Since the true strength of the opponent is unknown, she must not let her guard down. Alice looks around. The scene has changed into the appearance of the Love Heart Orphanage. Seeing the place where she once lived for many years, even in this illusion, Alice's amber eyes soften a little. The children in the orphanage are not friendly to her, and her only playmate here betrayed her. But this small, not very bright wooden house is still a shelter from the wind and rain for her. Her emotions are naturally touched. Time seems to flow backward. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the dust that slowly dances in the air. Past memories feel close enough to touch. Alice wants to reach out and touch the small, old bed by the window, her old sleeping place, with faint indentations on the pillow from her previous sleep. But Alice doesn't move. These are all memories of the past, days gone by. No matter how much she recreates them, she can't deceive her heart. People always keep moving forward. Without a way to retreat from big changes, they become braver and more determined. Alice senses someone approaching from behind. Before she sees them, she hears a boy's innocent, happy voice. Alice, look. I caught these grasshoppers from the grass. There are 2. Do you want to play? A dirty little boy suddenly appears in her view. Alice watches as he happily extends his hand, showing her 2 tiny grasshoppers hidden in his open palms. The 2 grasshoppers are fighting fiercely, biting each other. That one on the left is a thief, and the one on the right is the catcher. Which one do you think will win? Seeing that Alice doesn't answer, the boy isn't upset. A short chestnut-colored hair flickered in front of Alice's eyes. The boy watched her face, mischievously sticking out his tongue and making a funny face. Alice looked at the boy with a blank expression. This Edward, created by illusion, was lively and cute, like a small dog wagging its tail. Who would have thought that one day, a gentle and adorable puppy could turn into a cold, fierce wolf with a big open mouth? Unless the puppy had rabies or was mentally ill. But Edward was not a puppy. So, Alice didn't know what he was up to and wasn't interested in these trivial matters. Seeing Alice remain silent and just stare at him, little Edward blinked his deep brown eyes, full of innocence and purity. He looked only 6 or 7 years old, so he was much shorter than 9-year-old Alice, even needing to tilt her head to look at her when he spoke. That pitiful and innocent expression resembled how Edward looked when he was bullied by children at the orphanage, so vivid and real. If Alice didn't know this was an illusion, this little boy might seem completely real. After several attempts to test Alice without any reaction, the boy finally couldn't hold back. His expression changed to one of anger, and he threw away the 2 small crickets in his hands. He spread his arms and jumped up, trying to tear at Alice's collar. Fake Edward let out a hysterical scream. Since he hadn't gone through puberty yet, his voice was high-pitched and sharp. "Monster. You ugly freak." Alice was prepared. She didn't know if this was a real person or a puppet, but both were dangerous. Seeing Edward jump up and try to grab her collar, Alice finally moved. Her left hand, wearing black fingerless gloves, raised steadily. When the boy's hand was less than a finger's distance from her collar, she firmly grabbed his wrist. Then, using the force from his hand, she quickly reversed and caught his other wrist too. The surface of her black glove emitted a blue glow with a lion-shaped magic pattern, as if it was roaring. The power, amplified by tight control, was used to its fullest. Alice's fingers, soft and tender like fresh lotus roots, clenched the boy's wrist as tightly as iron clamps. A seemingly casual and light gesture, but it made the other person feel anxious and helpless, unable to move. Whether it was due to anger or something else, Edward suddenly twitched violently, trembling as if electrocuted. At the same time, his delicate, slightly pale face looked like shattered porcelain, cracking from the nose outward. Cracks revealed writhing flesh, terrifying like a ghostly demon, ugly enough to make people feel sick. Alice immediately became alert, already sure in her heart that this was a fake person. So, the girl gathered all her strength, spun the fake person around, and threw it high into the air. A pale blue light shield like a thin film wrapped around the fake, forcibly interfering with the stability of the explosion spell inside it. This prevented it from exploding during the flight. Until Alice threw the fake like a shot put out the window far away, the helplessly dancing fake finally broke free from the blue light shield and exploded in midair. A loud explosion shook the heavens and earth, causing the ground to tremble 3 times. After tossing the fake away, Alice leaned against a cool shelter, looked at the not-so-beautiful fireworks in the sky, confirmed there was nothing left but debris, then withdrew her hand, shook her head, and sighed. Poor acting. In the shadows, the assassin preparing to strike almost ran out of breath from anger. This little lion was indeed arrogant and overconfident, though he had some basic skills. But so what if you win once? That's called tactics. When you relax your guard, I can take advantage and get your head. Trying to suppress the uncomfortable feeling in his chest, the assassin stepped forward. Alice heard footsteps approaching again, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the visitor with an expression of boredom. That look seemed to say, "Can you try a different approach?" Which made the assassin feel furious inside. But just as Alice looked at the person, her expression changed slightly, because the person in front of her was the one she missed, the handsome man who saved her in the raging wind element zone, Mr. Mondries. Is there hope? The assassin couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He took off his hat and gave Alice a graceful greeting, speaking gently. "We meet again, Miss Alice. Are you satisfied with Crito's life?"